gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
After 4 weeks of competition, the best 4 teams in NA have risen to the top of the leaderboard, and now they set their sights not only on being the best in their region, but also on punching their ticket to Brazil.
While we'll be giving away 1 spot in Brazil today, we focus our first matchup with Truly taking on an undefeated Seminole to pull off an upset.
And with Rejects taking on Mayhem in the other upper bracket semi-finals, I should say, what are the roster changes on one side of things going to make a difference? And we'll find out.
After a disappointing World Championship for the West, they have had a lot of opportunities to improve on the mistakes that they made during this challenge season. Today we're going to find out which teams really studied those and which ones will have a chance to make it to Sao Paulo.
2 days of competition lay ahead of us, and it truly is anybody's game. Which of our teams will be the first to qualify? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop. It's
series where today is day one, this time in NA for our challenge finals of Call of Duty Mobile. It's going to be a great competition. We just finished EU not too long ago, so you should check that out as well. I'm excited to get into what we have in store today. My name is Glitter Explosion, and of course, we've got the boys ready to join us. We have Bobby, Infinity, and for the first time joining us in NA, we have Ton. We also have a guest caster in Connie, who'll be joining us a little bit later on, so we have lots going on here today. But Bobby, are you ready to get into NA now?
Absolutely. These guys, like we said on the pre-show, have a lot to prove. Obviously, Stage 5 was disappointing for a lot of these teams, but they have a lot of opportunity not only to fix those mistakes, but to see if they can find a chance at redemption in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, for sure. I think, while it is exciting to talk about Sao Paulo, but even, the small picture here, even just domestically in North America, I think it's really exciting that we don't know how this is going to go. There is a really competitive region here. There are 3 teams, I think, that really can still walk away with these spots. So I think it's going to be interesting to see kind of who comes out on top.
Yeah, it's just nice to have that region where, in the sense of that anybody could go through. I know, especially when we're over on the European side of things, it is maybe a little lopsided one way, but realistically, it could go any which direction that we think today.
Yeah, it's going to be a great upper bracket to be sure. But before we start talking about all the action we have in store, first, let's break down how this all works. If you're new here and you're just joining us, we're now in the finals portion of this competition, Ton. So explain to everybody what happened so far.
So everybody went through an open competition and then into the open finals. 128 teams did make it there, but only 8, of course, to our challenge stage. You then fought it out in a round robin, or after going through, you get into the the double elimination bracket, I should say, which we are in right now. 2 spots in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Mobile Masters is what's up for grabs.
Yeah, obviously, there's lots on the line here today for our teams, whether that is the title of best in the region, being that champion, having that trophy, or of course, a little bit of cash. Okay, there was a prize pool on the line for the challenge stage. Now the finals has even more money, Brody.
Yeah, if you weren't already content with the prize pool you made from the regular season, well, would you look at this? Extra money in the line here in challenge finals. If you come out on top of the entire thing, you walk away with $7,000, which is not something you're ever going to snuff your nose up at. And of course, you see the rest of the breakdown as well there. Just like in challenge finals, everybody that's here is walking away with something.
Yeah, not too shabby indeed, especially if they continue on that road through to Mobile Masters in Brazil. But we'll talk about all of that in just a little bit. For now, we're mentioning these challenge finals where it's not just NA. You heard me say it before. We also had EU earlier on to kick off the day. We have multiple teams that are currently participating in these regional finals. We also have Latin America. So Bobby, tell me a little bit about them.
Yeah, obviously, anybody that's paid attention to LATAM for a while will recognize the majority of these names, but Galoris, no surprise to see them at the top. It was the same case last challenge season, but struggled pretty significantly in the playoffs. They're going to be looking for a chance at redemption. Ghost Esports, formerly known as Loops, has had a little bit up and down journey, but locked in a spot. Inco have high expectations from, I believe, a lot of fans, but did have a disappointing loss to Amigos as well as a loss to Galoris. So they've definitely got a lot to prove, and then Amigos are really the new team, maybe the young guns that maybe have the least to prove, and right now maybe the most to gain.
All right, and then, of course, we had our first day of EU already in the books. Now, Ton, tell us about it.
Yeah, and some surprises there, so hopefully that's something that's going to continue over into the NA side of things, but exclusive now into that grand final and who is going to be there with them. We still have every single team left in the competition, and we will have our victors here tomorrow as well.
And then, of course, what we're all here for right now, Brody, our teams here in NA.
Yeah, for sure. This is a really competitive region. I already kind of mentioned it just at the top of the show there, that we've got these top 3 teams, Seminole, Rejects, and Mayhem, all of which could still come out on top at the end of the weekend. And I think, it's just been such an interesting storyline for North America on the whole. I think we came in expecting Seminole to completely wipe the board. Rejects, I think, have certainly shown that is not necessarily the case, because we go back to that series, and we'll discuss it in a minute anyway. They should have won. So there's a lot, I think, to unpack here with North America, but I think the bottom line point is North America is highly competitive. Anybody can take it.
Yeah, and I mean, you're mentioning the previous competition that we saw during the challenge season. Well, that competition also informed where our teams were going to be when it came to that bracket. As far as moving through into these challenge finals is concerned, you saw our 4 teams there. They were listed in order, but you can also see that reflected here in this bracket, because this is going to determine how we move through the competition here today. We'll be focusing only on the upper bracket portion of it, starting with Seminole versus Truly. That's the number 1 seed versus the number 4 seed, and then Rejects and Team Mayhem seeds 2 and 3 respectively. We'll be kicking things off with Seminole versus Truly as that first match of the day, but we have so much to talk about when it comes to all of these teams. So let's start breaking the teams down specifically here. And we'll go in order, okay? We'll start with our #1 seed in Seminole, untouchable all season long, Bobby.
Yeah, untouchable, but definitely very, very shaky in that last matchup up against Rejects, which I don't think a lot of people expected. But once again, showing that none of these teams are infallible. Obviously, we found that out from Stage 5, where we saw Luminosity. For those of you who don't know, Seminole is former Luminosity, fall to Godlike in the playoffs. So they definitely, I think, had some work to do following that matchup, because were it not for the DQ for using restricted skin, that 100% could have gone a completely different direction. But with that being said, they definitely should be able to lock in a win here up against a Truly squad that is kind of a self-admitted pickup squad.
Yeah, for sure. I think when we talk about Truly in a second here, we'll talk about kind of why that is the case. But, you know, we'll talk about Seminole for a second. You know, I think the big thing for them coming off of champs, as you said, is just taking this seriously, making sure that they're making improvements as the season has gone on. And I still think they've done that, despite what happened versus Rejects. So, you know, we go back to that conversation we had with Hippo in the interview. And it's like, yeah, you know, we know that these guys are taking it really seriously now. They want to be the best team in the world. And I still think they're absolutely capable of that. We've been seeing them going strength to strength. And again, it is just that one matchup versus Rejects, I think, that really hurt them.
And I think, you know, a lot of their focus will be on that international competition. Of course, they want to make sure they get to Brazil to be able to solidify that point that they want to make. For them, obviously, coming into NA, it's important that they get there, but their minds may well already be ahead.
Yeah, a team that I think everyone had very high expectations of for the season, knowing that bare minimum they were going to be one of our top 2 teams, which they obviously are heading into these challenge finals. But speaking of our top 2 teams, now let's focus on the Rejects a little bit, because they are that #2 seed, and we've mentioned a few times they had a phenomenal showing up against Seminole, because outside of them they were another just fantastic team ton.
Yeah, both obviously very, very good teams, but I think for this side, you know, it's about trying to show what they actually brought up against the side of Seminole in the previous match. Obviously, that whole thing that happened definitely stunted their momentum in that series, but the writing was somewhat on the wall of which way that could have went. Now for them, this is an opportunity to, well, make up for the mistake. Whether or not it was an intentional one or not is another thing, but it's an opportunity for them to further cement themselves. Yes, okay, they will be, again, one of those teams who are looking towards that international competition. We'll just want to make sure that they get there first. But outside of that, winning here on the NA side of things will be a sweet, sweet one as well.
Yeah, and I think more than anybody, I think they definitely need to be. You go back towards champs where they finished in top 8 place, then, of course, known as Tribe. And I think, you know, they have more of a redemption to make than even Seminole do to a certain extent. And adding Envy to the roster, I think, at the start of the season has been such a massively successful move for them. I think you're just looking at an entirely new Rejects roster to the point where, honestly, I think everything they do is just so much more significantly confident comparatively to what we've seen in the past in this roster. Certainly what we saw at champs. I am confident that if these guys make it through to Sao Paulo, they will be a highly competitive team and could even go all the way.
I would agree with that. I think obviously biggest thing to prove is eyes back on the last challenge finals. They struggled pretty significantly. That was a very, very different roster, and that's not something that I anticipate we're going to see out of this one. Just with the confidence that they built, the additions that they've made to the roster, like you talked about, the addition of Envy is one that cannot be overlooked at all. So they did get 3-0'd 2 times by Team Mayhem last playoffs, but it's going to be a lot more difficult to pull off this time around.
All right, well, Bobby, that was a beautiful little segue, because speaking of Team Mayhem, our 3rd place team, let's dive into them a little bit. Like you've pointed out, we've seen quite a few pop-off moments, performances from Team Mayhem, being able to take down some of our top teams. Now they find themselves in 3rd place, which means they'll be facing off against Rejects to start things off here this weekend.
Yeah, it's pretty much identical seeding to last challenge season, with the only difference being Truly taking the place of Devious from last time around. So Mayhem definitely have been very up and down through the challenge season, but to be fair, that's exactly the way that it looked heading into last challenge playoffs as well. One of the surprising moves has been the removal of Blur from the starting lineup, or at least for the past couple of games, and putting Kings back into the rotation. I think it's definitely sped up the pace of their play and has definitely benefited their respawns pretty significantly, and they've found ways to counteract the negative effects in their search and destroy as well. I think putting Teabag into that sniper role has definitely been a really effective move. So even though they haven't had the most successful challenge season, I think this is a team that could potentially get overlooked that definitely should not be.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the thing with this roster for me is the fact that, yeah, all right, they're 0-6 in maps versus Seminole and Rejects, but that was while they were cycling players in and out of the roster. That was before they were settled on, all right, Blur is being benched, and we are making sure Kings is in the lineup permanently. And I think that's what I'm looking for here this playoffs, is to kind of see, all right, Mayhem, now you guys have sorted your roster out. What do you look like now? Can you actually be more competitive? It is worth saying, of course, that, you know, we go back to that series versus Rejects, and they were competitive. They were really close maps for the most part, so.
All right, well, now before we talk about our last team, we've got a little bit of a special moment here because if I'm not mistaken, we have an interview ready, standing by. Should be Jesus Saves coming on to chat with us before you get into your match here today. First of all, welcome back to the show. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you feeling today? Well, you might be muted. You might be muted. Can you guys hear him?
I cannot hear him.
I don't hear a thing.
It's gonna be charades now. What I'm gonna need you to do, we're gonna get that figured out in just a second and see if we're able to get Jesus back on here to join us, because I know that we were all prepping some questions here to ask a Team Mayhem before they have to dive into their match. We'll have to see if that's gonna come through or if we're gonna continue on talking about our squads. And I'm assuming he said he was good, though. He looked enthusiastic.
He looked
yeah, right?
The vibes were there for sure.
That's all that matters. Because good mental heading into the matches today is also going to be very important. If you guys are just joining us, we actually saw, I think, what some would consider a little bit of an upset in EU earlier today, with Exclusive being the first team to make their way through to our grand finals, upsetting Kings, who is the #1 team in the region. Everybody thought was definitely going to make there. Now Kings find themselves in that lower bracket. So NA is a much tighter region when it comes to that level of competition. We could also see some very exciting things happening in our matches here today. Which teams are going to want to make their way through to Brazil the most? And I think that's something we've mentioned it in passing, but I don't know if we've really nailed home just how impactful it is that it's not just one spot that's up for grabs in NA. It is two. So whoever makes it to the grand finals has already made their way through to Brazil ton.
And it also, like, in the same sense of where Europe is, it's all pressure on that very final match. At least when you get to the grand finals, if you do in North America, some of the pressure's already taken off. You already know you're heading over towards Brazil. So yes, okay, getting that extra win in the grand finals and that extra $3,000, I believe, is obviously going to be very, very nice. But we know that a team can be solidified for Brazil today. So that's a pretty cool thing.
For sure. I'm really glad that it is going to be 2 spots and not 1, because I don't know if I could handle just one of these teams going, so stressful. Imagine a situation where Seminole didn't qualify for Masters. Then we wouldn't get the Seminole versus the East storyline. We wouldn't get, you know, Vague.
Oh, you're going all the way back.
we wouldn't get
all the way back.
This stuff. It wouldn't be anywhere near as fun. We need Seminole there.
All right, well, we think we're just going to give it a few more minutes to see if Jesus is able to get back on board with us here for the interview. For now, since we're waiting, we might as well try and lead the discussion, at least to start talking about Truly. They're our 4th and final team here in our challenge finals. We even got to talk to them at the very beginning of the season, and we heard, you know, that they had kind of come together as a friendship group who want to just have a good time competing here, finding themselves here in the top 4 now. Not too shabby, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. Truly a roster very similar to Mont over in Europe, right? Where it's kind of like they've been the 4th team. They've been 4th pretty much the entirety of the season so far, and that's borne out in the stats, in their performance. And it's more or less what we expected. Given the caliber of players on the roster, you know, a collection of players that perform relatively well in Season 3, we expected them to be competitive, but so far they just haven't been able to chip away at any of the top 3. They've gone 0-9 in maps versus those teams. They haven't won a single one, but that doesn't tell the entire story. Some of the maps have been close. They've been somewhat competitive at times. And I think just with a lot of these teams against the top rosters, it's been a case of we need to do this consistently. We need to consistently be able to challenge, and that just hasn't quite been there yet. But as we said, we've said it a lot, right? We've talked a lot about kind of the 2-week grace period that these guys have had between now and challenge season. I think truly are a roster that are absolutely capable of putting together some good things ahead of today. I think they will have put the work in to make sure they do well today.
Oh, well, there's no time like the present, right? I mean, look, this is your moment now, especially over on this side of things. You know, I think if we are going to compare them to Mont, for Mont, we would be very unlikely to say that they are going to make themselves go over towards the Mobile Masters in Brazil. But when there's 2 spots over the NA side, look, you maybe have a chance. Yes, okay, that 0-9 record probably points towards that not being very likely. But at the same time, you know, you go into a bracket play, it's a very, very different sort of area. It's a different kind of pressure than what you get, of course, in your round robin. So let's see if they can find something. I mean, not too many of us are holding out too much hope, but realistically, they are still a very good team.
All right, now that's all 4 of our teams here today. We've got some serious matchups in store. Before we start talking about it, though, we didn't get to hear your thoughts on Truly. So I wanted to hear your thoughts before we move on into the first match of the day.
I think they're a super solid team, and as far as talent goes, I think especially whenever, I guess his new name is Wet Noodle, is in the starting lineup, they've looked like a very solid squad, and they've gone score-wise fairly close up against those top teams, at least on some of the maps. So they're definitely capable of winning a map, if not securing a spot in Sao Paulo. Another thing that we haven't really talked about is the fact that there's no OTM mag in play for the DRH, and that was considered kind of a career saver for a lot of the players on the top teams. So there's a possibility that that impacts things significantly. Could be a reason that you attribute Exclusive being able to take down Kings earlier today in Europe. So we'll see if maybe that's something that aids Truly a bit in this matchup as well.
I love that. I love pointing that out. Now, before we get into our first match, if you're just joining us or if you've missed anything that's gone on in the season, all leading up to our challenge finals, follow us on social media, okay? We have X, we have Insta and Facebook. As long as you're following along with us on there, you'll get every single update related to the Snapdragon Pro Series, so you don't miss a single second of any of the action. And then on top of that, you should join our Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can join the community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, continue getting those updates. And I've been telling you to do this all season long, so if you haven't done so already, you are missing out. With what we've got coming around the corner, whether it's these finals or Mobile Masters in Brazil, you're going to need to be making sure you are fully caught up on every single region and what we have in store, because there's a lot of money on the line. I don't know if we mentioned that too. Once we make it to Mobile Masters, $200,000 on the line for these teams to compete on a global stage to see who is the best at that time. All right, it's time for us to start talking about match number 1. First seed versus the 4th seed. You saw it on the bracket. Seminole versus Truly. Talk to me about the matchup, Brody.
Yeah, this is going to be a real tough matchup for Truly. I'm not going to sugarcoat this one. Seminole are one of the most difficult teams in the world to take down. I think, you know, something that we've talked about all season long with Seminole is the fact that they obviously, you know, had the player Envy move away to another team, and they brought their sub onto the roster, and they still don't even look slightly phased. They look like the exact same LG Seminole that we've known all long, and they've just looked so, so good. They're a really, really difficult roster to take down, especially when they've got players like Tectonic on side as well, who's like the #1 player in North America. It's going to be a tough one for Truly. But again, you know, we talked about it. It's been a couple of weeks. Maybe Truly can really put the work in to make sure they nail down the map set versus Seminole. We'll see.
All right, well, you started mentioning players. So we'll take a look at their rosters as well, continue talking about them. We'll start with Seminole so we can talk about the #1 team in the region. You mentioned Tectonic, you see him right there. I mean, they've just been an unstoppable squad the whole time, Ton.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've looked so, so good. And with Tectonic, and as you mentioned, in terms of the KD sitting there at a 1.66, I mean, is a very, very impressive. And if he can bring that sort of level today and of course across these next 2 days and into Mobile Masters, if they do indeed make it, then they are definitely going to be a prospect for the North American side, as we often expect them to be. But they definitely want to go that step further, don't they? And I'm curious as what is going to make them take that step further and go up against some of the best teams from the East. But first and foremost, they do have a job to do here.
And then on the flip side, we have our 4th place seed as well in Truly. Like we've mentioned a couple times, though, they've had now these 2 weeks of downtime, Bobby, to start fixing whatever they wanted to potentially take a look at and bring it here to these challenge finals.
Yeah, they're absolutely a self-admitted pickup team. Space has talked about that in the interviews, but obviously he and Forsaken, formerly on that Tribe roster. Codeine, you may see him on the roster as Wet Noodle, has definitely proven to be a solid pickup for them. Just a solid Slayer and overall balances out the team really well. And you got Yawn, who's a solid AR, and Hex, who is a Holger main, which is not something that you see a whole lot in competitive anymore, but able to make it work. Definitely a versatile player, and they definitely have the talent. It's just going to be a question of whether or not they've been putting in the work over the last couple of weeks.
It'll be a fun way to kick off our matches here today. We'll be getting our picks and bans through in just a moment as well. And that could potentially inform what we have in store for these two teams, because we've seen just how impactful that map veto process can be. Might even have a little bit of stats to take a look at for these squads as well. We'll have to see what is ready to go here talking about these two teams. Brody, give me your thoughts on how this could potentially play out.
I think it's going to be a tough one for Truly. I think we've said that quite a lot already. And I think that the thing is for Truly, with kind of where they sit in the season, they don't really have any obvious, at least, they don't have any obvious strengths or even really weaknesses. I think across the board, they've been kind of just below average on pretty much everything, which is not an insult to the team. It just means that kind of right now, they don't seem to have that one game mode that stands out. For Seminole, though, on the other hand, they absolutely do. They are a incredible control team. They're also pretty good at search and destroy as well. They're currently flawless in search and destroy. It is worth saying, though, that Truly, I believe, were the first time these guys faced each other, forced them into overtime. And that's not the first time that's happened for Seminoles. So they might well be flawless in search and destroy, but when it comes down to it, they can be pushed to overtime, and they have been a fair few times this season already.
I love that. I love that. Our map veto should be ready now. So we'll start taking a look at those two, see what everyone is deciding to kick off on first. As far as these maps go, looks like it's going to be the Hacienda Hardpoint here, Ton.
I'm back in Europe. Hacienda Hardpoint to kick things off. It's just exactly the same over on this side of things. Yeah, look, it's always a good hardpoint map to start on because it is very much that typical bread and butter hardpoint. It's very solid in your rotations on certain hills. There's money hills that you maybe have to put a little bit more focus on there as well. So typically, whoever is the best hardpoint team usually wins Hacienda.
Yeah, for sure. Arsenal should be about the same as well, right? I mean, Arsenal and Hacienda are basically very by-the-book hardpoint maps. I will say it's intriguing. I believe that is a Truly ban coming through for the Takeoff, and that makes sense after all because Takeoff hardpoint was the map these guys played against one another last time around, and Truly did lose it. So not surprised to see that whatsoever. Exact same story with Slums. Again, I believe that's probably going to be a Truly ban coming on through. To not see that here. At the very least, they're taking the map picks seriously.
Yeah, I think Hacienda, I would assume that's probably a Truly pick just because we've seen some struggles for Seminole whenever it comes to that one. So we'll see what they can do there. I believe Raid is where we started to see a little bit of a regain from this Seminole squad. But once again, there's definitely been ups and downs for them and some shaky performances, I think, primarily looking at their matchup against Reject. So I would say all the modes need a little bit of polishing, and heading into this one, this is potentially just a confidence builder and definitely a much needed one given the fact that we have both of our upper bracket matches happening today. So if they can make it through, then they're going to be facing whoever makes it from that Mayhem versus Rejects matchup.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm getting word that the lobby's ready to go, so it's time for you two to scoot to the other half of the studio, get in so you can get ready to go. Somehow Brody has lost his pack. Final thoughts on the matchup before we get into it?
I think that this has the makings to be competitive. Obviously, we did have that search and destroy that went to overtime early in the season, and there are very streaky players on this Truly roster. I think especially you look at Space, you look at Forsaken, both of them have had very high highs. It's just a question of whether or not they can maintain that, and I think especially given the players that they have around them, could potentially take some maps, maybe even pull off an upset here.
All right, we'll have to see what happens. Chat, I hope you're ready to get into all of the action because match number 1 is about ready to get underway, which means it's time for Brody and Ton to kick this off.
He's just about got his mic sorted out. We're all right here, though. You know, I had to be there. I'm like your dad.
You did help me, mate. I really know. Older brother.
I help you. Yeah, I know. Look, I mean, is it going to be the case for Truly here that they need some help in this one as well? Because, I mean, look, we can talk about Seminole all day long, about their record, about how they are as a team on an international level, and how good they have looked, and how they may well still be potentially favorites here for the North American side of things. For Truly, though, going up against them, it's a tall order, you have to say.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be difficult. Fundamentally speaking, Seminole are just phenomenal across the board, and just, there is such a good reason for that. They've got coaching staff behind them. They have got everything in their favor. But again, we love these David versus Goliath situations. Truly, they are up against it. Seminole, a tough opponent to take down there, arguably isn't tougher. And maybe Truly can get it done. But off the start of this one, we're going to be seeing Truly starting things off, wanting to get control of P1. I believe I saw a weird, I think it's Space is using a very off-meta weapon right now off the start. I was wondering what it was in the kill feed. I'd like to see it.
We need to have another little look. Get Bobby over here. He'll know exactly what's going on with that. See who's going to be what. But I think for me as well, you know, we kind of had the conversation in Europe about the DRH and about the mag not being used this week. Is that going to be something that Truly can maybe take advantage of? I don't know if it'll make that much of a difference in this kind of matchup. Right now, though, Seminole do have the spawns over towards the P2 side, picking up some decent time here with 20 seconds left to go. Not too bad of a spot.
Yeah, very 50-50 P1, and this is much more traditionally what we expect from these teams. We're seeing a competitive game to kick this one off. As always, though, we do always want to kind of focus our attention on what's happening by the rotation. And right now, it's player number 4 that, for Seminole, is trying to ensure that they do get those back spawns. Is up against it on the minimap. You can see them in a 1 versus 2 that does not go their way. Overwhelmed by the likes of Haxis and Cody. Is Truly now going to get control of the rotation. It's not quite secure just yet. A little bit of havoc being caused by Forsaken, who manages to get a couple of kills by the Rock. Finally goes down, but Seminole here going to be weakened on this push.
It's a potential pinch set up, but you're right. Very weak on the way in. That was momentarily 4 dead. Tectonic will find a way through, and that second snap, it's just something you can't let happen. There's a third as well from Tectonic to break on through, and it's all off the back of his play. It's going to be a nice break coming through for Seminole. Around 10 seconds or so was the lead for Truly as we head into the final 30 seconds of P2 here, and they're trying to lock this one down. Yon and Forsaken not getting the job done. Another one coming through here for Yon. Good play from Truly. Managed to get this contested with 20 seconds to go. War Machine invested here from Tectonic too. So a lot going into this for 15 seconds from Seminole. They need to make sure they get it.
Yeah, this is a big investment coming out early on. Generally speaking, you do see kind of teams choosing to hold their stuff. That was a nice couple of kills coming through from Tectonic. But yeah, generally speaking, you do see teams actively choose to hold their specialists for this next hardpoint because of how hectic this one can be, especially one such as the War Machine. So that's not going to help Seminole that much as we move over towards the next hill. What will help them, though, is Vague picking up a couple of kills just like that. That might well open the door here for Seminole to make an early break, but still a little bit more work to be done. Surely you don't get turned on like that. So, unfortunately, Forsaken absolutely will do. And just like that, despite the fact that Truly did rotate early for this hardpoint hunt, they've already lost control.
They got Yon in the back, though. He is able to find one. Now has a little bit of help from the rest of his team. Somebody coming over from the balcony side as well. Potential opportunity here for Truly. If they can start to find the gunfights, but they're just not going their way. Marshy around the other side. Shot's going to start coming on through. Can't quite clean this one up. Equalizer now put out from Vague as well. So investment at the right time for Seminole once again. 20 seconds to play for here, and it seems as if they want those final 20 seconds. They want to control the scrap as much as they can. And are they going to get the rotation on the back of that? You bet they are. Already on their way over towards P4. Vegas here, ready and waiting, gets the worst card timing I've seen in some time. Eventually will find 2, though. Finds Hax and Saken, and all of a sudden, this rotation's looking so good. Seminole starting to hit a stride.
I'll tell you what, if there's an operator that's going to overcome COD timing, it's probably going to be the equalizers, and Vague does exactly that with a couple of kills. Immediately going to utilize the Predator missile here, and I think, if anything, that's more for information than it is to actually get any kills out for this next rotation. They now know that nobody on the other side is spawning in that direction. Space now going to bring this Annihilator out. This is a choice for him to do so. Unfortunately, though, he does still need a little bit of help. Whiffs on the first shot, and through the water, he will get shut down. This has not been the start that Truly wanted for this break. They've still got 4 more operators to go if they do choose to use them, but they're not ready for the jump-up play coming out from Vague, who finds a second kill there. Seminole continuing to be annoying here, but now Truly starting to put together some kills.
Yeah, they've managed to find a way through somehow. Absolute chaos. Over towards this hill. Tectonic here is just to try and shut something down, but Hax will find a way through. So the break does come from Truly. but not as clean as they potentially would have liked. The Purifier is out from Hax. He actually just gets wiped out by Marshy pretty much immediately, and all of a sudden, Seminole are back in. Space is there to find a couple, make that 3. He can hold it down for only a moment. Seminole will eventually find their way back in, but not getting as many points as they maybe would have expected with some of these rotations. For all it has been Seminole, the more dominant team, a 40-point lead is not too much at this moment in time in this game. Heading over into the next rotations, truly still in this one.
Yeah, it feels like all that for a drop of blood situation right there with that hard point, with the amount that Truly put into it to not get much time at all off the back of it. Well, Seminole will be happy with the position that they're currently in, now about to double the points of Truly off the back of this P1 here. You got to try and take some of these players out of the key positions. Codine's trying to do exactly that by getting control of the top hallways. Unfortunately, he's not able to do all that much because Tectonic will take him out of the equation pretty quickly. And there goes Yawn as well. And now you're in a really sticky spot here, if you're Truly. Not only are you getting wiped out across the board in the kill feed, but you do not have control of next, unless Sneaky Beaky Yawn can do something on the minimap. You can see in there, running around the driveway, they want to make sure they get this rotation. If they don't, they could be in hot water.
It's such a strange one when it comes down to this hill in terms of the spawns. You see them come in quite late for some of the teams over towards the car park side, so it can create this position of uncertainty of who does actually have that rotation. These kills coming in and run out 3 or 4 seconds before we do pop over towards the second hill. All of a sudden, and what was looking like a complete rotational win coming in from Seminole is looking like, well, Truly are here, if only momentarily. First kill's going to come through here from Vegas Band. We'll try to follow it up as well, but the kills for Truly starting to ring on through. Space has been ever present in that kill feed and on the right-hand side of it as well. Good job coming in from Truly, but not quite good enough. Now the push coming in from Rock. Can Truly lock it down?
Seminole now in the back line here. Truly might well have those back spawns, but that's not all that advantageous unless you can actually pick up the kills. Oh, Forsaken, so unfortunate once again. Some of these operators have not been good for Truly whatsoever, and that is yet another one to add to the tally. And to add insult to injury here, you saw the War Machine coming out there momentarily from Tectonic. It's going to keep Truly away from this hill, a hill that they absolutely should have won. And while they might still get the remainder of the time, the back 15 seconds, they won't even get that, actually. Big kills coming through from Tectonic, who now finds himself off streaks at the back of that. I mean, look, this has just not been good for Truly whatsoever. They've lost so many crucial rotations time and time again. They need to make sure they hold this one.
And when you think about P2, you think about it being the money hell on this map. It's such a difference maker. You allow Seminole, I want to say 45 seconds or so. If you can pick that up yourself, for Truly, it's all of a sudden a 40-point game or something along those lines. But because you're on the wrong side of that money hill hold, it's now 130 difference, and all of a sudden the break comes through from Seminole just ever so easily. It's like a knife through butter right now. Truly, you've got absolutely no answer.
Yeah, look, mate, I know there's the 8-second grace period between hard points, but still, that is a very fast break coming through from Seminole. Again, they give Truly 7 seconds before breaking on through. Now, though, Truly trying to fight back. Space with the Annihilator does find 3, so maybe some hope here to be found. But Seminole, even with that 3-piece coming on through, still managed to hold on towards this hill. Truly, one last go at it. Player around the flank does get shut down. Predator missile, time to bring it down from the heavens and bring that hammer down on these players. And while Haxis might well find 2 every single time, it just feels so futile because they cannot get Seminole out of these hard points.
You need the scrap time, you need the rotation, you need every single point you can possibly get if you're Truly, and you just cannot allow Seminole to get any sort of momentum again. 30 seconds is the target now for the Seminole squad as we head over towards the water side of the map once more. Rotation is going to be here for Truly. Can they lock it down? I say the rotation's going to be in, and I just see a kill feed that just doesn't look good for them. Stuns and everything about going over the top here for Seminole. Looking to try and knock down the top side of the map as well. Marsha says thank you very much. It's an easy 2-piece coming on through. Kill feed starting to light up for Seminole. They should be able to close it out here.
This has been such a convincing hard point all around for Seminole. And it would be a phenomenal comeback from Truly if they're able to make it happen. Has to start here, though. Space is going to rope from Sieging for the first couple of kills. Does find number 3 as well. So Marshy taken out of the equation now. And, of course, they're going to be recognizing where Seminole, for the most part, will be spawning. The one rogue player in Washi does get dealt with by the garage driveway. And now Seminole going to be honest with it. Kills all going all in favor of Truly here. They are doing a stellar job at keeping them at bay, but can they keep Vega at bay with these equalizers? They haven't been able to so far. That's 2 for Kim. Not quite the damage to get the hill just yet, but that might open the door.
Forsaken found 3 in the midst of that as well to try and keep Truly in this game. They are going to see a 3rd rotation of hills, and they have limited Seminole to very, very little. Truly themselves, I want to say, picking up about 20 or 30 seconds on that final hill on that 2nd rotation. So they've closed the gap, but the gap is still not looking great. Marshy just making sure that space was dead, and very much is. He has been the player that has been causing the most problem for the side of Truly. Space has been in that kill feed quite a bit, and Sagan is going to have to drop this in here as well. Going up against competitors that he knows so well, and it's just not able to get much going with the equalizer. It needs to be perfect from here for Truly. They have closed that gap, as mentioned. It's still 130 points.
Yeah, this is just such a difficult, it feels insurmountable task ahead of them, right? I mean,
they're chipping away.
They are, but it's still, I mean, Seminole need 14 points. That is a massive ask to flawlessly keep them off the hard point when they have just been so good. They've been so overwhelming time and time again on these hits, and it's because of the team play that we've seen from Seminole so far in this game. But can they get it done? Tectonic and Vague open up proceedings with the first couple of kills. They're in the time.
There we go. They found a way through. Marshy will find the kill at the Sakin, and it's ticking away over towards P1. They can't win it here now with that contest coming on through. We'll have to head over towards a P2, but we'll be heading there with Seminole within touching distance once again. Truly have been very resolute. They have delayed this as long as possible. Can they delay it any further? P2 control is there. Seminole from the water side. The push is about to come through.
Here we go. They're being honest with it at the very least, and they do have to go up against Space, who does find 2 before going down to Washi, who of course does have that Annihilator that's no longer in play. Forsaken gonna fire back with a couple of kills of his own. Ban and Vague now for the kills. Can they find their way through? Vague's gonna find the double, and that's gonna be all she wrote here for this game. Seminole close it out in the end. They have to go a little longer than they really wanted to, but they get it done. It doesn't make a difference. That is a dominant game to start the day.
Yeah, still a very comfortable one in map number 1. Fair play to Truly. I think it was just a bad start, because I want to say, especially in that second rotation, it was P2 where all the damage was done, right? The first one, okay, you're around 30-40 points behind after the first lot of hills. Okay, that's not the end of the world. You know yourself. You'd be sitting in a game, COD, you're 30 or 40 points behind after one rotation. You're like, okay, no, that's chill. That's no problem whatsoever. Just let's lock P2 in. That didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. Unfortunately for them, Seminole lock in a 60, and all of a sudden that, well, 40 or 50 point deficit you had to come back from is all of a sudden 130. And this can just change so quickly if you allow a team like Seminole to get themselves set up in such positions. They will punish you, and they will punish you very hard. I mean, that was just a difficult one for Truly. As I said, a decent first rotation, and when they started to get back into it, heading over towards the last couple of hills as well, not a bad job, but ultimately the gap was just far too large. Seminole get it done rather comfortably in the end. I will say, like, I'm not just trying to like hang on to anything here for Truly, but in terms of people who did impress me in that one, Space looked very solid throughout, picking up important kills left, right, and center. Maybe just on the SMG front, you're looking at Wet Noodle, not necessarily setting the world on fire on that one. Then you look over at the other side of things. I mean, there is numbers being dropped left, right, and center. Look at that coming out from Big. 46 kills. Fantastic work from him. 46 and 32. Decent amount of time in the hill as well. Just overall, a very solid performance coming in from Seminole.
Yeah, across the board, just this is Seminole, right? I mean, what else is there to say at this point other than Seminole? Just those guys. Statistically, these guys have been shredding the competition basically the entirety of the time, and while Truly are kind of not the squad that we would have seen challenge them, it is unfortunate in a way that Truly were one of the teams, because it was one of the off-stream matches that we had, but we didn't actually get to see these guys go head-to-head the first time around. But I'd imagine that this is probably very reminiscent of what we would have seen in that matchup. It certainly is in terms of the scoreline. That hard point was a 250 to 129, so this was not that far off whatsoever. But on the whole, what we expected there, Seminole going to take map number 1, and well, Truly not the start of the series they would have wanted. Now they go up against, again, I already mentioned it, a flawless search and destroy team in terms of record, but not so much in terms of how these games have actually gone. For the most part, teams have actually been pretty successful at keeping themselves close with Seminole and search and destroy.
What would you rather have it? Would you rather just be 6-0 people and then not have any competition, or just learning it what not necessarily goes well for you? Right. It's one of those things. It's like not the double-edged sword. What's the opposite? What's the opposite of that? What's the opposite?
What's the opposite of a double-edged sword? It's a one-edged sword with like no sharpness, like a very dull sword.
It's like a double-edged sword, but I want to think about like the other term of using it. I'm struggling here. I kind of know what I mean. I feel like you kind of know what I mean too, but I
have no idea what you mean. I'll be honest.
We'll slide past it. Look, I'm trying to say where do they sort of sit with this? Okay, yeah, okay. You are perfect in search and destroy, but you are having these games where it's having to go close. Is that showing that you are very good at clutching up? Is it showing that you are very good in these close situations, which is a good thing to be able to do, but would you not rather just be a little bit more comfortable? Or would you rather have that factor?
I don't know, man. I think the thing is for Seminole is looking at them in Search and Destroy so far. I think the start of the season, because that's where the overtime matches came from, I think it was a little bit of settling in with not having Envy on the lineup, you know, still trying to figure out Search and Destroy, and they've got better as time has kind of progressed. So, you know, I don't know. It's a difficult one. I think at the very least now, I think if you are truly, you have a way into the series. I think that's what we should be looking for here. You know, with Search and Destroy, there is a potential to take this one away from Seminole. But again, they are still up against it. Seminole have gone from strength to strength. We're on firing range Search and Destroy. The old faithful. We love to see it. Normally in Europe, we see a lot of this. Not so much in North America.
Yeah, we do. We see it a lot. I want to say as time has went on, we've started to see maybe a little bit less.
Maybe a little bit of meltdown. Every so often.
Yeah, every now and then. Every now and then.
Seminole don't like that map very much.
Well, Seminole are heading over towards A, and they are seemingly liking this one. It's a hell of a grenade coming in from Tectonic, which opens things up, and Band puts a nice little rubber stamp on this push over towards the A side. 5 versus 3 now in the favor of Seminole. Our bomb is down. Marshy just roaming in the middle of the map. Will be able to pick up kills as easily as possible. Yon will be taken down, Forsaken left in a 1 versus 5.
Yeah, not much of a hope in terms of getting this one done, is there really?
Good luck.
Yeah, just every single angle being watched there by Seminole, and this is why Seminole are so deadly. Right from the rip, they just overwhelm on the bomb site, truly have not a chance as soon as they lose those first couple of buds. Seminole are so good at holding onto these sites in post-plant positioning.
Defend the objectives.
So team play from Seminole to kick things off here in Search and Destroy. I'd imagine we're going to see a very similar strategy. We are. This time, though, they're flipping the bomb site, Tom.
Are you going to be ready for it here if you're Yon? He's already taken a bullet to, well, maybe the shoulder because he's able to walk away. Here come the reinforcements, and well, it was red, but not red quick enough. Shots coming in from Forsaken and then Yon to follow it up. And now the rest of Truly are on their way over. Good shots coming in here from Hax as well, and Marshy's the only one who's been able to answer back. Find a second as well, and now Washi will find one of his own. Truly falling into a trap that they didn't know was set for them. Seeming that way, if Marshy can find his 4th around here, it would be absolutely massive for the team. The shots are a little bit windy, but his teammates there to help him out. The push comes through.
No way.
Into the R9. And what was seemingly a 3 versus 5, and is now 1 versus 2 for Hax.
How?
Wow.
Truly have some, not even trigger discipline, but like push discipline?
Chill.
Yeah, you do not even, right? I mean, right from the rip, right? I felt like it's really just ran straight in, and it worked out initially. They kind of caught a couple of players off guard, but from that point onwards, you have control of the round. There is no need to be so aggressive. But you know what? We're only 2 rounds deep into this Search and Destroy, so it's not the end of the universe just yet. We're in round number 3 now, and Seminole are taking this round significantly more chill. They are nowhere near as aggressive on either of these 2 sites.
I think it's difficult, isn't it? Because you have that one teammate over towards B, and if he's taking a shot,
my God,
Washi will find 2 with the nades. Fantastic work again, and all of a sudden, as American completely cleaned out, and Seminole now can start to push over towards this A side space. Is going to take a couple of bullets, but not before putting 1 into Vague as well. Band is going to dip out of there. Doesn't want any of this gunfight. This will eventually go down. Tectonic with a sniper in hand as well. The smoke will come across as cover. The spray comes through. Washi will find another in the middle of the map because he's 3rd of the round. He found a lot in the previous as well, and now this is truly Seminole's round to lose.
It's like Koshka coming out from space. What? What is going on, man? You're on 1v4. He's already tagged up 1. Tectonic's going to take his head off, though. The little jump up for American, he's going to get shut down. And right from the very beginning of that round, Washi, I think, with the double nade through trailer, that was when everything kind of fell apart. Seminole felt like they'd had the opening, and well, they did. Just brilliant play as a team once again.
And one thing I did notice as well, I mean, we're talking like flashes going in through the roof. We're talking nades then following up as well from the outside of things towards the right-hand side of the firing range. I mean, it's just so well coordinated. Maybe I'm not used to seeing too much of that. I mean, casted over Europe in comparison to this, but really good play coming in from Truly. They will find themselves a few kills, and this is now looking like a very difficult round for Tectonic and Washi, but with some of the sniper play that has been coming on through from them, would you put it past them?
Honestly, at this point, I just want them to chill. You do not need to go hunting for these last 2 kills. Seminole on the offense. The bomb is well out of their control. They have to make the first move here. I do not need to see them hunting for this last player, because Seminole are the kind of team that will punish them, even in a 2 versus 5. And, well, Tectonic might be able to catch somebody off guard here. He's right in amongst it. in the Hornet's Nest, you've got to be careful that you're not getting stung, as is Washi, who has just been spotted out. Maybe that will benefit Tectonic, though, because he might be able to catch some timing on these players that are on the hunt, and indeed he is. A little quick scope on Axis. There goes one, surely not the second. Tectonic has been spotted out, and now he needs help from Washi.
Forsaken's going to be the one they've got to try and find, but here come the reinforcements, and this time you don't want them to chill, you want them to come out and help. Tectonic now, after the 1 versus 4. Will spot space, will make it a 1 versus 3. It's a quick snap with the Tundra. The shot coming through from Yorn, and it's a round that truly did need. How many times have you had to be saying like it's truly like this? And it's like big in Europe.
Yes, I was going to say like this is the big of North America. It's very, you don't realize how often you say truly until you
I don't feel like I do say it that much, but all of a sudden I'm saying it all the time.
You don't think, yeah, it's like subliminal in your head, right? Yeah, it's a lot. Seminole threw one up here in Search and Destroy, though. Again, seem to have chilled out a little bit here on how these offenses are going. Waiting for Truly to make the first move, and that's okay because it's going to unnerve Truly somewhat. It's going to force them to do exactly that. Coding gets aggressive through wood and gets immediately shut down. How dare ye?
Caught me off guard. I do apologize.
You expect me to say you?
Yeah, I was. Anyway, here we are. Truly do have a 2-2 setup here to a certain degree. Just waiting for Seminole to make a move, which is fine. You already sent off one player to maybe play that risky play, to try and find some information, and well, it's one of those times where lack of information is plenty of information, isn't it? They're sitting back, you don't need to make this push, but all of a sudden Seminole are the ones on the attack. They do have to make the push. It's going to be a trade coming on through. His band will find the kill back onto Forsaken. Still the number advantage with Seminole.
Yeah, and I think slowly but surely Seminole are okay here, but they have to make sure they check this corner versus Haxis. Surely they will. No, they don't. Haxis is going to find one, but no. Trade is good from Seminole. And I was going to say, slowly but surely, with these numbers being dwindling down, they are poking holes in the defensive line. There goes Space as well. He's had a hole poked into him by way of Tectonic with a sniper rifle. And now Yorn. 1v3. There goes one. Tectonic off the bomb plant. Not going to connect, but almost. Tectonic just a little bit better with a sniper rifle.
Ready up.
I mean, he's hard-scoped exactly where your forehead's about to be when you do peek over that bomb, and still Tectonic guns him. Seminole 4-1 to the good here. Only attack inside the final attacking round of this half. You can already hear the nades being prepared. You can already hear exactly what's going to go down, and if you're Yorn, you are coming. Bloody hell, help me. And here come the reinforcements. Band is going to be there to be able to deal with the first one. Can't do anything about the second. Yorn is there to find one. So some time has been dealt in favor of Truly to get the reinforcements here. Seminole are also here in numbers. Next kill could be huge.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, the second one connects, though. Trade looking pretty good. And a second as well. Fake will double up for 2. And now the defense completely blown wide open. Last couple of players, they now know for certain that this is a B hit. What do you do about it? Space for the Koshka once again. I've got to ask so many questions. Maybe Bobby will have the answers afterwards, but Space here looking for the kill. Find one. Maybe Space has the answers. He's found a couple of kills and all of a sudden flipped the situation on his head. Now one player left here. Marshy cannot connect for that one. And now down to the 1v1. Marshy to the R9. Cannot find that kill. It's an egregious challenge and it doesn't work out in his favor.
Slayton the Koshka, how dare ye? How dare ye, Brody?
I mean, yeah, I've not seen that one before, I'll be honest.
It's an old school one, isn't it? What was it? Black Ops?
That's a Black Ops.
Was it?
That's a Black Ops 3 weapon, isn't it?
I don't know. There's so many games these days, mate. Honestly, they've all molded into one for me at this stage. I'm getting on. Tectonic will be able to find a kill, but not before Haxis was able to take down Marshy. 4 versus 4 round when Seminole now over towards the defensive side. It's working out well so far for Truly. Completely batter their way through in towards B. Was she not in a terrible spot to do something about this either? Does get the spot, just a bit of bad COD timing, as often is the case. Nade, not good enough. Bomb down. 1 versus 3 for Washi.
Yeah, he really needs this exit frag, to be honest. He's not going to get it. Still, though, stranger things, right? Seen a Neil 1v4 on this very map before. Washi with a sniper rifle, maybe he can get it done, and yeah, I just gassed it up for absolutely nothing. Thanks, bud. Appreciate that.
See, you got to look at the map sometimes of those moments.
You know what? I don't think it matters with Washi. This guy he's insane. So I would have expected it, but no, it's just not to be. That's a great offense, though, coming out from Truly. Yeah. I really like the aggression from them.
Really good stuff over towards the B side. Seminole caught with their pants down. Nothing they can really do about that. Now a little bit more of a standard hold here for Truly. You can see they are pushing over towards the B side, but maybe not quite as aggressively. Very quiet. Very, very quiet. Tectonic's going to have heard something, though, but how many members do you think is going to be here? Can only find one.
Bomb acquired.
Coding comes in with a trade. So B, once again, under control, but not in such a fast fashion that Seminole haven't been able to answer. This time they are very much there and ready for this push from Truly. Behind the bomb site we go for Forsaken, gets taken down. It's just like easy kill to give up. And now all of a sudden for Truly, your issue is of where the bomb is. They know exactly where it is, and they know exactly where you are too.
Yeah, and I think the problem is as well, I don't think Seminole are the kind of squad to get tetchy in this situation. They've got no reason to push forward whatsoever. They're not going to be the kind of team to do that. And that, I think, is what Truly are angling for in this situation. They are waiting for somebody from Seminole to push them.
They have the bomb.
And that's not going to happen.
Got the bomb.
They did manage to get the bomb. I don't know if Ban maybe thought that he had control of the site, but actually didn't. Even so, even with the bomb in hands, the exit here is not all that favorable. They are being pushed, though. Vague is getting aggressive here. He's cooking up something. And I got a feeling Space is about to feel it. Nope, the nade actually hits the bomb, so it doesn't connect.
30 seconds. Trophy system gone. So a little bit of protection that was there. Disappears. Oh, Vague with the jump. The DRH comes through just so well. And this time around with the Koshka, you need to make sure you hit these shots and you need to make sure you hit them true. Yon will find two towards the backhand side, but Marshy is there to clean it up. Very patient play from Seminole. They find themselves 2 rounds away from going 2-0 up in this series.
It's a waiting game. Seminole are going to win that 9 times out of 10. Again, not the kind of squad to give those rounds away.
The enemy has the bomb.
Good effort from Truly to try it at the very least. Now they're on the offense. These guys have been hyper-aggressive at the start of these rounds this time. Playing in it somewhat more mellow. Space is going to draw the first blood against Vague. That, I imagine, was probably through the trailer park. And he's looking for more. Does spot out Marshy inside. That's information at the very least. Unfortunately, not able to convert that information to anything useful because Marshy does trade things out. So now 4 versus 4. And Truly haven't really made any progress whatsoever. As a matter of fact, they've got to be super careful here because I don't think they're aware of where Ban currently is.
It's always a position that you want somebody in, isn't it? Pushed up on the defensive side over towards Wood if you can do, but also you could do with your sniper staying alive. Marshy gets taken down. Ban will there though. Find one onto Hacks, and then Marshy can find some really good shots onto Space before getting traded. The problem is now is that you know that Ban found a kill towards the front of Wood, so you have got now no clue where he is. But I think if you are Forsaken, you're about to find out, you're about to run into him, and I think you're about to find a kill. You are. So Tectonic left all on his own. It's a big ground for Truly this. 6-3 down is a very, very different prospect to 5-4. Making the move over towards the B side, Tectonic will play this patiently with 35 seconds to go. Information will be gained in just a second when this bomb does inevitably go down. It will be a 1 versus 2 for Tectonic.
There's a lot to do for Tectonic here in this situation. I don't know if he's going to be able to even prevent the bomb plant. He's going in the right direction at the very least. And I think if anything, once again, you're looking for that exit frag, and well, he's not even going to get that. So now how does he approach this site? Quite literally the definition of search and destroy. You've got to search these players and destroy them. He's going to take the long route here, Tun, all the way around the backside. Yawn will be waiting.
He's just walking as well. He's taking his time. But it will come down to finding that first shot. He finds the first shot on the Yawn, but this time around it is indeed with the Deagle. Can't get the job done with 15 seconds to go. This is going to be a Truly round, barring an absolute miracle here for Tectonic. 10 seconds to go, and it is unfortunately the great equalizer, just not quick enough. Now, surely you don't let him do this, Forsaken. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yes, he will find the shot, but will not find the round, Truly. Find one back, and that, as mentioned, that's an important one. 6-3 looks a lot worse than 5-4, let me tell you that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just basic numbers.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
You know what I
mean. It. No, you're right.
Defend the objectives.
You have to be right eventually.
Has the bomb.
No, I don't think the last line. No.
Truly. Now, once again, play this one so close. Oh my goodness me, the car bomb towards the, what is that, the back of the map? That went off.
Toilets, yeah.
Yeah, Hax is going to take down Mashi with a set nade as well. So we do go 4 versus 4, but that's not helping Truly on the offense here.
Minute and a half to go. Sitting nice and steady here, truly, but as our Seminole, they are on the defensive side. They can do exactly what they need to do. Just trying to find any sort of angle. And now that Band has done that in a previous round where he has pushed up towards the wood side, it makes you just overthink everything. Got to check every corner, every exit, and well, you haven't checked over the top here, and Vig will find one. Forsaken finds one back, though, as does Yorn himself, so all of a sudden the numbers advantage is once again with Truly, who on this attacking side are finding a lot of success here, Brody. Seminole have had their backs against the wall in a couple of different rounds here. Tectonic and Band for a 2 versus 3. Oh, Truly will tie it up.
Truly going to get the bomb down here as well. Can Band find that all-important kill? Yeah, that is a massive gunfight to win if you Yorn. And now Tectonic, I feel like he's been in these situations so many times so far in this Search and Destroy. He's here again. This time around, though, he's got the DRH in the back pocket. The Tundra, the primary weapon. Go on, Haxus. Peek, mate. You'll be dead to rights. Shot through, just right between the feet, and Haxus isn't even going to move. Tectonic trying it again. He does actually get the tag this time. Not enough for the frag. Slide out towards the bomb. Somehow gets across for the first kill. But of course, no more than that. That's just a little bit too much to ask for there for a 1 versus 3. And how about this? The numbers looking even better now for Truly. 5-5.
Well, you're 1 round away from forcing that overtime at least.
Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Well, of course, if you can't find the 2 more, but here we are. Truly now on the attacking side. I mean, I'm trying to think of what Seminole are doing wrong here. Truly are just picking them off, to be honest with you. It hasn't necessarily been shock and awe towards one side in particular, not at least for a few rounds. Truly are just playing very, very steadily, waiting for a pick to present itself. And as soon as it does, they make their move, and Seminole don't have the numbers to answer back. This time around, though, it is looking like Seminole very, very passive on their approach here. Nothing to write home about in terms of any aggression. They're just waiting for Truly to try and make their move, and that's their right to do so. But Truly taking their time here. 1:15 to go.
And they've got to find a way to puncture the defense pretty much now, to be honest. I think if anything, it's going to come by way of Forsaken, who's now looking to get control of tires. That's the first reaction from Tectonic. No. Not immediately, and that delayed reaction is enough here to give Truly a massive advantage here in this round. But all the action going down over by A. If anybody's going to deal with this, it's going to be Vague. He was laying down, all sneaky-like. Washi's trying to cover the cross as well. And Truly haven't made that adventure towards the site just yet. There it is, now the bomb. Plant attempt going to come through from Truly here. Tectonic, big kill around the flank now, so Seminole have some options as the retake is concerned.
Oh, big kill. Again, coming on through. Space will take down Vague. And you've got to see something from Band here as the push into American comes through, finds one, dips out. Needs the rest of his team to be there as well, but Hax will be able to find one onto Washi. And all of a sudden, Truly could be going up here, but Band finds another, but Wet Noodle, it's Cody towards the backside. Finds 2. And closes out the round Truly on this attacking side. Being so efficient. And that perfect record in Search and Destroy from Seminole over the season is very much under threat now.
Again, a reminder, it did go to overtime last time around between these two teams. It was on slams, mind you, not fire and range, but nonetheless, it proved that Seminole already, we knew they weren't infallible in Search and Destroy. Truly showing us here exactly that once again. And it is exactly the same strategy coming out from Truly. They are so cool, calm, and collected, but once again, they do lose first blood. Space going down this time. But it is worth saying that even though, technically speaking, they don't have full control over A just yet, they do have a potential shot at taking control of that site.
Feels like we haven't seen a first blood come out from Seminole in a few rounds, though. They do get one this time around, and will that be the difference maker? Both two teams just scouting out. But the one that needs to move is Truly. A looking like the more realistic option right now. You can see Vegas posted up over towards the side. Look at the shots coming in from Washi. Are you kidding me?
How did he know? I don't think he saw him. I think it was a shot through the wood. Washi Toppy. That was something else. Anyway, Seminole. 5 versus 3 now. Truly feel like they're kind of stuck in the mud here. Or rather, stuck in the wood.
Aha.
There wasn't even a fight, it was just... Anyway, Truly looking for something. Wet Noodle tagged up, gonna have to back away here. They're looking for some way to find the control of the A site. They have to get past Tectonic. He was gonna be watching from that little cut just inside American. And doesn't actually stop the plant at least. There is an opportunity here for Truly, but look at this aggression coming out now from Marshy. Is he punished for it? Yes, he is. Marshy goes alone, and then all of a sudden this becomes a 3 versus 3. Now actually a 3v2 in favor of Truly from a 3 versus 5.
How on earth has this happened? Washitobi will find one at the sake in the one that he needed to find. Tectonic just firing through the bomb. It's not hitting. That one does though, and so does the next. Hax just sits down and says, yeah, okay, come at me, bro. Shot's gonna come in, but can he find two? No, he cannot. Tectonic is there to clean things up and save Seminole's blushes. Got a little bit scary for a second, and what was around that Seminole mostly dominated due to picks that were coming through from Washi. But overtime we go. The new target is 8 for one of these two teams. Over towards the defensive side for Truly. It has mostly been an attacking sided game.
Defend the objective.
In terms of the benefits of rounds being won, Seminole looking like they are going to just send it over towards A. And well, this worked early doors at the beginning of the map. It's going to work this late on in overtime. That's the question. Look at this movement. Look at this movement from Code. He's managed to find the push there. Wet Noodle is going to find one through.
Oh, he got through as well before Marshy spotted him out, and he did the damage against Washi. Finally goes down. But yet still, all of it goes in favor of Truly here. It's down to Marshy for a 1 versus 3. Now 1v2 after that kill, but just going to go for the middle of the map. Yorn's going to track him and take him down. I'll tell you what, Codeine did a lot for Truly in that round.
I need to lock in. Codeine, not Wet Noodle. If you change his name to that, no, I just read the kill feed.
I want to know why it is Wet Noodle. I need to know that this is a backstory. Does he love noodles or something?
I'm just going to start calling him Wet Noodle, and that is his own fault. Anyway, made a really big play for his team net. Truly now. 7-6 to the good. It's felt like they've been the ones trying to be the one who are making the moves in this game, but this time around Seminole are very much ready there and waiting. Space now left all on his own, and well, not even his Koshka can help him out here, I would say. Bomb has been spotted.
Don't you talk trash about the Koshka. He knows what he's doing. All right, never mind. I'll take it back. Put it away. Overtime will continue now.
He could have had a ray gun there, mate, and not won the round.
Yeah, that's true. It's very difficult. And no, I think that just on the whole was very difficult there for Truly. They didn't quite anticipate Vague sitting in that corner on the heady. Completely fell apart there on the offense, did Truly. So now we switch once again here. Seminole on the offense. Last time around, got caught with their pants down by Truly, or rather by Wet Noodle, aka Codeine. Same strategy is not happening here. Wet Noodle gets cut short on A. A lot more honest with it, and he gets punished for it. The change in strategy does not work.
Could be this the thing that changes things around. Space will find a shot onto Vague though, and evens the odds. Next kill is massive. Forsaken, great shots onto Washi, who clearly missed one of his own. And now the next kill has to go towards Seminole. They have to find something here. Marshy can find one. Does the second line up? No, not quite. Access will get out as well, and then we'll find the second. Goes for the rechal, and Truly somehow find a way back into this defensive round. The defuse comes through.
Bomb defused. Nice work.
How?
Ready for the next round.
How does this keep happening? Truly just continue to push their noses out in front here of Seminole. This is a game, by the way, that Seminole had a lead, what was it, 5-2? I want to say, no, actually, I think it was 4-2 earlier on in this one. After we switched sides the very first time, Seminole looked like they were in control of this game, but Truly have just had a resurgence and a half, man.
It was 5-2 or 5-3, one of the two.
Still,
yeah.
Man, what is it with firing range, search and destroys and overtimes?
I think it's just one of those maps. There's so many different angles that you can kind of take, isn't there? Teams adapting as time goes on. But now Truly you've got to do, well, let's say the hard work. It's felt like the attacking side has really been the one that's prospered throughout this entire search and destroy. Can Truly find that round? Oh man, I mean, if you're gonna find shots like that from Yon, it's gonna help. Washi gets taken down, and Seminole are now left in a 4 versus 5 to defend their perfect search and destroy record over the season.
Yeah, and the thing is, even with that first blood, Seminole don't actually have any information. They still do not know where Truly are going with this bomb. They've given them nothing. So Truly still have a fair amount of options here in this S&D. And I have to feel, as this A push now starts to come together, that everything really does rely once again on the sniper rifle of Vague. Over the top for American. Can he stop these guys making their way towards the site? Tectonic's now going to join the fun as well. These guys need to pull these snipes off. Fake, what can he get done? Well, there's the first versus Tectonic, and that is bomb down on site now as well. They need to go for a retrieval mission. Tectonic is not letting it happen, and neither is Vague. This double sniper coverage of the bomb site is phenomenal for Seminole, and it just continues to get worse as well. Forsaken 40 was safe over by B. Ban goes, nuh-uh, not today, buddy. In space now for the 1v4. Yeah, unlucky, bud.
These rounds have just swayed back and forth, and well, I'd be very surprised if it sways towards space. I can find the first one. Don't even set it up there. There ain't no way. And to another overtime target, we advance. 10 now has got to be the number to find this one. An epic search and destroy map on firing range. Hey, I mean, look, we kind of put this one as the, hey, 3-0, we'll be into the next game pretty sharpish, but my word.
I mean, it still could be a 3-0.
It could be, but not a quick one.
We've basically got 2 search and destroys at this point.
Look at this push coming in here from Wet Noodle. Yeah, he gets caught out as well, just expecting it if you're Seminole. He's done it 3 rounds in a row on this defensive side, and he has been caught the last 2. Washi just about tagged up, but not quite enough to get him out of that. Very, very close to being gone before the next round. Tectonic looking for a pick here, and still Seminole with the numbers advantage. Not being too aggressive with it so far. Still a minute and 20 to go.
Yeah, and you actually do see a bit of an advanced position coming out from number 3, Haxus, for Truly. Feels like that's probably the best chance that they've got in defending A, if that is the choice of bomb site for Seminole, which is not just yet. It might be so as free players start to go in that direction, but it's worth saying that Haxus has been there before. So this should be something that Seminole check, and yep, Space is going to go through anyway. Haxus decides that's the time to activate, and he finds one. It's a big kill regardless, but it gets traded out on the other side as well. Forsaken goes down. All of a sudden now a 2 versus 3, and look at this reaction from Seminole. Instead of just brute forcing their way on towards the A site, they transfer towards B, and now Yawn has to deal with this.
Can Yawn get there in time, or is this bomb going down? Well, it is anyway. As Washi will take his head off. And all of a sudden, Space is left all on his own. Was mentioned to find the first kill for Truly in this round, but he's going to have to find 3 more if he wants to find the round itself. Skosha's been left in a few 1v whatever situations, and it is yet to prosper. Just such a difficult position with how Seminole are set up here. 20 seconds to go. Honestly, you got more chance to win the round if you just jump on the bomb. I mean, he's no-scoped somebody onto Marshy, gets taken down, but the trade is there.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
Brilliant reactionary play coming in from Seminole. They make the push down the wood side, and it's just one of those moments where you see, right, we've got one player watching the flank, he's gunned someone, turn around, get the hell out of there.
The enemy has the bomb.
And now over towards the defensive side again for Seminole. These attacking rounds have seemed very, very fruitful for both these 2 teams. Can Seminole finally shut that down?
And these first bloods have also been very important for these rounds as well. A lot of these set nades have been hugely successful. If only, not even for these kills, but also for information as to where players are not currently located, right? You know, you put them in the right positions, you can kind of clear out these angles, which you know now players aren't in. But a lot of these early nades have already been thrown. A lot of the early utility has been thrown by both teams. And only information gained, no kills just yet. And that's okay for Seminole, right? I mean, you're perfectly fine with this. You have map control at the moment. Truly need to make the first move. And nobody from Seminole getting touchy. Nobody feeling the need at the moment for speed. But Washi does exactly that. That's the first kill. Space down for the count. And now for Truly, a little bit of poop in the pants.
Shots over the top from Yawn coming on through. Washi will readjust his position. Doesn't want to give anything away here. They have the numbers advantage. They have the time advantage, and it looks like they have the sound advantage as well as Marshy. Knows exactly what's going on here. Forsaken up top. Nade's going to start coming on through, so maybe some movement from Truly about to come through. Forsaken needs to find something, but it looks as if Seminole are giving him absolutely no angle.
But they are going to triple stack into tin here. They're putting a lot into taking Forsaken out of the play, and they're giving up the entirety of A for it, and that's a nice nade from Vague. But again, as I said, mate, they do give the entirety of the A bomb site up to Truly. So that's the one advantage they have in this situation. They cannot afford to go down to Vague. They have to make sure they get this bomb down scot-free. And it feels like they're going to at the very least. So post-plant is everything in this situation. You are in a 3 versus 5 here, Tom. What can you do?
Next kill is massive. A 4 versus 3 or a 5 versus 2. You need to find it if you are Truly. And they're not going to. Tectonic will find Yawn, and is this now just the straw that breaks the camel's back, though, as Wet Noodle cannot just find 3, eventually gets traded out. It's Washi to come through, and it will be a 10-8 victory for Seminole. They continue the undefeated S&D record, but again with an overtime win. They clutch up when they need to. Icy as ever from Seminole.
Just phenomenal. What a great search and destroy. Again, it's the second time we've seen it this season. The first was versus Kings, I think, in Omniscient. We saw it in a fire rate search and destroy.
Wow.
Well, I think the second time we've seen an overtime like that in search and destroy and fire range specifically. Definitely not the first time since then we've seen an overtime. But certainly, again, vibes from that kind of matchup where these guys are just going back and forth, and you've seen these constant adaptations made between both of the rosters to try and edge one another out as we get into overtime. But honestly, early on, I mentioned it kind of very briefly there as we got a couple of rounds into overtime. It felt like Seminole were taking charge of the game. They garnered that 2-round advantage, and it felt like that might kind of carry them to maybe a 7-5 victory, but truly really started to feel themselves towards the end of the search and destroy, or the end of the regular time, as it were. And from that point onwards, it really felt like it could have been their game. Just right towards the end, man, Seminole edged them out.
It takes an entire 18 rounds to decide it. Incredible game of search. I mean, Wet Noodle give them an iota of hope towards the end here, didn't he? Look at that, 1, 2, Guns the third. Too many bodies to deal with, unfortunately. Seminole get it locked in. It's a 2-0 lead in the series. Control coming up as well. I mean, the expectation has got to be that Seminole close this out in 3 now, but it is a 20 bomb from Tectonic. Had plenty of rounds to do it in, but it's still impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's kind of a point when you get to overtime where the stats feel somewhat meaningless. You look at it, it's like everyone's got like these double-digit kills. Everyone's had a phenomenal game, which, to be fair, I think across the board, nobody had a bad game, right? I mean, even Codeine, who sits at 11 and 15, right? It's like what he was doing in those rounds towards the end of the game were really helpful. There were rounds that they would not have won without him. So everybody kind of contributed to a certain extent.
I think it's so tough that when you are that player who, especially on the defensive side, you are sent into no man's land in the middle of the map, pushing up toward, see if you can find some picks. The problem is that so many times when you are successful with that, you're like, oh, we're going to try it again. But then it's still that very much risky reward play, isn't it? And when it doesn't pay off, your KD kind of starts to look like that. I mean, you found 3 or 4 kills in that final round, which helped his stat line massively in the end. But look, he's that guy that has to try and make those plays. That can happen up against a team like Seminole, who are going to now take a 2-0 lead in this series, looking like a winner's bracket final position. It's heading their way, or can truly turn this one round. It will be quite the turnaround, in fairness. But look, I think at least on the hard point, they were competitive to a point. The search and destroy, competitive all the way. But what can they do on control as we head over towards raid once again? It's got to be something special. It's going to be hit all the way over towards the middle of the map. The shots coming in from Hacks may not look good on our screen, but they're fantastic on his. Great start coming in from Truly, looking like A is going to be the main target as we head into the control.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one for them, of course. Last time, this was the raid control that we saw in this best of 5, and it was a round 5 victory to the then LG squad. But you are going up against, arguably, at least in my opinion, I think Seminole are probably the best raid control team in the world at some point, at points. So it's going to be difficult to try and take them down for sure. They know what they're doing. And they're already showing that at the start of this round. They've got a 5-life advantage here on the defense. They've got coverage across the board. They're really starting to encroach on the offensive side as well. Space might find a couple of kills that might give them, well, a little bit of space on the other side, but Tectonic immediately puts them right back into claustrophobia mode. Seminole now continuing to kind of really put the pressure on early on in this round. And Marshy, I mean, he wants a piece of the action as well. He's going straight through R, and he's creating a few R pieces of his own.
Oh my word. The second kill, absurd. From Marshy. Just puts Truly on the back foot once again. Great shots coming in from Yondo, and Haxes will find a way through. Not 1, but 2. And all of a sudden, big control completely over towards the side of Truly. Not too sure if Seminole are going to contest this over the top, but Nade's starting to ring on through. Maybe they will have a little look. They'll definitely have a look now, though, as they can find 2 kills. Can they find any more to break open things over towards the B side? Marshy can find 1, Tectonic with another, and eventually they do find the break. So patient from Seminole. They set up in the mid-map. They look for the kills. As soon as they find 1 or 2, they have the advantage. Yeah, we'll press that advantage as quickly as we can. 13v6, make it 13v4 in lives now. Seminole walking away with round number 1.
I think it's just the early advantage that was so damaging to Truly here, where they just have not got any map control really whatsoever. Yeah, they've got some ticks of progression on B. Yeah, they've got 1 tick of progression on A. But in terms of how this has gone in lives, it has not gone well whatsoever, as time will be the ultimate enemy of Truly there. Not able to get anything really going on the offense as Seminole. Again, these guys are so good at playing the map together, making sure every single choke point is locked down. But how do they handle things as they go towards the offense? Where do they go off the start? It's a 5-man hit through the middle of the map. It's going to enable Haxus and Forsaken to maybe put some shots in, but not actually enough to get all of these kills. And Seminole are flying through the mid-map straight towards A.
And I love the mid-map strat when it comes down to attack on Raid, because you can push through, see where you find your kills. And if the comms are good enough, if your team cohesion is good enough, you just know where to go. You find those kills in kitchen, you're hitting A. You find those kills towards the archers on the left-hand side, you're hitting B. Make your mind up on the fly. Seminole have done, and they have some control over towards A, but not without losing some lives. Truly have been there to answer back. And Yo will find a shot on Awashi that he probably shouldn't have. So it forces them back, and now all of a sudden it becomes a little bit of a game of cat and mouse in the spawn. They are able to find the one player that was trying to lock things down, but because of that, Seminole don't have the numbers. Truly do. To force them back in those lives. Just about in the favor of Truly as we have 45 seconds left of this second round, and Tectonic is investing the War Machine here as well. They want this.
Yeah, just checking Tiki to make sure nobody's hiding around. Open stairs as well. Pellets going out across the board. Put one into elbow. Put one into money as well. For good measure, yeah, everything has been checked out by Tectonic. Hey, nobody's home. Time for us to make our way towards the A point. At the very least, get some kills in the middle of the map to alleviate some pressure to get players on both points. And that is the plan at the moment. A war on 2 fronts being fought here by Seminole. Truly, do they have the forces to fight back? Space going to open proceedings for the first blood. Trade looking pretty good from Vague. Now Tectonic, what can he get done? As Vague's going to go down, going to get shut down as well. And ultimately, all of that leads to Truly clearing this space on A, but it's all a ruse here, Tunt. Seminole, they've got players on B. They are very happy with this positioning. They're about to add that 60 seconds to the board.
Seminole not putting all their eggs in the air basket. That contingency plan over towards B works out. That time is extended. Lives are very close between these two, and there was a slight advantage for the side of Seminole. That would have been a big kill for Marshy if you open up kitchen. All of a sudden, things get very dangerous. You can see how passive they're playing over towards this backside. They know that players from Truly are going to be pushed up towards the bedroom. And it's just a dangerous position to have somebody on the defensive side in, so Seminole giving that the respect it does deserve, but Washi is actually going to pop the Annihilator. The push is going to start coming through from the backside. That might open up things for Seminole to push through from their spawn, but Truly still locking it down.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive here, as is Washi, who unfortunately loses his last shot with the Annihilator, so not going to be that effective. Yorno just firing shots down way with the Claw, finally going to run out of ammunition. On point though, Seminole really starting to raise the heat on Truly. They've got themselves on towards a point, and Truly down to the last set of lives here. Washi doing some serious damage inside basketball. Yorn will take down 1. But it is the tiniest amount of resistance in a, well, resistance-less game at this point. Truly now down to a 2 versus 6 space. Has the Annihilator though, let's see what he can do.
Oh, I mean, he needs to do it all now. Forsaken gets taken down, Space left very much all on his own. Air capture comes on through. And Seminole 2 to the good. I'm not sure about that investment. That feels like a panic.
Yeah, I agree. I was literally about to say the same thing. I don't necessarily agree with the investment. They're coming out towards the end. I know it's desperate times, desperate measures, right? You want to win that 2 versus 6 if you can, but the likelihood of you lining those players up, the likelihood of you lining Seminole up, it's not very high, bud, I'll tell you that much. Regardless, though, Truly going to lose that round, and now backs up against the wall here again, though. Last time around, it went to round number 5. Maybe they can still make it happen, or maybe not, says Seminole. The first round was dominable, and this one looks like it might well be exactly the same, as Marshy is flying across the map. Ban's going to invest the Predator missile to really start to drive this point home, Ton. And that point being, Truly, you ain't getting out your spawn.
Oh, Truly, good luck with this one. You got the Purifier to deal with as well. Welcome to the garage. You were staying in here for a little while. Equalizer out as well. Everything but the kitchen sink being thrown forward. But somehow, someway, Truly have found a way out over towards the A side. Seminole and maybe not dotting their I's, crossing their T's with what they did indeed have locked down. Ban now just trying to keep himself alive and kicking. That's not an angle you want to take with the equalizer. We'll just back on down and spawn trap you when you do indeed get killed, which, well, you would have thought would happen maybe a little bit sooner. That's an 8.
They might actually be forced out of this.
They're getting this. They've been stacked here. This might be gone.
Yeah, Ban going down. Tectonic just now looking for exit frags, just trying to put people in that spawn trap. And the spawn trap isn't actually working as well as they would like because Space spawns away from it. And yet still, yeah, I mean, this has not gone the way that Seminole wanted. Yes, they've still got the 7 life advantage, but they've just lost B, or A, excuse me, in its entirety. Kills now starting to come through, and now it should go the way that they want, especially now as these players are in position. They are getting ready for the Zim spawn trap to be put together, and they still can't find all of these kills convincingly. It's not that much of a stress, though. The kill feeds still line up blue. The kills here is certainly in favor of Seminole on the whole in a 19 versus 5. Spawn trap or not, they are being really darn annoying around the garage and truly just cannot find where they park their car. 2 versus 14. And once again, Forsaken here. I think this is one of those situations where you do kind of just have to use the equalizers, right? Backs against the wall, no choice.
Not much they could do that. Seminole were just so patient with that setup. They sat themselves inside the garage for so long that they actually allowed Truly just to capture it. And they're like, yeah, that's mine. But as soon as a couple of you die, you're losing the round. It's just so difficult to deal with. The numbers advantage was there for Truly, and well,
Spaces.
Yeah, good.
He's trying.
I would be jumping out the window to your left-hand side, mate. She finds it in the end with the Elden with the Annihilator, and that's going to be a 3-0 for the side of Seminole. I mean, look, map number 1 was comfortable, map number 2 was anything but map number 3 was a whitewash in a very convincing game. Coming through from Seminole, they will find themselves now in that winner's bracket final with a potential spot at the potential first spot, I should say, to go to Brazil. That's exactly what they would have wanted. I think, you know, if you look at the Search and Destroy, they will look back at that and think, I would rather that hadn't have been as stressful as it necessarily was, but a 3-0 is a 3-0. You take that all day long.
Yeah, for sure. Look, that 3-0, as we said, very reminiscent, I will say, of the first time, extremely so, apart from the control. The control is the only different, and I think Truly should still be somewhat proud of themselves that they managed to hold Seminole as close as they do, look towards the hard point, and there were moments where maybe they looked somewhat promising. The Search and Destroy, that was a phenomenal Search and Destroy, to be honest with you, from Truly. Because, you know, as casters, we try and find, you know, where are Seminole going wrong? How are they allowing this to happen? And to be honest, I mean, maybe Bobby will disagree here in a second. To be honest, I don't think Seminole are doing anything fundamentally incorrect on that Search and Destroy. Truly were just playing them really close. And as I said, apart from the control, really close series from Truly. Yeah, it was a 3-0, but I think only in terms of just the raw stat lines, that shouldn't have been a 3-0.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of individual plays that Truly were making that there was just not much of a counter for, but once it seemed like Seminole, and I think also there were rounds that it looked like Seminole were just trolling. I think, like, especially some of the plays that Marchi was making, like, very tedious plays, and he's just sprinting across the map doing whatever he wants. And part of that's just Marchi doing Marchi things, but they didn't look fully locked in. I would say they're in that Search and Destroy, but dangerously close to dropping that map, and obviously you got to give credit to Truly, but the respawns for them, unfortunately, just don't seem to be on par with the rest of the competition, at least in the playoffs.
Definitely, you know, making Seminole work for it there to kick off match number 1, though, which means that it will be Seminole. If we're talking about the bracket now side of things, it means Seminole will be moving through to the next phase of the upper bracket, into the upper bracket final, and Truly will drop down into that lower bracket and await whichever team then gets knocked out when it comes to rejects versus Team Mayhem. So we've got one part of the first final puzzle, I guess, if you will. Now we have to turn our focus towards match number 2 on the day. Rejects versus Team Mayhem. 2nd and 3rd seeds, so a little bit closer here when it comes to their placements, Bobby. But how do you feel like this matchup could potentially go?
I think this is one that could surprise a lot of people. I think the general assumption is likely that Rejects would be able to handle this pretty easily. But I feel like Team Mayhem have made some improvements with the roster changes that they've made. And once again, last season playoffs, they surprised a lot of people just with the amount of work that they had put in, and they were able to take down a very similar looking roster. So I think at bare minimum, it goes to 4 maps. I think it could potentially go to 5. I think Team Mayhem could win it. It really is going to come down to what type of team shows up for the day for them.
I think I'm hearing that all of you at home are potentially in for a long day, because even though that was a 3-0, like you said, Brody, it's not necessarily reflective of what happened in those individual maps, because that was a pretty long 3-0, and we know that the rest of these matches are not about to get any easier. It's only going to get more difficult. But of course, before we get into match number 2 on the day, it's time for us to send it to a short break. So make sure you get yourselves a little bit of rest. When we return, it's going to be Rejects versus Team Mayhem. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where match number 1 on day 1 of our Challenge Season Finals for NA is completed. It was a 3-0 on behalf of Seminole, but it was not an easy 3-0. So if you get an opportunity, maybe go back and check that out. But now it's time for us to turn our focus towards the second match of the day. A matchup you've seen a few times, okay? And we'll talk to you about that in just a little bit, but it's going to be the Rejects versus Team Mayhem. This is going to be an exciting one. First of all, I also mentioned at the beginning of the show, we had a guest caster. Connie's up here on stage with us now. Before we get into match number 2, first, tell us your thoughts on the day so far for NA. I know there's a new region for you as well.
Yeah, in terms of NA, I think there's got a lot of talent, obviously, on display. We're looking at, the last series in particular, a 3-0, but the S&D was very high level, went to overtime. First time that I actually saw it today in most of the broadcast proceedings. But still, I think there's plenty of room to grow for all the players involved. And even if they have the longevity to take these non-respawns that far, it does show a lot of skill.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you guys. It was a good matchup for match number 1. So go back and check it out if you haven't. But for now, we're talking about Rejects versus Team Mayhem. Now, I mentioned this is a matchup we've seen quite a few times. We're going to take it all the way back, okay? We're talking when Rejects was still Tribe and they faced off against each other at PAX West. So give me a little bit of history about this team here, Bobby.
Just feels so crazy watching the meta back then because we never see the CBR anymore. It was certainly a surprising matchup to see Mayhem not only come out strong, but for them to 3-0 Tribe was definitely a shock because Tribe had been so dominant throughout the challenge season. Obviously, with their only loss being to LG and that happening on the back of a 5-map series. So I think part of it was Team Mayhem really locking in. I think part of it was Tribe just not really being super confident, and I think that made them realize that they need to make some roster changes, and those changes have led them to the roster they have today, which definitely looks pretty significantly improved over that one.
Yeah, different roster, and obviously now under a different name. Now we'll fast forward to this most recent season of the challenge when obviously the Rejects and Mayhem had to face off against each other. So let's talk about what we saw in week number 2 when these teams got to finally battle it out, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. Look, we were expecting a close series between these two teams, and for the most part, that is exactly what we got. Now, it was a 3-0 to Rejects, but again, it was one of those situations where I don't think the 3-0 did it justice, just how close some of these maps absolutely were. Specifically this one, which Mayhem should absolutely have won. It was a 30-point advantage, I think it was, to Mayhem throughout the entirety of the game, up until basically the end of the game, where Rejects just came out and completely slammed them in the last 2 to 3 hard points. So again, I think Mayhem would absolutely be kicking themselves that they lost that one. We went into a search and destroy where the search and destroy was a complete blowout for Rejects, probably the only map in the series where I felt convincing that Rejects were in full control. And then a crossroad strike that was, I think, probably the funniest moment of, one of the funny moments of SPS that we've seen, where I think it was like we'll probably see it in the highlight package here in a second. It was like a 5 versus 10, and then I think the Rejects stacked the point for a capture for an offensive round win, and I think that completely tilted Mayhem out of that control. So, yeah, for the most part, I think when we look back towards this best of 5, Rejects were totally in control, and I think it was a real sign, I think an early sign, considering this was, what, a week 2 matchup, I want to say, that we were looking at a kind of a reformed Rejects roster that we would later go on to see play pretty well against Seminole.
So suffice to say, these teams are used to having to face off against each other, whether that is literally at a LAN or that's remote in these seasons here of SPS. So they've got a lot of history between the two of them. Now they're facing off here in our Challenge Season Finals, our 2nd and 3rd seeds trying to solidify the next stage in that bracket, moving their way through to the upper bracket final. We'll start taking a look at their rosters, talking about these squads. We'll start with Rejects. Like we mentioned, they had made some changes coming into this season, but they are a stacked squad filled with experience, knowing how to take this, Bobby.
Yeah, obviously some changes since Stage 5, dropping Rihan in space and picking up Envy. The addition of Envy, no question, probably the most impactful roster change that we've seen out of arguably any roster in the world. Just with the amount of talent that he has and what he brings to the table for them has definitely elevated their play, and it's a big reason why Rejects were absolutely on the brink of taking down Seminole last time that we saw them go head-to-head, and were it not for a ban skin, could have potentially been a 3-0.
All right, and then on the flip side, we also have Team Mayhem. Now, we almost got an opportunity to talk with Jesus Saves. He's clearly one of the people we talk to the most on Team Mayhem, but they've got a stacked squad themselves here. And Brody, we talked about this in EU as well. They've now had 2 weeks of time to nail down any mistakes that they would have wanted to clean up before this.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I think the key thing for Mayhem is, 0-6 in maps versus the top teams here in North America, and I think that's going to sting for them. But the important thing for me is, during both of those matches, they did spend time kind of figuring out the roster, figuring out where they wanted to be, and they made a big risk by benching Blur. I mean, statistically at least, Blur was the best player on the roster at that point, but they brought Kings back, and I think that kind of softened the blow somewhat. They looked really good in the last couple of matches of the season, so I think Mayhem are absolutely capable of it. Again, even when we go back to that matchup versus Rejects, we look towards the hard point. They probably should have won it. We look towards the control and a couple of mistakes maybe, and we would have been looking at the very least at a round number 5. So I still think they're a really competitive squad. I don't think we should count them out at all here going into this matchup.
Yeah, they might bring something spicy here to this match today. That's what the challenge finals are all about. We should have our map veto process ready to go as well. So we'll start talking about those picks and bans, seeing what these teams want to start off with when it comes to that hard point. And we're getting an Arsenal here, Connie.
Interesting, because that Arsenal are going to be rewatched there in the previous matchup in round robin. I think that's a bold pick, given the last result, but we did mention that 2-week respite where things could potentially change. I also think as well, when we've seen a Hacienda map 4, I mean, again, watched a lot of it recently today and throughout the entirety of SPS, it wouldn't be a bad idea again to see more variety. I think picking out the layers on Hacienda is always a good start, and then we look into Search and Destroy, Express and Fire and Range, 2 classic maps with lots of variety, and really it comes down to the team's calibers. We just saw last series a 10-8 and overtime, the first one of really the day in the entirety of SPS.
Yeah, I would say the Arsenal is obviously good for Mayhem, even though they lost it. You know that you're bare minimum able to go toe-to-toe up against this Reject squad, and I think they're 100% capable of winning that. It's really just a question of execution. Looking at the Search and Destroy, the Express, not the worst thing. I think going back a couple seasons, or maybe it was to Opens, we saw them close out a couple solid Express maps. That was with Blur in the rotation. But at the same time, Teabag has done a phenomenal job of filling the gap that was left by him in a sniper role. So I don't hate the front end of this one for that Mayhem squad, but if it does get into the later half, I think that is going to start to lead the way of Rejects.
Yeah, and I think the Tunisia Search and Destroy ban, I've got to imagine that does come directly from Mayhem here.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way that's not a Mayhem ban after what happened last time around. So good ban coming out from them to make sure that's not in the best of 5. I am curious about the raid control. Gotta say, folks, why is like 90% of our controls raid? Can we please just get...
I was waiting for you to say something.
Like, I swear to Jesus Saves, give me a control strike. I guess, crossroads strike control, please. I mean, to be fair, I'd imagine that's probably why they avoided the crossroads after what happened last time around. So I'm not entirely surprised, but please, give us not a raid one time.
We're just looking for variety, Brody.
Please, something. I want the variety bargain bucket of control maps.
Variety is the spice of life.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought you'd get used to it after the amount of fire ranges we saw.
You'd think, right? Still not quite mentally there yet.
All right, well, this second match is almost ready to go. I want to just kind of get some predictions on this one. I haven't asked you guys. Listen, you can choose how you want to give the prediction, even just down to who you think might win it. It doesn't have to be a scoreline. If you think you know numbers, you want to give me a scoreline, you can. Or if you want to give a hypothetical and say the way in the win condition for Rejects is this, or Mayhem needs to take it in the S&D, however you want to do it, you can give it, you think about it. Okay, Connie, give me your thoughts.
Well, from my history thus far in SPS, I've never seen a 3-0 from my own personal matches, so I'd like to continue that streak and say a 3-1 to Team Rejects.
I like this. Succinct, Bobby.
I know.
Okay, you know what? You two.
I'm cursed, so like...
Think about it.
I'm kind of curious here.
You know what? Think about it while I send you to the other side of the studio. You go get ready. Think about your... If you don't want to give it because you're worried about the caster curse, I respect that, even if I don't think you are cursed any longer. Bobby, Connie, thank you for giving me a score line as well as a prediction, because the boys will go back and forth on this for forever. So it'll be interesting to see if they align with your views or if they throw something different. Sometimes Brody gives us something a little bit wild. We'll see what he has to say as we prepare to dive into match number 2. Bobby, Brody, let's dive into it.
I am cursed. Like, whether you want to believe that I'm cursed or not, it is just an objective fact of the matter, and everybody in chat can verify that that is true because it has been shown to be true many, many times. I predicted that LG was going to win Stage 5. I think that's all that you need to know.
Are you the sole reason that LG didn't win? Is it not Vague? Is it you? Are you the story?
No, well, Vague is the reason that the teams were as good as they were, but
Okay, right.
I played a role in it, yeah.
Okay, for sure, yeah. I just wanted to make sure. To be fair, also, you are the sole reason that Ricey didn't qualify for playoffs.
That's true.
So, because you backed him like 3 times
That's
in a row.
true.
And they got
further proof, yep.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe...
I believe I picked Kings to win in EU earlier as well, so I'm on a pretty hot streak right now, what can I say?
Not good, not good. Well, look, I'll say this much. I do think this is going to go at least to 4 maps this time around. You know, we go back to there was that Arsenal hardpoint. I surely can't see Mayhem letting Rejects have a P4 hold like they did last time. There's no way that happens again. I think Mayhem are the kind of squad that will absolutely learn from their mistakes. They're humble to a certain extent, and I think they'll know that they needed to kind of not let that happen again here. I am almost surprised to a certain extent we're even seeing it in this best of 5. So Mayhem, I think, certainly want to give them a run for their money on Arsenal hardpoints. To have it as the first map in this best of 5, I think it's going to be interesting for sure. But yeah, I do think this is going to go at the very least 4. I think Connie might be right. I think this is probably going to be 3-1 to Rejects.
What were the bans for the hardpoint?
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm totally blanking on it.
I think Summit was one of them.
I believe Summit was one. Yeah, I am curious what the ban for Rejects was, just because that seems to be like the go-to map for Team Mayhem when it comes to hardpoint. So unexpected, I would say, for sure, but also Rejects know that they're capable of taking it. So I think that's probably part of the reason, even if it wasn't in convincing fashion.
Yeah, I think the thing is as well, it's such a confidence booster, right? If you're taking a team like Mayhem on their very best map in Hardpoint and you beat them like you did last time around, if you beat them more convincingly, I think it's just such a massive confidence booster for the rest of the series. And anything, a morale crusher for Mayhem, right? If they don't win this map number 1, the ways into the series, I think, get progressively more difficult, especially given how proficient Rejects have been in both Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, right? I mean, arguably they're the number 1 Hardpoint team we have here in North America, arguably the number 1 Search and Destroy team we have here in North America. I mean, arguably, and I think we're probably on the same page here, at least from the regular season, at least from Challenge season, they are probably the number 1 team in North America at the moment. I mean, they should have beaten Seminole. I'm going to say it. I mean, if it wasn't for using a banned skin, don't know why you did that, they would have won that matchup.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the thing, like, even going back to the fact that LG are technically undefeated in Search and Destroy. They won that Search and Destroy based off of a DQ. Yeah. So it really is tough to say. And it's interesting because, like, historically, Team Mayhem have been a strong Search and Destroy team, and right now they have not seemed that way, especially in the matches that we've seen from them as of late, but have made improvements in the hard point and in the control. So we'll see what they're bringing to the table right here. But it is going to be that same starting 5. Blur not in that opening 5 for this Mayhem roster. It is going to be pure chaos here on P1. Jesus Save's going to be able to find 2. Teabag does the rest of the damage. Now all down to Solo looking to hold the point. Not meant to be. Rabalo's going to be there for the trade.
And it's going to be Team A touching first on this hill, wanting the early time, and that is exactly what happened last time around. If you remember, the early advantage that they garnered was off the back of a good P1 hold. It maintained itself basically the entirety of the hard point from there on out. So I don't think Rejects will want that early hold to happen once again, and they're going to fight for the time here by P1. A couple of kills coming through from Envy, meaning they'll be able to find their way through. Kings and Teabag now trying to fight back through the hard point, and that is just not happening. Teabag now the only remaining player from Mayhem, even with a shot at contesting P1, and that will not go their way. So Rejects will take the lead at the end of P1, but Mayhem in control of that PT rotation, Bobby.
Yeah, Cartel's going to be able to do the damage. King's there to clean things up, and Team Mayhem will lock down that top side control for the rotation of P2. King's going to get information on one player rotating there as well, and MV spotted out. So maintaining this top side control going to make it that much easier for the players on the objective to keep things locked down. Jesus Save should have the audio cue off of that one, but it's going to be Cartels picking up the kill, and so far a phenomenal opening. You do want to get players back into the hard point. Looks like Jesus going to be able to play his life for the time being. Would have been nice to have that one, but King's there to reinforce on the point.
Yeah, the problem for Mayhem now is the Rejects are going to continue to spawn around the back line here, so it's going to be a constant barrage of players from Rejects, and that is so unfortunate, as immediately they lose a wave of gunfights that might well ascertain the last 30 seconds for Rejects hit. Mayhem should give this one last look, but they're already starting to split their forces towards potential rotation towards Nu. Like early rotation coming out from T-Bag on the minimap, and a couple of other players have resigned themselves to an L off the back of this hill as well. Raph, the only one really putting anything serious into it, and he's going to get shut down. Kings will give it one last look, but it's not really worth it, to be honest, at this point. I think you just kind of cut these players off at the source, make sure they don't get anywhere outside of the spawn point. And I like this from Mayhem. They're applying the pressure, but the first couple of players do go down, and now Rejects, they're being honest with it, they're pushing through the front.
If you're T-Bag, that's a must-win gunfight. That allows the reinforcements to arrive for Rejects. Fortunately for Team Mayhem, they do have those strong side spawns, but you cannot allow anybody to slip through that pressure. Getting pushed up for this Rejects squad. Raballo, nothing found from the War Machine. Big time kill for Team Mayhem. They've got 3 operators charged and ready to go, but haven't really had to invest any of it to hold so far. And that's going to be Jesus once again lurking up in that forward position on the inside of main building. They're going to be able to keep things clear for the time being. Kings invest the Annihilator right here. We'll see what he can find. Smoke's going to keep things clear, and he gets shut down.
Yeah, I think if anything, this is kind of like an insurance policy coming out from Mayhem. I'm going to be honest, I don't think the equalizers were necessary in terms of this hill, considering how solid it has been. But you know what? If you can maybe utilize them, kind of swing here towards the new rotation, maybe they can be useful, but you're running out of time pretty quickly here. You've only got a little bit left on them. Got to find some value. Finally, they do. How much more damage can Raph do here? Just trying to shoot the shots out towards absolutely nowhere. And it's not really going to get that much in way of damage towards the rotation. So Reject should be touching first. But Bobby, for that hill right there, Mayhem didn't really have to deal with any pressure around the flank. That is an almost full 60 from them.
Yeah, it's been very, very back and forth in this one so far. This time it's going to be Rejects investing heavily. This time on P4, Sparrow goes to waste for Jez, and that's Jesus finding some big value for himself, does take himself down, but bare minimum damage has been done. Raph spawning. What is that spawn for Team Mayhem? They push up, they take down the Annihilator right there, and Kings nearly finds the break single-handedly. I don't know if that spawn was a blessing or a curse, but regardless, Rejects will hold the line and are able to tie things up and retake the lead off the back of that one.
Rejects actually not in that solid of a spot here in terms of the rotation towards Nu. Yes, they should overwhelm for the scrap time and take about a 20-point advantage or so going in towards P5, but as far as those spawns for Nu are concerned, Mayhem have them locked down as it currently stands. They'll be on their way now. Should be a bit of a pinch play coming out from Solo and Jez. Solo will reveal his positioning now, so now needs a little bit of help from his friends, and he's going to get it, especially in terms of the spawns. Look at where number 4, S-Thug, has just spawned in. S-Thug not able to do anything as T-Bag comes through, I think, for a solid amount of gunfights. I think it was 4 players he just managed to wipe. Good read of the spawns as well coming through from Mayhem. They know exactly where Rejects are coming through.
But the smokes are there, so that'll allow Rejects to get pushed up. Cartel's taken off the hill, but Jesus traded instantaneously. And Rejects doing a phenomenal job of making sure that Mayhem cannot take anything for free off of this one. Raph's going to get shut down outside the hard point. T-Bag looking to reinforce on the point. And so far, they've done a really good job of just trading back and forth positions on the hard point to make sure that Rejects don't know which corner to check. So once again, we find ourselves with a lead change, and it has been non-stop back and forth between these two teams. And looking at the kill count, realistically, Team Mayhem should be sitting up a little bit bigger. You got T-Bag on 21 so far. Some struggles for Jez and Raballo, but despite that, Rejects have been able to stay in this one, only down by 20 points.
And Rejects now looking for early control of P1 here. It's about to pop, and they do currently have control of the middle of the map. Investment now coming up from Raballo. That's going to be a War Machine. On the other side, we're seeing Kings utilize the Annihilator. Can he make sure it's to great effect, though, is the question for me. Raballo's War Machine isn't going to result in that much. Kings' Annihilator isn't either, but regardless, it is Rejects who do currently have control. Mayhem now need to go through these small choke points. Going to have to do it as a team. Smoke maybe helping just a little bit here as Jesus saves, gets himself into the contest spots, and Cartel is going to find a double. Raph's going to get number 3. Now looking for more as T-Bag over the top as well, and Raph switches straight over towards the equalizers to try and keep these guys at bay. It is not as convincing as you would like. It is very, very scrappy, but Mayhem are in.
That is a massive 2-piece out of T-Bag, not only to take down the equalizer, but to find a second off the back of it. Not an easy thing to do. He's a big reason that Rejects have been able to find the contest time and will get the scrap right here. Once again, it is Mayhem positioned well for the rotation, but Raballo's going to be able to take down Cartels. So once again, that softens things up a little bit right here. Solo does get taken down. Jesus looking to be the king of the hard point right here. King's looking for an angle, nothing to be found. It's Roballo hopping down, but he does give away that high ground positioning. So now they're going to have to try to hold from below, and any amount of investment from these operators should afford Team Mayhem some solid pressure.
Now they're going to have to fight this one from the front. Finally, a little bit of a close spawn does come through from Jesus Saves. Can he assist the rest of his team? Because they are just going down at every single avenue. Envy's going to bring the Predator missile down as well to see what damage he can do with it. I don't think there's anything to speak about. Back and forth we go. T-Bag's going to bring the War Machine out to try and hold on towards the hard point. Raph as well is doing his damage. And Mayhem now looking for the back 20 seconds here as Rejects being unearthed. Removed from the kill. Stuck though as he finds the double. He's going to fight back on. And at this point in the game, these 15 seconds could be absolutely everything. It could decide it between these two teams, just given how close these guys are. But for Rejects, they're okay with losing control of it. They've got control of P2. That's something, or P3, excuse me. That's something they didn't have last time around.
Yep, a lot of pressure on these Mayhem players to try to flip out spawns very early. Annihilator investment, but Solo, crucial two-piece right there. That is going to slow down the push for Mayhem substantially. Cartel's going to be able to find one to open things up, so they start to get pressure toward that backside. Kings able to take down the Claw right there, so a couple of big-time kills, but Solo continues to be pesky, and they fail to read him once again. Rejects now sitting up 30 points in this one, and Team Mayhem, no progress on flipping those spawns. They're just going to try to bull rush on in right here, and with the amount of operators that are coming out for Rejects, it is not going to be easy. War Machine for Roballo is going to be able to find a couple, and once again, down 40 points, Team Mayhem needs to stop the bleeding.
Now Mayhem have been a little bit more successful at infiltrating the backline here. A couple of players still to contest with if you're Rejects, and it's not going to happen. So this is the back 15 that could well go their way. That's fucking Roballo going to pick up some kills here, and Jesus Saves isolated inside. It's going to get shut down. Roballo's still fighting tooth for nail for this scrap time here. King's being a right little nuisance inside old, and he'll actually end up winning that fight. So Team Mayhem now slightly behind Rejects here in this game. An early utilization of the operators here. Jet's going to bring out the Sparrow to make sure Mayhem are not the first team to touch. Bobby, where did it all go wrong last time around for Mayhem? We're here again.
Solo's just going to be so difficult to deal with in that window position. Cartels has not been able to read it. He gets shut down. That's an operator gone to waste. Team Mayhem scrambling to find their way onto the objective. Jesus gets maybe a second of contest, but you got to start getting some points for yourself, and they can't seem to find the map control. Rejects starting to make a little bit more sense why they decided to let the Arsenal pick through. Looking that much more confident this time around. T-Bag gonna get shut down, and one by one, Team Mayhem are cut down as Rejects can still win it here if they play a perfect hardpoint the rest of the way.
Yeah, for sure. Team Mayhem need to make sure they don't give this time to Rejects, though. Yes, of course, Rejects can't technically finish it on this hill, but ideally, you don't want to be giving away 10 seconds that could be disastrous towards the end of the game, and those spawns are not helpful to really either eScots, to be honest with you. A couple of players spawn in towards ult from Mayhem, and then Roballo spawns in right behind them to give that time away. Rejects are just 3 points shy of victory, and Solo feels like he could well have brought it home for Rejects, not able to do it, but the player's still swarming.
And once again, zero margin for error. Only 3 seconds needed for Rejects. You have got to win every single gunfight. And with Envy shooting laser beams like that, it's not going to be easy. Solo picks up another. They can feel the pressure arriving from all around. Not a whole lot to work with. They hold the line for the time being, but Roballo's there to do damage. Jez is there for the rest. Team Mayhem able to stay alive, but how long can they last?
Roballo's got the War Machine. How much damage can it do? A lot of these pellets going up, but not enough of them connecting. Only one needs to in the end, and it is the one that sends this to a Rejects victory. A lot better of a victory there for Rejects comparatively to the first time around. A 70-point gap comparatively to what was, a 20-point deficit last time around? Yeah. Rejects looking pretty good. But to be fair, it does still feel like it was only one kill that split the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it got a lot more individual for Team Mayhem on that second rotation through, and I think a lot of it was off the back of maybe a little bit of panic as you start to see that lead build, and you think about the last time that you were on this map and the way things went. That being said, I do feel like Mayhem looked a lot more confident the last time around, even with the fact that they gave away the lead. It did feel like, despite the fact that they were getting outslated a lot of points, Team Rejects were either in it or in control for the majority of the map. So Team Mayhem, once again, that puts you in a really difficult spot, assuming that that was their hardpoint map pick. Now they've got to find a way to go in and take one of Team Reject's map picks off them.
Yeah, I still do feel like this needed to be the victory in this series, and maybe there's still another way in. You know, I don't want to be dramatic about it. You know, Mayhem are a really good team. I don't think we should ever underestimate them, but it does definitely feel like they wanted to win that one, especially just given how important it is for them, how important it is as a map just on the whole, right? I mean, it's their strongest hardpoint map. It has historically been that so. So regardless, Mayhem not going to get it done despite a phenomenal performance from T-Bag. You mentioned it, I think, what, 2/3 through the game. He was having a great performance, and it shows out here in the stat lines. He finishes 37 kills to 29 deaths. But on the other side, it's Envy. I mean, again, Envy has been such a phenomenal addition to this roster, and he is once again proving it here.
Yeah, the stat line wasn't really super differentiated between the two teams either. I think you looked and there wasn't anybody on either team that was more than 4 or 5 negative. A lot of it did come down to those last P3, P4s that Team Mayhem just couldn't quite apply enough pressure to find a break, and Rejects were able to capitalize there. So now you're heading into an Express Search and Destroy where you have seen some success in the past, but Rejects, by the numbers, arguably the best Search and Destroy team in North America right now. Going to make it that much more difficult, but obviously you don't want to put yourself in a position where you got to reverse sweep. Yeah,
for sure. And Express Search and Destroy is a very strong map for Rejects. Again, we talked about it very briefly. This was the map that Rejects should have won against Seminole had they not pulled out the bad skin. But yeah, they're very good at this map, and I think we kind of go back to that one. We talk about kind of the strategy for Rejects and just how good they look as a team on this one. It's not really a surprise that they're not just winning these Search and Destroys, they're winning it by a large margin. Again, the stat for you guys here, a plus 5.83 round differential. They are winning these Search and Destroys by an average of about 6 rounds, which is just insane. Rejects have been dominating pretty much everybody. Mayhem, they want to have some resistance early on in this Search and Destroy, and then they're going to butt heads with Rejects inside the terminal, inside Express, and immediately comes down to a 2 versus 3, not in Mayhem's favor. There goes Kings as well, and extra bullets in their body. Just we're in round 1.
T-Bag looking for a 1v3 and nearly made some work out of it right there, but Estha going to be there for the trade. So Rejects close things out to take round 1. And the B-side Ego Chow goes their way. We'll see if there's some adjustments out of Team Mayhem, or they stick with it and hope that the R9s can do the damage. Reject said, you know what, we'll go ahead and make the adjustments for you. Heading on over to the A side. Big battle up in the top side. Whose shotgun will come out on top? They're going to give it away for free as Raph sneaks through the bottom side, and he's going to find 2 through that avenue. Picks up an AR as well, and Solo gets red right there. So now all down to Jez instantly in a 1v5.
I'm thinking of a meme for Solo there. I'm not going to say it. Yeah, Jez for a 1v5. This is a tough situation for him to be in. I'm thinking of a meme for Jez as well. Not much that they can do there. Mayhem's going to come out on top. Brilliant response from them. Brilliant aggression coming out from the usual suspects. Rafa, this R9 man, he can definitely turn rounds on the head.
The meme you're thinking of is...
you know exactly. No, you don't say the meme.
Space inside the garage up against Seminole at the end?
No, I'll tell you about it afterwards.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying, but it's okay. Yeah, it's 4 kills on the board already. Kings going to be able to find first blood onto S-Thug. And that's going to be a beautiful read out of Jez to pick up 1, so brings it into a 4v4 right here. But Nade does connect onto Rabalo. That gives them necessary information. Cartel should be able to slide through and find 1. Nearly got away, but Envy, last deagle shot connects. Kings not able to find the thread through right there. Now with the bomb going down, 3v3 retake for Team Mayhem.
And this is very one-dimensional retake as well, should be said. Unless Mayhem decide to reposition some players here. Solo's going to get spotted out by Kings, who has the best weapon to deal with him. Solo's going to think, nah, I'm good. Back towards his teammate he goes. And that's actually going to throw a little bit of timing as well off for Team Mayhem here, as now they bunch up towards the site they go. Raph is going to blow this one wide open with the R9, or maybe not, because Solo's R9 is a little bit better. Kings, though, trades things out. Now the 1 versus 2 here for Jesus Saves. Up close and personal. Envy can't get it done. And now Jesus Saves is on the hunt for the last remaining player in the form of Jez. And Jez is in a totally different spot to where Jesus Saves was expect. Jez is going to reveal his position, but Jesus Saves will win the fight. Does he actually have time for the defuse here in this situation? No! Just a second away. And Jesus Saves would have had it.
That was hundredths of a second right there. I didn't really think he had time. And more surprising was the fact that Jez actually peeked out off of that. Maybe not in position to hear the audio cue, but Rejects take the round regardless. Once again, a little headbutt going to be expected over here on the B side, but not as many people go straight through the expected route. That's going to be Team Mayhem catching him off guard. Solo going to be able to do the same to Teabag, but he's in need of 1v5, and especially with the bomb down in the position that it is, it's not going to be an easy one.
Well, he has picked up for sniper rifles, so maybe able to catch some of these players off guard. Maybe. Yeah, maybe not anymore. Now they know they're not going to give him anything for free, surely. Solo gets pretty close here. Maybe can get the R9 gunfight against Cartels, but not quite ready for it. Even at that range, the R9 can't get it done. And so many of these rounds, Bobby, have been decided by these kind of butting of heads towards the A bomb site. And that is kind of par for the course, right? That's just how so many of these rounds are decided. Who can get control of B, on these initial pushes. And it feels like it's once again going to be the same here. Rejects hurtling towards site. Let's see what they can do.
And they get information off one of those flashes, read on to Teabag as he gets a little bit overzealous. And this time it's Rejects getting the better of the gunfights. It seems to be so lopsided every time, but it's a different team coming out on top. G's going to be able to pick one right there, trying to make a 2v5 work, but with the bomb down, they have got to go quickly, and with Raph getting red right there, that means it's going to be an effective 1v5 for Jesus Can Save You. And at this point, probably just playing for a little bit of extra KD if we can. Sniper comes back out. Seemingly only a matter of time as Rabalo shuts things down.
It is wild how many of these rounds are coming down to these initial pushes, and everything just goes awry for one of these teams. You find a player that's left up in a 1 versus X situation just time and time again. It feels like insurmountable odds for the last remaining player, and Jesus Saves can't do anything in that situation. So last offensive effort here for Rejects. And for the second time, they're going to go back towards A. No resistance to be found this time, no Raph to contest with, who has been conspicuously silent the last few rounds. And I think the question at this point, given how vacant this bomb site is how quickly do they realize it? The answer, pretty darn quickly, that bomb's going down.
Teabag may have made an audio cue right there, nearly finds the turn on to Jez. King's going to be there for the trade. And now they look to collapse, but there's Rejects players all up above that are going to be tough to deal with. Envy's been able to pick up a sniper right here. He's going to be forced back, doesn't have any angles to work with. But Solo's got his back with the J358 to lock down that back side. So now they're forced to try to rush through, and with players in high ground positions, this is just an absolute nightmare for the Mayhem players. Beautiful setup to hold off the retake for the Rejects, and they take back-to-back rounds to close out that half.
Yeah, and again, the difference there for Mayhem on the defense, there's no Raph to control top side, so Rejects, as soon as they get control of the site, it's very, very difficult to retake, especially against a squad so well put together as Rejects. So 4-2 up. Now they switch sides, as you said, mate, towards the defense. And we see probably the most held back round we've seen from either of these two teams so far. I'm not really sure what to describe this strategy as. The snake? What is this? This is like a new dance move I've not heard about. Well, it's one that's going to cost you dearly because Cartels goes down. And now Team Mayhem are kind of stuck.
I was going to say, surely somebody had to hear Jez running around directly above them. You don't lose too many lives off of that, but once again, not looking like a very serious strategy right there. That's not going to give you much other than the element of surprise. Jesus should have the read right here to be able to find the nade kill, and he does exactly that. So that evens things up. Into the 3v3 they go. And the bomb is in the hands of Teabag, so they can take whatever direction they want. It looks like A site is that direction. And only one player on the Overwatch. That's going to be Envy, but he's got a sniper in hand, so likely going to require some utility if they want to easily be able to get that bomb down.
I still don't think they're quite certain right now that they want to go for it just yet. They want to take down Envy before getting this bomb down. I don't know if that's an aspiration that might be a little bit too high. Teabag with the jump up here. Also worried about potential flank coming through. Mayhem are wasting a lot of time on trying to get this bomb down. Finally they do so, and I think it's a smoke that's going to enable them to do so. That's going to really up the ante for Envy and Rabalo here. The latter of which is now getting aggressive towards the site. He finds the first with the DRH, and now Jesus Saves and Teabag. They're isolated.
Well, the train's going to come across the map, so that's going to isolate one of those players for Rejects. Slows down the push. Teabag's able to pick up one, but Envy there for the trade, so now all the pressure onto Jesus. 1v2. One player looking to collapse right here, but once again, it's a very delayed push, and he's content to sit back and wait for the audio cue. Neither of these players really looking to stop anything, and that's going to be easy as can be. S-Thug took too long because of how the train came out right there, and Jesus nearly misses one too many bullets. But he's going to be able to stop the diffuser. Team Mayhem keep things close.
You know what's wild is S-Thug, if he goes for the jump up, he's in a better position there. Literally, you would have got that kill if he went to the jump up. He would have had enough time for the defuse as well. But the choice to wrap through lockers is the thing that befalls him in the end. Big round from Mayhem. Great way to start these offensive efforts. And now we're seeing a straight push towards A. They're going to have to go head to head with Solo up top with the R9. He's going to actually going to shut down Raph here. That is a massive gunfight to kick this one off. Raph is the one player that you needed to deal with, and there goes Kings as well. The smallest of pixels, there goes the head. Then all of a sudden, this offensive effort for Team Mayhem completely falls on its face. They still want A. I'm not sure how they're going to do it.
The beauty of the J358 right there, if you're going up against maps like this where there's so many head glitches, fortunately all you need is one shot. Able to make him pay as Rejects once again go up 2 players right here. Bomb is in hand, but S-Thug seems to have read this completely to perfection. He's going to do the opening damage, finds another one right there. That leaves it all down to Teabag, who gets red, and Rejects extend out the lead once again.
It's not over yet. Ready up.
Yeah, Team Mayhem put all their eggs in the basket that was that push towards A, and it just did not work whatsoever. Solo, the player to blow that round wide open for Rejects.
We got the bomb.
And now back towards the old faithful. Classic strategy, butting heads on B. He can come out on top this time. Raph going to lose the R9 battle. Solo going to find the double once again, but numbers ultimately falling in favor of Mayhem here. And after the flurry of gunfights, it's a 2 versus 1. Raballo against Jesus Saves and Kings.
I am ready.
And Raballo has managed to split the difference between these 2 players here. They're split up for the moment, but I think that might change pretty quickly.
Go.
Does feel like the R9 battle has been the difference in a lot of these rounds, and for the most part, Solo's been better. I'm not sure what happened right there, but Jesus gets completely isolated. King's nowhere to be found. Will he make the read on the wrap? He does, but it doesn't matter as Raballo clutches up in what looked to be one of the easiest 1v2s you'll ever see.
I just don't understand why Kings was playing so far away from Jesus. There's literally no reason for you. I know there's a lot of different angles to watch, but just play with your teammate, because more likely than not, you're going to get the trade. That's a round that Mayhem will be frustrated about. Rejects now just 1 round away from closing out the search and destroy in relatively convincing fashion. And they've gone for a 4-1 split. The one player, it's Envy with a sniper rifle, overwatching on A. And Mayhem, they think there might be a sneaky Solo about, I'd imagine, here, and that's why they're being so cautious about this one.
Yeah, it's pretty free still. As long as you can get a smoke down, not a whole lot that Envy should be able to do about it for that far away. So they get things smoked off in the mid-map. That's going to keep Rejects guessing, and they're forced to cross over the crosswalk right there, but still not really committing to anything. The bomb still way in the back of the map in the hands of Cartels. And it seems like they're still very much set on trying to hit a wrap back if they can make Rejects second guess, but now fully committing right here. They make their way up, and they do make Rejects second guess, but I think they're doing the same to themselves.
Yeah. They're losing the mind battle with themselves at the moment, for sure. They have got a lot of control, and they are giving it away to time at the moment. Nade going out just to check once again. I don't even think that's going to connect on the players that are actually here. Raballo and Jez finally now with that smoke. It's time for the utility to come out from Rejects. Is the nade going to connect? No, but Raballo might well. Yep, there it is. Raballo trying to blow the round wide open. Only going to find one. Envy with a trade, though. So numbers now in favor of Rejects once again. Kings is going to make this a 3 versus 3, but the bomb is now the problem for Mayhem here. Perhaps Teabag can make it better for them? No, he's going to go down, as does Jesus Saves. And now Kings to try and save this one. Shaky screen back to the train that's going through the middle of the map, and only 10 seconds remaining for Kings to do something. Solo's not going to let such heresy occur as Rejects come out on top here and Express Search and Destroy. Looking pretty good on that map.
Yeah, that was just a very indecisive final round. And I think the amount of time that Mayhem took right there obviously gave away so much information to Rejects. And I think especially, like, you see a smoke go down on the bomb site with 30 seconds left on the clock. That gives you free reign for at least one player to push up and at bare minimum take down the bomb planter, and they found so many more off of that. So Team Mayhem, their woes in Search and Destroy continue, but also the dominance for the Rejects has been just as significant, and now they've got an opportunity to close this one out in a 3-0 if they can continue that in the control.
The thing is, so many of these rounds were winnable from Mayhem. I think that's the key thing for me, is that this was not a dominant Search and Destroy from Rejects by any stretch of the imagination. They had to fight for most of these rounds. A lot of them, to be fair, especially early on before we switched sides, did come down to a team butting heads with another team over by B, and whoever would come out on top of those initial gunfights would just come out on top of the round. But there were also certain situations like a 2v1 that we'll get to in just a moment here, where Team Mayhem should have won them and should have made the Search and Destroy. This is that round I was referenced, a lot easier than they actually did towards the end. But Team Mayhem, I think, just unable to figure out Rejects there in the Search and Destroy in a couple of crucial rounds. It ends up biting them in the butt towards the end as Rejects now go 2-0 up in the series. Raballo and Solo having a hell of a game there, 11 kills apiece.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the importance of the shotgun battle, and it's pretty much inverse KDs for Solo and Raph, 6 and 8 compared to 11 and 6. So obviously Solo getting the better of him on that one. And that's a map where that weapon in particular plays such a big role, because if you're clashing over on the B site, you're going head to head over that really tight gap. And then if you're trying to make the push for that tower control, once again, the R9 is typically going to be the gun that you want to entry frag with. So Solo absolutely winning a lot of rounds for the Rejects in that one.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, R9 has been a point of discussion for us basically the entirety of the season so far, and Raph is a name that comes up pretty often. I think Solo, sometimes we can forget about him in those discussions. I think he is deserved to be talked about, though, because he is so good with it. So something to bear in mind as we move forward in this series, as Rejects now go 2-0 up. We wanted to see a 4-game series at least. I don't know if we're going to get that now, because next up is going to be a raid control. I talked about it very briefly, but why do we see so much raid, man? It's the only map that we see played. I swear. I'd swear to Jesus saves.
I can't remember the last time we saw Crossroads Strike. Like in
probably the
NA,
last time these teams.
I think that was the last time. NA, EU, any region. Nobody seems to want to play Crossroads Strikes. Maybe we got some shuffles in the map pool on the horizon. And maybe there'll be shuffles. It could be a shuffle and they leave raid in the map pool, and then we still end up only watching raid. So
I don't think Crossroads is a bad map. We're not just saying that because we're casters here. Like, I think Crossroads is a perfectly fine map. It plays really well. I really love watching Crossroads Strike Control, as a matter of fact. I just don't know why we don't see it anywhere near enough. I guess a lot of teams are just not comfortable with it. But it's the fact that we don't see it much from the top teams that kind of confuses me. I guess we get a lot more standoff controls from the top team, so it makes a little bit more sense, but just something more than raid, please, for God's sake, guys. Especially when a lot of teams don't play it properly. It really irritates me. But regardless, yeah, we're going to see a raid control here for this one. A reminder of how the last control went. Well, it was a Crossroads Strike control, so it wasn't the raid, but yet still, again, it was pretty close. Like, fundamentally speaking, I think Mayhem and Rejects were butting heads for the most part. We saw, like, really good spawn control coming out, from Mayhem and Rejects. But when it came down to it, the difference maker in that best of 5 was specifically that first round. That first round where Rejects did that 5 versus 10 was stupid. I like the fact that Mayhem let that happen. They will be kicking themselves. That is really the sole reason why they lost that one.
Yeah, definitely one that they wish they could do over for sure. I think the raid's one that they're going to feel a lot more comfortable on. Obviously, like we've seen, teams in general just prefer playing raid control. And we do finally get loaded back in right here. So we'll see what Team Mayhem are bringing to the table, if they can actually make a 4th, maybe 5th map out of it. But obviously it's got to start right here. Teabag going to be sent on over to the A side, just in case there's anybody trying to get pesky for this Reject squad over there. Is going to be the bulk of the trades going the way of Team Mayhem. GKS coming out. PKM coming out. Rejects just pulling out all the stops in this one.
Yeah. all the aces up their sleeve at the moment. Rejects, maybe they know something we don't. They look to try and butt heads with players over by B to garner early control. It's not working out in their favor whatsoever. And all of a sudden, really their biggest hope here early on in this control is Envy. He was the only player that's broken that defensive line, and only by luck, the fact that he's managed to kind of sneak his way through the middle of the map. If they're counting names, they should probably know that something's up sooner rather than later. But Rejects don't have anybody to contest with around bedroom side just yet. So they've managed to at least get out of their spawn, but now finally Envy reveals his position with that 1 kill versus Kings. How much more damage can he actually do inside kitchen? If anything, you just need a distraction play, something, because this round has not been Rejects whatsoever. Mayhem have been so good on this defense.
And one player from Mayhem able to get into that garage area to keep them guessing. Didn't find any kills, but once again, slows down any push they're able to find, and now 28 seconds remain. Can't win a gunfight, and you find yourself down 14 lives with no time to work with. This is some clinical control out of this Mayhem squad, as this has been a solid opening round, especially if you can find this big of a life advantage. That's going to set you up well to have some operators charged up and ready to go heading into round number 2. Rejects, uncharacteristic opening for them.
Yeah, this has just been one of the most dominant control rounds we've seen pretty much ever on raid control. This has been a solid control for them. And in the end, I think Rejects just running towards the back of their spawn to make sure they don't feed anything to Mayhem. They don't know what Mayhem have on side at the moment. They don't know that Kings, I believe that's an EMP, I think he's got actually in the back pocket at the moment.
The Hunter Killer.
It's the Hunter Killer drone he's got at the moment. Well, regardless, it's weird positioning. I don't know why it's there, but regardless, yeah, Kings with Hunter Killer drone can have something, but nothing too, I'd say, indomitable, right?
No, nothing that you got to be too stressed about, but you definitely got to put some focus on these opening gunfights. They are able to win 3 out of those opening 4. So for the time being, Rejects will keep the pressure off of that B side. Naturally, you do see Team Mayhem make their way on over to A. They send a lot of pressure there. Hunter Killer in the sky. It'll look to connect over toward that spawn area, but not going to be able to find anything. So Rejects very happy with the way that this opener has gone so far. Yeah, Team Mayhem, though, off the back of what was a phenomenal start to this game, now have some operators ready to go. If they want to use them to garner early control over A, well, they do have a choice to at least bring one out. But Rejects are going to find their way through. Jess through the basketball court will score a 3-pointer against Jesus Saves. He'll be down for the count. Now looking for some more. Kings inside the Tiki, just a little bit too much to handle. And I do like this from Rejects at the very least, even though they are losing gunfights. They're not full sending towards the point. They're making sure that they garner map control, making sure that they've got something to work with. Solo, though, he's going to be the player that moves towards the point. He's going to be the player that's causing some problems, some hassle for Mayhem here on this offensive effort. It's never quite certain just yet. You've got players still sitting in the corner, though, slowly but surely they are the ones in control at this point. Raf gonna go down. Mayhem still with the numbers, though, to make this one work, Bobby. 2 ticks of progress over on A. I don't think Solo was expecting to run out of ammo on the PKM, because usually in a competitive match, you're not going to be able to shoot enough bullets to where you're actually going to need to reload. He's going to be able to back up here, though. Once again, time somewhat of the essence, and especially with Jez pulling out the Sparrow, he can afford to zone off A for a good bit. Team Mayhem can't afford to give up a whole lot of lives, but you need to get the clock stopped, and they don't really have any control over toward that B side, so all the pressure right here onto Jesus to try to get onto the objective. And down 10 lives. This is not a good spot to be. Only 5 seconds remain right here. Team Mayhem very well might have to just chalk this one up and try not to feed any kills. Very similar to what we saw at Rejects last round.
I'm kind of curious there about the choice from Mayhem not to invest at least one operator on that offense towards A. I think it would have probably gone a long way. But you do at the very least now have 5 ready to go at the start of the round. And given the fact that we've also got 4 on the side of Rejects too, I'd imagine we're probably in for a bit of an operator off going in towards this round. Now's the time to use them, because of course you'll probably get a second usage later on during the game as well. Nothing coming out just yet from Mayhem, but for Rejects, it's time for a Ballo to utilize the War Machine. Is it even necessary at this point? Because the first couple of kills starting to come through from Rejects. For Ballo finally going to find some value with it with that first kill, and it is pretty good here for Rejects to kick this one off. They have wiped Mayhem away, and they're starting to capture this point.
Definitely unusual to see no operators off the start of that, especially when you've very clearly been intentionally saving them for this round. So we'll see what Team Mayhem look to do for that, because it certainly wasn't being used to stop a B push. They get that one captured nice and early. And right now, Team Mayhem trying to lock down the mid-map, but that's an equalizer already wiped off the board. So now you've got one less utility, and they go full invest on the inside of Kitchen right here. Claw and Sparrow going to come out in one shutdown, so very little value given how long they waited to use these operators.
Yeah, Mayhem at the very least do not really haven't lost that much map control, but they don't have the map control they really desire. I think the fact they don't have anybody by the bedroom side is allowing Rejects players to filter through, but they really don't want them to be. Also, Jesus Saves has held this angle with the Sparrow for the longest time. He's about to actually run out of it and doesn't really get any value out of it whatsoever. T-Bag's now going to bring the War Machine out as well, so I think they're kind of thinking, well, if we've used a lot of operators, we might as well just go full send with them and make sure the Rejects do not get any control. Down 3 lives, T-Bag still trying to find some value with it, and he cannot get a single shot. Finally finds one and picks up the second as well. That is the clearance they wanted. And finally, after we critique them somewhat for what was a pretty poor usage of the operators, this has been much, much better, specifically from T-Bag and Kings.
Honestly, I don't hate the way Rejects played that because they effectively baited out all 5 operators and used very few lives to do it. Obviously, it did require a lot of time out of them, so now you're kind of guessing what route you need to take onto that A zone, and that's allowed Team Mayhem to get pushed up. They do get one player into top Modern, especially if he can find an opening kill right here, could be big, but that's going to be Cartel's. He gets shut down. You still hold that life advantage, but only up 5 right here. You still got to be so careful for Team Mayhem, but just like that, the feed goes full blue, and that should be the wipe that they need to take the round.
A successful start for Rejects here in this round, but everything else from there on out has been kind of flat. Can anybody from Rejects touch in time with 10 seconds remaining or so left on the round? Jesus Saves are going to put a stop to Envy down open stairs, and well, there he goes. Rebalo down for the count in this round as well. Can solo do anything inside the kitchen. Turns out he ain't cooking anything. Now for the last 3 remaining players here, same kind of strategy, same kind of story as round number 1. Do not give anything away to Mayhem that you don't really need to. They do give a round away to Mayhem though, and this has been a pretty standard affair, I will say, for both of these teams so far.
Yeah, definitely had me questioning a little bit based on the operator usage, but it worked out in the long run. It allows T-Bag to earn some streaks as well, so that can be crucial information if they get into a pinch and need it. Jesus is going to be able to find the opener, and this is heavy pressure on over toward the A side. That's the Pred dropping for T-Bag. Not only will he get the info, but picks up 2 kills as well, and now Envy trying to find some clearance toward this window side. Sparrow comes out, but it's going to get shut down instantly, and really all down to Envy and S-Thug to stop this push right here. Kings, top side of Modern, going to be able to find one on the trade, but Envy continues to be pesky as he pushes all the way out toward poolside and somehow finds 2 more.
Rejects, they might not look at the moment in terms of the life differential, but they are in control of this round for sure, especially as now Jez makes that one crucial gunfight over towards ringside against T-Bag. This is now full map control for Rejects suddenly. And for Mayhem, now got to fight tooth and nail to get out of it. Can they get out the driveway? Can they get out of outside? Any escape would be nice. And the kills now starting to come through here for Rejects. Solo decides now's the time to utilize the equalizers as well. If they can make this a convincing round, they can guarantee a defense for round number 5 and potentially a round victory from there on out as well. Equalizers for Solo, not finding too much value at this point in time. And Rejects is full sent towards B for no real reason. This is a lot of pressure now alleviated towards A. Solo transferring over there, but it might be too late. Mayhem, they're on the point.
Seemed like they were so focused on finding the kills that they forgot what game mode they were playing, so they give up some A control, still able to win the bulk of the gunfights, but once again, seemingly over-aggressive right here as they give up needless lives. They give up that A objective for free. There's still 1 minute and 30 seconds to work with for Team Mayhem as they find a solid feed, and just like that, it's 10v14. They've got 4 operators charged and ready to go.
Team Mayhem, do they choose to use them here? I mean, why not, right? At least use 2 because you've got them to go. You should be tracking operators. If you're a Mayhem as well, you know what Rejects have. There's now starting to really drive the point home though, and there is a window of opportunity right now. You've got to be careful that it doesn't close right in front of him. You've got a 6 life disadvantage to try and bring back. Nice carbon coming out from T-Bag. Couple of kills now. Mayhem really starting to apply on the pressure here. Rejects, they've got close spawns though, and well, Mayhem, they don't force the issue. Here we go. T-Bag now with the War Machine. You see Raf now with the equalizer as well. They want it, Bobby.
Oh, they feel like it's now or never. Maybe not now or never, but they really want to capitalize on what they've been able to do. The kills go through right there. 5v7. Raph still alive with the equalizer. Gets some information on Roballo, and that should be another freebie. He's able to back up. Streaks have been earned. You probably want to go ahead and call those in, but he doesn't need to. He's able to do the damage with the equalizer. They can't find the read, but Rejects still have the man advantage, and S-Thug has called in the Pred.
Jesus saves now very quickly, the last one left alive here in a 3 versus 1. And oh, goodness me, that investment from Mayhem, it's a massive, massive gamble. And it doesn't work out. I thought for sure, with how aggressive they were being, with how far at the map they were, that Rejects were done for. But no. From the backboard, Rejects make it happen. And despite the fact that they did invest their own, they will be happy that they are seeing a round number 5. Let's see where we go from here.
And once again, if Raph had called that Pred, that could have probably instantaneously won it, but it could be something that gives them a big advantage right here. Unfortunately, I don't see anything in the feed, and I believe he's already dropped it right there. That's one onto Solo to get the information, but once again, you find yourself down in lives right here. You need some mid-map control. Those kitchen kills will be crucial.
I think you just got to chill, to be honest with you. You've got to find some kind of something. There's no order whatsoever, only chaos at the moment for these two teams. And Rejects, they are thriving in chaos. They've got control of B. Only a few players to contend with around the point. And this is a pretty quick capture starting to come through here as the double stack is looking pretty good for Rejects. Solo flying through the middle of the map. It looks weird for us. It doesn't look weird for him. Mayhem, they're just poking out towards the point, trying to do damage here, and I think the objective is to get that spawn trap into effect, but you actually do have to make sure Roballo goes down, and now they do. This is a good position for Mayhem, even though they've lost B.
And Jesus got to find that opening kill to make something out of the spawn trap, but it's Roballo blowing up the vehicle right there. Jez is going to take himself out with a Sparrow, but Envy once again returns fire, and Rejects only in need of 2 caps. Solo absolutely turns onto Cartels right there. Kings needs to maintain the topside bedroom control, but those 3 kills are going to be big time, and that alleviates a lot of pressure for Mayhem.
Immediately uses the Predator missile as well. I mean, they want to drive the point home, fair enough, but I don't think he actually got anything for it as well. I don't think there was a single kill coming on through. But the bedroom positioning is good for Mayhem. Nice read, come from S-Thug there. Does he recognize that there's a second player down low, though? If he can take out Jesus Saves, that would be a big boon of success for them for the rest of the round. A lot of pressure now going through the middle of the map as well. Jesus Saves could still be a problem for their roster and because of the rest of the players, but Jesus Saves does go down. There goes Raph as well. Cartels needs to find some value here inside money, and he does exactly that. A massive 2-piece for Kim. Now one more player around the backline, but Jess finds a double of his own, and all of a sudden, Rejects are forcing their way through towards A.
They've gotten their way on. You got to keep an eye on the operators. There's 2 ready to go for Rejects, and Roballo's going to go ahead and pop his. If he can zone out those topside areas, nowhere for Mayhem to move from. Equalizer on the point, going to be able to find one. That Solo pushing all the way through, and there's not a whole lot of time for Mayhem to respond. They can't quite get to the point. And the Rejects able to close things out in a 3-2 control. Man, the gamble, the round 4 gamble for Team Mayhem does not pay off.
It feels like the exact same story as last time. Again, where it is literally these minuscule decisions that are being made from these guys. Streak utilization towards the end. If they'd have used it, this is the end of round number 4, they probably would have had a 3-1 victory. We're looking at map number 4 right now. We saw a couple of streaks in the round number 5 that didn't really feel that useful for them. I think they were kind of very panicky at the beginning of that round, and things just did not go their way whatsoever. Man, that's got a sting for Mayhem, right? As Rejects now 3-0 the series and they move forward in our bracket. Man, just that is so tough for this Mayhem roster that once again has been 3-0'd, and it feels somewhat undeserved. Like, I know that they did make mistakes, but again, this is a Mayhem roster that is super competitive. This is a Mayhem roster that only feels like they get in these positions by way of very small mistakes, very small decisions that just do not go their way. They are a competitive squad. They just cannot find a way to close out these situations.
And that's 2 individual control rounds that are arguably the difference between an entire map, if not a series for them going up against Rejects. Obviously a stretch to say they take the rest of the series, but at least opens the door for it to continue. And once again, if you can cut out those small mistakes. I don't even know if, to a degree, you call it a mistake, because once again, it's a gamble that could very well have paid off. It came down to such tiny decisions and even the difference in the individual gunfights. But Team Mayhem, definitely still some work to do, I would say, especially in the hard point and the search and destroy. Control looks really solid, but they just come up short.
Absolutely 100% agree with you there. But in terms of my perspective on the series itself, I really found it interesting, mainly in the controls and S&Ds for Rejects, because, I mean, when it comes to the entirety of the map, I think that the problem with Rejects in S&D is, despite getting man advantage, those situations, again, where they make the small decisions that would cost them lives, and then they'd get even 2v2 situations. But still, I think the ability to close up the rounds and make it what it was beautiful. The controls, though, I've really loved Mayhem's heavy A strats in the latter rounds. I think they sort of were little throwbacks to previous iterations of Raid that we'd see, because when it comes to the fundamentals of that, I mean, A is so hard to cap off the rip, getting out of the way, and then playing for B with the life count, always a good idea.
Well, strong performance yet again, this time out of our second place team in Rejects, who 3-0 their match on the day, which when we take a look at the bracket means they will move forward into that upper bracket final and now face off against Seminole for the last match of the day, with Team Mayhem dropping down there to that lower bracket, still with an opportunity to stay alive in this competition. They'll be facing off against Truly here tomorrow. We'll do that lower bracket run tomorrow into the grand final. For now, we're going to be focusing on this Seminole versus Rejects matchup. We've seen it before, potentially a preview of what we might see in the grand finals yet again, but similar situation happened in EU, everybody. And it was the second place team that made it through to the grand final first. So, you don't know what's going to happen here, Brody. You look skeptical.
Well, I mean, technically speaking, if the second place team would win, it would be part of the course, right? Because technically speaking, Rejects should have won last time around.
Oh, okay.
So,
not wrong.
I think that's what I'm expecting, at least. Maybe I'm alone in that, but I feel like the Rejects, they should have won that last series. Yeah. They looked really good. I'm expecting them to win this one. I like it.
I think that LG are just like, they're playoff warriors. I don't know. I think Rejects are really, really good. I think LG are just, or not LG, gosh, Seminole are just that much better. Golly, my brain is so locked in 2023 right now, but I think that Seminole are just the stronger overall team. I think just in regards to the personalities that they have and the leadership that they have, I think when they get into difficult positions, they still find a way out of it. So I think LG takes it, but I think it's going to be close.
I think this is a debate that probably could go on for a very long time, because this last matchup of today is an exciting one, to say the least. Before we get into it, though, we're going to send it to one final short break on the day. When we return, our upper bracket final match with Rejects versus Seminole. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where it's day one of our Challenge Finals here in North America, and we are about to get into the last match of the day. It will be our upper bracket final, which will determine not only one team making their way to the grand final, but also one team making their way to Brazil. Okay, this is actually a huge matchup for these teams, as there are 2 spots available to make their way through to Mobile Masters. Can't even talk anymore at this point. So this is a very important matchup, because not only does the team that makes it through right now get to participate in the grand final, they get a 1-map advantage when going up against whoever comes up from that lower bracket run. So there's lots for us to be paying attention to. It's also between our top 2 teams in the region. I mean, what could we have asked for? We couldn't ask for anything more. This is how we want to close out the day.
I think it's exactly what we expected, to be honest with you. Look, as much as I was giving Mayhem a lot of credit, and I still think they do deserve credit, I still expected this to be a Seminoles versus Rejects rematch. And I'm so glad it is, because I feel like now we actually get to see properly for the very first time how these teams face up against one another when one of them is not using a band skin and loses a map and then loses the momentum in the series. So I'm excited to see how this one goes. I've got a lot of faith in Rejects to take this one, though. They have been looking like such a good squad since Envy joined the lineup. I think they can do it, honestly.
No self-sabotage is what Brody's saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, ideally, you never know. They might just throw it out on another curveball. Look, I think, you have that sort of element around it for Rejects, at least anyway, of the, right, okay, well, we have that point to prove now after what happened last time. We had a really good position in that match, and we let it slip. So how do they turn it around here? Have they got the mental to make sure that they are coming into this in a positive mindset, knowing that, okay, we just need to play our game again? And for Seminole, they have the opportunity to look back and sort of say, okay, yeah, well, we won that game. However, what were we doing incorrectly? Because it wasn't necessarily going the best way that they possibly would have wanted.
We got to see those stats there from the last time they were able to face off, and we saw just how Slay Heavy was in favor of Rejects. We've heard Brody mention it a couple times. This is the last time they faced off, where arguably it should have gone in Rejects' favor, if not for, having to get disqualified from that one round. So anything else that jumped out at you from that graphic there, Connie?
I think in terms of it all, the assists do sort of tend to point towards team shooting and the crossfire mechanics. I think that really is all we can pull directly. But I think when it comes to the respawn fundamentals, Seminole have got a lot in their locker. They are at least one of the better control teams in the region, and they do have at least a kinship towards S&D, but Rejects is hard points. We talk about it quite frequently. Very much one to look out for, and definitely my pick, I'd say, in terms of the bunch.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll start talking about these rosters a little bit. Any individual players that will jump out at you for this matchup that could end up going head-to-head on either side of these things?
Head-to-head? I mean, I guess it's difficult because you talk about kind of roles and stuff, but if we're just talking like big picture for a second here, it's Envy. It kind of has to be Envy for Rejects. I don't think there's any other player that you can point out to for Rejects, just because of the fact, obviously, that it's him going up against his former team. It was the exact same storyline that we pointed to last time around, so it has to be Envy. And I think on the other side as well, it's Tectonic. Not only because, of course, they're former teammates, but also because statistically, they are the #1 and #2 players in North America going into playoffs. So it's going to be really difficult, but for sure, you've got 2 of the most powerful players in North America going head-to-head. I'm excited to see kind of what that looks like.
Chat, I haven't asked you guys at all yet today either, and I typically like to do this, but since it's the last match of the day between our top 2 squads in the region right now, let us know your thoughts on how this one's going to play out. Which team do you think is going to be solidifying that first spot in the grand final, solidifying that first ticket all the way through to Brazil? As we're getting, look at you. Wow. You ask and you shall receive, Brody. Some stats for each individual player here when it came to the last time they saw each other.
Yeah, this is specifically the hardpoint takeoff, which I hope to God that Seminole do not pick versus Rejects this time around, because that was a slamming. I never want to see that again from Seminole unless they've just learned how not to let that happen again. And this was a big reason why Envy outperformed Tectonic a lot. They outperformed everybody a lot during that matchup. So yeah, If we get a hardpoint takeoff again, which I highly doubt we will get, Envy's going to do that again.
So obviously don't. If you want to try to win, don't let them do that. But you're wanting to see the picks and bans. They're ready to go. So I'll pull them up here, start this discussion, see what we've got going on here, Ton. We're kicking things off with the Hacienda hardpoint.
No surprise to see takeoff being taken out there. So Hacienda coming through. Summit very mixy as well. So a little bit of a different prospect than what we see on Hacienda, which is a bit more, I want to say, linear in the way that it's played for a hard point. So, I mean, look, for me, like in terms of how this one works, I think basically, I know we were saying about what happened in that previous game, but just based on the stats over the season, Reject's hard point has obviously been phenomenal. But then you look at the search and destroy of Seminole. For me, I think I need to see Rejects potentially close this in 4, just with how good the S&D has been from Seminole. I mean, you're twisting your face, Brody.
No, I'm about the search and destroy.
No, I know. I knew it was for that. You would never question me.
Yeah, for sure.
Say your point. Come on.
Well, I was going to let Connor talk about the search and destroy, but just very briefly here then. The Express search and destroy, very surprised to see that considering how it went last time around, even though it was a forfeit.
Oh, you got your crossroad strike!
Yes, not a raid control. I'm so happy. I've never been happier in my life, honestly. There's a lot of events that have happened in my life, a lot of good birthdays that have occurred, and this surpasses all of them.
This, you really.
I don't know what that says about your birthday.
Not great.
Connie, give me your thoughts on the picks and bans so far.
So 40 S&Ds into control. I mean, again, Brody, I agree with you. Nice to have Crossroads Strike back in the mix, and definitely one of the more faster maps I feel like to actually have in your.
Oh, yeah.
All it does warrant a lot of skill to even mechanically get used to it in the first place. The S&Ds, though, the Express and the Tunisia, I mean, in terms of the Expresses that we've seen so far today, sort of a mixed reaction. I mean, there are teams that, you know, have thrown away rounds consecutively. There are teams that have clutched up, and there are teams, you know, that do at least settle for the basic strategies and perform well. I think that overall, though, it should be a interesting development. I think Express kicking us off, though, is always one of the better ones. Tunisia, again, though, as we just saw early on in the European series, some interesting walls, geography, because you have a lot more time, a lot more pressure on the map, and in the 1v1s as well, which me and Brody saw, you can have 30 seconds of no contact and out of nowhere, appears like nowhere, shot, head.
Yeah, I mean, 2 widely different search and destroy maps, right? I mean, Tunisia very, very defensively heavy. Express can kind of really go either way, depending on which way the teams are going to be playing it. Yeah, so it's a nice and varied one, I want to say. You know, we've got some quick maps, we've got some slower maps, we've got some more traditional maps, we've got some funky ones in there as well. So yeah, it's set up for a nice one.
All right, well, I think this is going to be a great way to at least close out the first day here in our challenge season for NA. For now, I'll send you guys just to at least start getting ready, but I'm going to hang out with Brody. We're going to chat here for a little bit because I want to get your thoughts on this overall matchup. Win conditions for both teams.
It's going to be difficult for sure. I think that the map veto process was step number 1 for these teams. They wanted to make sure they won it there. I think Rejects have come out just a little bit better. I've got to say, I joked about it, but I am very surprised that Crossroads Strike is in this one. That is Rejects' best control map by far. So to let that one through, Seminole have got to be feeling pretty confident. Honestly, I think this is just going to come down to, on the maps that we see kind of returning from the last best of 5, have Seminole learned where they went wrong? Have Rejects learned where they went wrong? Because we saw Hacienda during that best of 5, and that went Seminole's way, although that was kind of post-ban skin usage. So, you know, that's a whole thing. It's like a new dating system we use here. It's post-ban skin usage for...
Is that what it is?
Yeah, for sure.
Hopefully they've all learned it. And obviously both teams have had 2 weeks to really work on the strats heading into our challenge finals now. So this is going to be fantastic to see what they can bring to the table here in our final match of the day, which means it's time for Ton and Connie to get us into match 3 to close this thing out.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Yes, we are heading into the big one here on the side of the American series. I mean, realistically, you knew that this was going to be the matchup that we were going to get, that we were kind of regarding this as the inevitable. But which way it goes is another question, though, Connie, because I don't think anybody is really heavily predicting. I mean, Brody's putting all his eggs very much in one basket, and it's certainly on that side of things rather than for Seminole. Reject seems to be the consensus favorite in a certain kind of way, but I still don't know that you can definitely say that they're going to be the ones taking this one away.
Of course, I think in the American regions, it's a lot harder to predict your winner just because the talent is quite evenly matched at the top. I feel like in Europe, again, we just watched an insane, upset, and that was down to disrespect and maybe a lack of respect towards the opponent, given the circumstances of their previous encounter. With this one, again, we could apply that here, but only to an extent, Chris. I do feel like that with the teams like Seminole and a team like Rejects, who are very familiar, have competed against each other for a long, long time, different players, kind of stuck together rosters at periods. It's going to be, I'd say, one of the more awkward matches at the very start because you can't really predict it, but when you get into it, it's quite clear to see which team on a day has the minerals to do it.
Yeah, look, I've been impressed by both these two teams so far from what we've seen. Both of them have looked good in their first matchups today, 3-0, 3-0. Both of them will be feeling very, very confident heading into this one. I think if you look at the history and how both of these two teams' most recent matchup ended, I'm curious. I don't know whose mindset will be better for this, because if you're Rejects, you look at that as a missed opportunity, so to speak, because of the whole thing that happened with the skid issue. Momentum just went and got lost away. But then if you're Seminole, do you sort of think to yourself, well, actually, we did still play all right there, and irrelevant to the skin side of things, we think we possibly would have won anyway. Like, there's still questions to be asked in that aspect. So I'm curious, what side of the coin would you prefer to be on? Because I think it's a difficult one, but maybe a conversation for another moment in this game, which I have a feeling is going to be an absolute banger. As we head into it now, Rejects taking on Seminole. Hacienda Hardpoint. For Hardpoint, Rejects have been, I mean, their record speaks for itself. Same for Seminole, both of them. Ridiculous stat lines. The Search and Destroying controls, where they do differ, but Hardpoint, it's neck and neck. Let's see which way this one's gonna go.
Utility again, very reserved at the start, but a few frags outside of the hill does in fact reward Seminole. 11 seconds on the board so far, and now playing for the last 45. Few spawns going for Rejects again in the northeast side of the map, but realistically speaking, it's down to the pressure reads. How well can they do when it comes to these head-to-head gunfights? Isolations are cool in the middle of the hill when you're throwing a smoke down and you're running in there with an SMG, but realistically, Seminole are going to play now at least in a position fighting for control.
P2 is what we're fighting for, right? I mean, I think if you look at it towards the time over towards P1, Hacienda, Seminole, 26 points. You take that every single day of the week. A couple more going to head their way as well, so good start coming in here for Seminole. Bit of a split spawn going on here for both these two teams, so the mixy situation we're going to have over towards P2 is going to be an interesting one. 3 seconds to go over towards P1. We're setting all the way over towards P2. You need to lock this down. If you are Jez and he manages to get out as well. Really good play coming in from Rejects. They will find the kills. They will get themselves out. But the spawns are there for Seminole. Potential opportunity here for the push. Tectonic will shut it down. Seminole currently holding on. 40-point lead for them as well.
Yeah, and now we're seeing Seminole start to split up a little bit. Originally, those spawns were blocked off by Vague, but it wasn't to be, as Rejects again have mounted a full fronted assault and completely suffocated every single choke point through mid into hill. Meaning now, again, you can just play the pre-fires, throw utility if you'd like, and even get your score streaks online. Still, though, when it comes to the score, playing for control here, Rejects now will start to get 35 seconds at least on the board here. Still very close game, only 20 points either side, but you know what? When it comes to the power of slaying and utility usage, Seminole are only just a little bit in control.
Long way to go in this one. 20 seconds that Seminole do want to fight for. Are they going to send a few players over towards the next hill? Yes, they are. Band is there just to maybe slow down Rejects, who aren't going to have themselves the lead by the time we do head over towards the fences. Watch for that hostile hunter killer drone on its way through. Shot's going to come in from Jez as well, though, who is going to just slow it down, the setup that Seminole would have wanted. Rejects now 2 points in the lead, so nothing to really speak of here, but the first initial fight starting to come on through. Solo will find 2, and all the kills now starting to go towards Rejects. It's a wonderful rotation from them after picking up the majority of the time over towards P2. You can see the equalizer now coming in. A lot of investment coming in from Rejects. They want to make sure they get as many points as they possibly can.
And Seminole aren't letting up. They're all fighting from the front here, and even getting some kills fenced in. It's down to really all the players from Rejects now to band together and take this from the front side, because still 35 seconds leading into scrap time, a lot here. We are still in the middle of the portion of the hill, and the routes are very much interesting. Apart from Seminole here, running from mid onto site, again, they're exposed from the top, so when it comes to the crossfires and the team shooting, they're more susceptible to it. But when it comes to building time, I mean, listen, they're nearly at 100 points, and they could hold on for a nice 20 here. Still, though, when you're playing a suffocation game like this one, particularly in this hill, has to be done correctly, and so far, very promising.
Yeah, really good play coming in from Rejects. The kills flowing their way, and the majority of the time alongside of it. Rotation again. Seminole are going to be there first as they were previously. Is it going to make a difference though? The shots with the pistol not quite as crispy as he would have liked from Jez. Seminole are going to be here in numbers and healthy numbers at that. Solar from the front, and it is going to be Jez from the water. That kill feed starts to light up yellow the right way for Seminole. 54 seconds on the line here. Where's the push going to come from? Rejects.
So patient there from Jez. Still didn't even bother to really engage in the hill, want to play his life, and the rest of Rejects now will hit from the front side. Seminole do have advantage by a player, but you have to keep an eye out because when it comes to the respawners, Rejects still have a nice split going on here, meaning they can apply pressure from both ends and really cause problems when it comes to taking the hill. Now, the scoreline is a little bit lower. 95-72, Seminole are getting time here. And we do talk about money hills. I mean, Chris, you love the P2. This can be the same sort of situation, especially when you've got the War Machine.
A lot of investment coming in from Seminole. Tectonic just raining it through, just taking his time, spacing his shots, but can they continue to hold this final 15 seconds? Seminole could tie things up if they can manage to do so, but Solo's the first one through the front door. Marshy's there to answer with 2. The third would be lovely, as Washi will come through. They will find those kills. They will find a few more after that as well. And after one rotation of hills, we have a 2-point game. And I think looking back towards that rotation, if we cast our minds back, I think the P2 to P3 is where things were maybe a little bit unexpected. Seminole do a really good job at P4, but P2 and P3 was very successful for Reject. Seminole will not want that to happen again as we head into a second rotation.
Rejects are playing a lot calmer on the P1 than previous. I mean, when it comes to utility usage and even playing around it, neither team really touched it for the first 10 seconds. Only really now we're starting to see Rejects get at least another 10 on the board. And again, they get out of hill. They sort of sacrifice it here because when it comes to the head-to-head gunfights, they're playing more for control outside, making sure they're mitigating spawns for the P2 and leading into an easier control period.
See already, got one player trying to get a route round. Wants to try and get some P2 control if he possibly can. Spawns are there for Reject to Seminole. Once again, that control over towards the middle of the map was solid the first time around. Second time, though, not so good. Marshy's able to find 2, just trying to slow down any points that Rejects are picking up. There's a potential 10 seconds on the board here for Rejects as we move over towards P2. Keep an eye on Jez over towards the backside. They could do get rid of him. They do so. Now they've got only maybe one angle to have to deal with, but 2 players come around the staircase to get some good timing. And now all of a sudden, if you're Rejects, can you set this up at the right time? Rabala will be able to find 1. Seminole, though, are just about going to rebuttal this push. 1 player's towards the back in Jez that you will have to deal with, but so far, so good from Seminole.
And still a very nice idea there. Banned throughout the wrap there, managed to get spawns coming in, but Seminole are now pushed out a little bit because throughout the entirety of the proceedings there, Rejects have taken their time to force the back spawns. I mean, early on that's great, but now we're 35 seconds in. That's where you're starting to get trapped a little bit and you're worried about the rotation. But still, when it comes to the kills and the feed, very clean as we're seeing 4 wipe there. And at least Seminole now starting to slowly get time. It is a close game nonetheless, but when it comes to control here, they can play for a nice 20 seconds.
This is so much better than it was in the previous rotation of hills from Seminole. Picking up some really, really good time here at P2. They'll get nearly every single second of it as well. Scrap time to be fought over. Washitopi will be there to find the kills as we rotate once again over towards P3. This time around, it is going to be Rejects there first. Seminole were there first and got broken pretty much straight away. They'll be wanting to do the same to Rejects. Envy over towards Tin. Needs to lock this down, but he's gone outside as the Predator missile finds its way through to kill feed. Now it's just trading left, right, and center. Washitopi's there to try and answer back to that. And Tectonic now popping the War Machine as well. This is a huge moment in the game. They start to lock it down. They know exactly where they're spawning. But the War Machine for absolutely very, very little. And now all of a sudden the Annihilators are out. Everything being invested from both these 2 teams. Which way is it going to go? Vague with some good shots. And it's going to be Thug to find a couple more. Trying to put the pressure on here with the Annihilator now and trying to move forward. 30 seconds is the lead here for Seminole, and the double nade coming in from Marshy. That might just solidify a little bit more. 20 seconds now. For the first time in this game, it's looking like Seminole are going to have their first decent lead.
Seminole still, I mean, when it comes to the spawns for this hill, they're all segregated, they're all pushing onto it. That causes splits. Rejects now have got more coverage, at least for the rotation, and it can be quite an awkward period, as now we do aggress forward into the next hill. Seminole do have full control here, can invest so many more streaks, because when it comes to the pathing and it comes to the kill feed, it was in their favor. But now, it really comes down to how do they read the pressure in mid, then again, trades to go either way. Still, though, time in control of Rejects. Seminole going to fight from the front, and with a little spawn as well coming in from mid, just to alleviate some pressure.
Let's see. Can they find a breakthrough? Marshy Band starting to find kills where they need to. It's going to come through from Vague. The equalizer out and Rejects out of the hill. 40 seconds now to go on P4, and Seminole looking to get every single one of those, but it's a big gunfight win coming in from Jez. Where the rest of the kills going to go, though? Tectonic can find one, but Solo can find two, all on his own, and breaks it open. It's a 50-point game, and this is points that Rejects sorely need. Crazy plays coming in from Solo. It's 4 kills in a row from him. Can they lock down this final 15? It's looking that way. Things were maybe starting to get a little bit scary for Rejects. If Seminole pick up the majority of that time, it's a dangerous proposition as we head into a third rotation of hills. But once again, we're going to be pretty close. But Seminole still with a decent lead. It's going to be 40 points as we head into the third rotation.
Seminole now want all the time to count for P1. Wow. I mean, when it comes to the last 2 rotations on this hill, they're now going to start pumping numbers in there and throwing smokes down. It comes down to the contest, so maybe playing 10-15 seconds here, Ton. They have got at least a nice control period here, because 1 full hold will get them the win in this map in particular. But Rejects are doing very well here. They're pathing so good around the exits. It's just enough to at least alleviate some pressure here. Because for now, it's all about making sure they can get these nades on the choke points and making sure, again, they got enough time to get some streaks on the board. That War Machine there as well from Combo and Hunter Drone.
They've got to be careful, though. They can't give up too much time here at P1. For Seminole, the focus will be on spawns over towards P2. You want to lock it down. Garage is where you find so much good fortune if you can get that first rotation, if you can get it locked down on these initial gunfights. The game's looking as good as one. Washy's starting to find a couple of good shots here as well, starting to heat up into this game. 35 kills to his name, but the SMGs on the side of Rejects right now are doing such a good job. That's a decent chunk of time. What was a 40-second game is now down to less than 20. First players here are going to be Rejects again. Solo is just absolutely running the show right now. The SMGs getting the work done, but Tectonic, the War Machine hasn't been as successful as he would have liked. Rabala's going to be throwing his in as well, but Tectonics needs to be good. Rabalo answers back. Tectonic falls and Rejects break perfectly. 200-point mark is now breached. 45 seconds here towards P2. Seminole are not where they want to be.
Oh, and as well, 40 seconds left here, and they've got a nice little suffocation period going on. Seminole, again, making it close, but you have to realistically look at Rejects and how well they can hold off the pressure. They got all the War Machines online, they have Hunter-Killer drones, they have cruise missiles. It's becoming a real problem. They're making it even harder, especially when you're looking in terms of all the arrows converging on the map. The Seminole now are looking to regain some control.
Really big break. They needed it. 15 seconds to go here over towards P2, and every single second has got to be fought over, but look at that kill feed once again. Seminole, they're going to be very, very close to that 240 mark. Rejects need a near-perfect hold. 2 seconds to go on the previous hills. We set up once again, looking at the position of everybody on the map right now. Band, Solo starting to trade. You need Solo to find another one of those moments. Rejects are starting to lose a couple of members towards this hill, though. Seminole starting to converge. Doug is there to find one with the Annihilator. Can he find anything else as Solo falls? Everybody from the side of Rejects starting to drop. And when Seminole start to just turn that dial, it becomes just a little bit more impossible. Equalizer out. Game number 1 done. Seminole 250 to 216.
What can we tell? I mean, listen, when it comes to the entirety of that map there were moments throughout the second set rotations where Rejects had a good look, but Seminole, they had the closure they needed, and particularly there from the P1 to P2, it was just a case of, we got all streaks online, we might as well just throw it all at them and see what happens, really.
Yeah, I think it was about that rotation towards the end. It felt as if Seminole were breaking very, very easily towards the latter stages of that game and just finding these moments here and there. The breaking percentage, I would have loved to have seen it, but wow, it must have been high because it felt as if Rejects were holding on purely from some players coming through from Solo. Especially towards the latter stages. They had a really good start, of course, but after Seminole started to warm into it, it felt like there was only going to be one victor in that one, and just very, very difficult for Rejects in that game to really get things going. I mean, every now and then they were starting to pop off, but Seminole just finding breaks and finding those kills at the right moments, seemingly every time. Really, really good start for them, and especially with the consideration of how this series could go. You're going into a search and destroy. Seminole undefeated across the season in this mode. You got to be feeling good if you're a Seminole fan right now.
of course, but when it comes to the 8-0 average of any sort of sport, and esports, somebody's O has got to go. We can draw the line, especially in terms of this stage, where maybe, you know, every team now at this point has learned how good they are, and they're looking to try and find a veto in there, or even find any sort of nook and cranny where they can expose. But realistically, I think after that hard point there, Rejects do have a nice cushion to adjust for the S&D. I mean, listen, it was a close game, and even when it comes to the numerical values and the numbers, I mean, it was also kind of a high kill game. 240 bombs is something that you do or don't really often see. I think in particular, though, Tectonic and Marshy were two impressive players for that map.
Yeah, I mean, 44 and 20 from Tectonic. We said it's him against MV to a certain degree, and well, he outshone him there, did Tectonic. Very, very good. Map number 1 coming out from him. And to be honest, even with the War Machines not being maybe as effective as they would have wanted to be coming out specifically from Tectonic, still a very, very big game from him in map number 1, and that could be the difference maker in this series. We know it's going to be close all the way, but map number 1 hardpoint going that way is very, very important for the side of Seminoles. Now, I mean, for Rejects, there's still plenty of time in this series. We know how close it was last time around. The S&D, though, I just think with how Seminoles typically do play this, it is going to be very, very difficult. Going to be heading over to an Express, so you're thinking about those moments where you need your SMGs to be popping off. Solo was definitely having his moments, though, and that map number 1 could potentially have them here again on Express.
Yeah, and in terms of Express as well, we do like to, in turn, look at the strats in the mid to latter rounds, and I think post-plants in Express tends to be a bit more challenging in some instances, and that just comes down to the bomb site geography. I think when it comes to even securing plants when you're playing B, very difficult, especially when you've got to clear 2 more angles, and there are always a sort of ruin any chance of getting into a plant.
Yeah.
The rat routes to escape from that are horrific. But again, when it comes to the understanding and the pathing, audio cues are also a massive implication too. Or even when you're throwing your stuns, when you're throwing grenades and getting tagged information, these are just little things which really can take you the extra mile.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think it's... Again, I'm not going to say it's make or break for Rejects, because we could see this one go either way, especially when we're talking about Crossfire potentially coming up in map number 3. Of course, I say potentially, we are going to be seeing it. But realistically, I think you think about Seminole and how good they've been in Control, but at the same time for Rejects, it's one of their best maps, so that gets leaked through. That could be the tide turning. We quite often talk about Control being the swing map, and that could be the case in this series.
So in terms of momentum, I think you're spot on, right? I think it's going to be one of those portions of the day where momentum is quite heavily implicated in these two teams, especially with their skill sets being so evenly matched. You know, that's probably one of the few factors we can say differentiates them, like who's better in Control. But when it comes to the S&D, I'd love to see their playbook, and I'd love to see exactly how they break off at the start. Because again, when you're throwing the set utility and the nades across the map, it does create instances where you can't run to a specific favorite spot that you do, and it forces you again to group together with the team, where again, we talk about choke points and funneling through lanes in maps. It can be a real issue when you're against an AR holding a long angle.
Well, let's see how it goes. Sniper-wise, I mean, we know what we're going to get. Tectonic has been lights out, as has Washi.
Defend the objective.
Obviously for Seminole, they're on the attacking side first. Rejects the first to defend. It's going to be a big hit over towards the B side. Rejects get a lot of control over towards B. Seminole ready for this, though, by the looks of things. They're setting themselves up. Look at this from Jez, by the way. Pushed all the way up already, and that is just a free kill for the side of Seminole. And now they have the option to choose from. Do they want to go A? Do they want to go B? Rejects starting to reinvest. Maybe panic send over towards that A side. I love this passive play from Seminole in round number 1.
They've got the first one early, which is great, but it's also scary in terms of now what do we do to keep our advantage there. I mean, you can play time. Bomb isn't really committed towards A, although it is lingering there. There are players as well watching the flanks throughout B and any sort of cut-off where Rejects might even rotate. I mean, still, you have to play around your audio cues. And only really 2 or 3 nades are thrown at the start. They're still holding on to a lot here, Seminole. They can actually get information if they need it, but still, when we start to see players move across the map and really get a feel for the round and even get, agitated and force a gunfight, it's going to be a very patient round from both teams thus far. Rejects, though, start to slowly aggress towards A. The reads are going to be down to, essentially, who's going to peak first and at what time.
Let's go!
Seminole starting to reposition back over towards the B side. Solo is going to be the first one to see this going on, but has he turned away just the wrong time? You can see the push coming in from Washi over towards this side. Was that just merely a bait? This band will find a kill onto Solo. Thug is there to rechild that one and gets the kill. Vega's there to answer back himself. Looking for the shot underneath the bomb, not going to find it. Bomb down, 3 versus 2 in favor of Seminole. Envy and Raballo trying to find a way back into this one. Tectonic should get caught out here. Train's starting to come on through as well, but Tectonic, I say he should get caught out, just does not whatsoever. Good shot from Envy, but Vega's there to clean it up.
It's not over yet.
A first long round between these two teams goes over towards Seminole. Very passive play on the attacking round. I'm curious if we see a bit of a switch up as we head into round number 2. Keep an eye on the minimap in the top left corner, which way these two teams are heading. It's looking as if Seminole going to favor the A side here, but good round number 1 from them. They'll be happy with that attack.
Again, same strategy, playing slow, not committing bomb too early, but Rejects are much more aggressive here. I mean, already 2 players there situated in A, and Solo is just wedged so far in the corner, playing for the audio cues, as well as potentially dodging the nades and stuns that will be thrown that way too. So it would fake information, they can push, and you can get a free kill. But it is really just a battle of wits here, and a battle of who has got, you know, the longest tenure, who can hold the line. Now, this is going to be really key as well when you're looking in terms of how do we aggress as an attacker. Rejects have committed so many players as well to B. They are at least relying solely on Envy with the rifle to get the audio and play for the sites. Once they know a player's crossed, right, we're going to commit a plan here and play call it. The heads-up plays towards B and to A. Could be important.
First blood was in. Oh, and Marshy's going to fire a couple of bullets over towards that side. Washi did get taken down early in the round, but the onus is still on Seminole. The attacking team, they're the ones that need to make a move and a disadvantage.
Interesting. No movement from Solo. Has held the line here. Hasn't really budged from that position. But now, Bomb's starting to get committed. I think it's about to pay off. Marshy gets a few shots across the map. Still, though, a 5v4 in favor of Rejects. But realistically, 30 seconds now, this is where the window starts to close down. You want to get these kills.
Yeah, need to go now. If you are Seminole, Marshy will find one of the jets, and which way are they going to choose to go? There's going to be one player here who's just going to cause so many issues. Nobody get rid of him. Solo had a couple of kills, maybe falling his way, and then all of a sudden they find him. Thug's going to be there to find one. Van is there to answer back. It's now a 2 versus 2. Bomb going down, but it's the time on their side. Rodalo gets in, finds the shots onto the bomb, and gets out as well. Time was just not on the side of Seminole. And Rejects are there to answer back. 2 long, drawn-out rounds to kick things off. And Seminole not quick enough in the end. I think if they have a bit more time there, that round has more potential to go towards them.
Yeah, now, and again, the break off of this new one's going to be interesting. Now it's a fast round from both sides here. Players rush towards B. First blood and contact will be drawn instantly. Seminole, though, have got at least the advantage here in terms of kills, turning it into a 4v3 straight away. Now it comes down to, right, objective is there. We've already pushed back Envy. He can't do anything more on this site. Maybe watch the flank here as well, because Solo and Washitapi are on site here to get some information on each other.
What's the play now? For Envy and Solo. You got to find a pick and then work from that. Tectonic already on his way over. Information gained. Solo from this position. It's just going to be so difficult to do anything, but it's still a 2 versus 4. Is not necessarily the hardest, but it is still quite difficult against a team like Seminole. Tectonic sets himself up wonderfully. And the round goes their way. 2-1 now. Seminole looking good. That was a bit of a mix-up, though, wasn't it? The attack was very, very fast there. Works out for them.
Defend the objectives.
And I think when it comes to the fast attack there, and Seminole comfortable with that, even in their natural passiveness. Okay, great. They've got a deeper playbook than Rejects in this map in particular. Because once you find that comfort, it's easy to get through onto any site you want. And First Blood as well, too, was drawn, but traded out just to a nice level. I think now the 4v4, the rifles are still online for a few players, so they can still play long range and get the information they need.
It's very much a chess game, this one. Both these two teams not wanting to overcommit to anything. They only have to take their time, look for the picks, and then make their move. Envy and Marshy out of this round. But the 4 versus 4 is still very tense rounds. But there we go. Band starts to make the move, finds the kill on this Thug, and then all of a sudden just dips out as well. So now for Rejects, you're asking the question, do they have B control? Well, currently, Seminole have no real estate really to play with. They've backed on up themselves. But where's the move going to come from? Keeping Rejects guessing. Numbers are in favor of Seminole now. As they start to make the push, the shot's going to start coming in from the left-hand side, so they don't know exactly where one of the other players is. Potential bomb plant could go down as Solo will find one. Shot starting to ring on through. Jess has just done so well to find one. Gets traded out 2 versus 2. Now a 2 versus 1.
Solo He needs to make sure it's all there, but thankfully they got away with bomb. Now Seminole here can play for rotation. Jazz, he needs to clear at least 4 corners. He wants to make sure this is going to be information important. Now still plenty of time to get the plant down, and again, Solo is pretty much in another spot here. Can't afford really to get anything unless that bomb is planted. Maybe it'd be too late. But still, in a 1v2 situation, post-plant, they're setting up the bomb nicely for a good high-low setup, making it impossible for a defuse.
Solo. He's cooked it to absolute perfection. Reads him like a book. And now all of a sudden you're left with the R9 up against Vig, and do you have any clue where he is? Predicts the push to come through towards the bridge. It's just so well played, but with very little other information. This still is very, very difficult. 18 seconds to go. I don't think Vig's going to check it. Solo's waiting for the push to come through, waits for the right moment, and it's the 1 versus 2 from Solo. Phenomenal grenade, phenomenal read. And Rejects keep this one close, 2-2.
I tell you what, that nade off the start was the difference. It was the difference. They had the setup employed, but they just weren't expecting anything like that. And that is why you reward yourself by holding on to utility throughout the rounds rather than throwing it off the rip. Simply gorgeous. As now we're in 2-2. Heading into that round, number 5. Aggressive B-push again here coming in from Seminole.
Washi will find one, but the kill starting to trade back in the favor of Rejects, but only momentarily, and all of a sudden it is even 2 versus 2. Tectonic is here, and Tectonic is hunting, and Tectonic will find the kill, but so will Envy 1v1 out of absolutely nothing. This round just comes and goes very, very quickly. Absolutely nothing like the first 2 rounds that we've seen in the Search and Destroy. This one was fast and furious indeed, but a 1 versus 1. Envy against Tectonic. I mean, it's how we wrote it, right? It's how we talked about it. And the 2 talisman figures on both these 2 squads going up against each other in what could be a horrendously important round of Search and Destroy. Tectonic nervously playing Ticket, and I think Envy will read it as the push starts to come on through. The nade is out, Envy jumps it. Tectonic will be there to go for the check and gets it in time. 3-2 to Seminole. Patient play coming through from Tectonic, who finds at least 3 in the round.
Still had a nade as well to use. I think in terms of the read and the play, nice slide, nice kill. 1v1's converted, but still close game either side here. I think when it comes to it, a nice new break-off coming in here. Is Seminole going to commit players towards the first headbutt?
Oh, here we go. Vig through the front door. Mashi was there to find another as well, and Band will follow this one up. It feels like these quick exchanges are nearly always working in the favor of Seminole. They work again. This bomb will be going down over towards the B side. Envy now caught between a rock and a hard place. The smoke is there to try and get him out. Washi will be there to find Solo. Now Envy left all on his own. In a 1 versus 3. Seminole starting to stretch their legs here in the Search and Destroy. This will be quite something from Envy.
Oh, that's not what you want to happen, especially Wash Tapi holding the angle. I will say, though, one of the more interesting rounds, it was a bit slower at the end because in the 1v3, usually players like to fly out and try and get the isolated kill straight away. But Seminole, they already had an advantage. They played it well, and it's now 2-4. Again, we're reaching the real meat and gravy here of this particular map.
So on to the attacking side for Rejects. It's a very quick push over towards the B side, but Seminole happy to give them control.
The bomb has been planted.
Bomb down. 45 seconds to play with here. First blood is going to be absolutely crucial. You can see Seminole are just tightening that vice-like grip around the site as quickly as they can, but the guns are up here from Rejects. First blood and utility is going to be absolutely huge. Jez now with the grenade in towards Ticket. Doesn't quite land, but the shots do, but Tectonics are just that little bit better, and the kills just starting to flow through from Seminole once again. The trade's starting to come through now, a 2 versus 1. Raballo, shots go through. It's a 1 versus 3, I should say, from Raballo. Yeah, 15 seconds to go. Gonna jump for the defuse again. Have they read it incorrectly? Yes, they have, but it matters not. Seminole gets the round anyway. Tectonic with the final kill again. He's sitting on 9. Seminole starting to stretch away.
Honestly, that was a wonderful move there in the 1v3. Regardless of it, it was just an overequipment there on the slide. I think with a little wall-to-wall gunfight there, maybe it would have been an easier kill, but you can't fault it. I mean, that was 5-2. Seminole still, for every single round, have a man advantage. They have kept the fundamentals in check. You do look towards, though, this next round again. Nades go out straight away, and trophies too.
We're about it. Every single round just seems to be the headbutt, and it's working out for Seminole so far. They find the advantage of 4 versus 3, and 4 versus 2. Doug answers the odds once again, but Vega's there to make it just a 1 versus 3 for Envy, who seems to be left on his own a lot. Not an ideal situation. Seminole could go 6-2 up here. 2-0 up in the series will be massive for them.
So strange. Bomb is literally left nowhere. Has to be collected. Very difficult. But realistically, again, look what the angles you need to clear. And again, it's just down to Ban to get the read straight away.
Shots in, information gained. Good shots in the band as well, but Envy gets hunted, and all of a sudden, Seminole, map point. 6-2 up. And I mean, it's just been... I would have said there's been some close rounds, but you think about it, Rejects have found some clutches themselves. The 1 versus 2 that came through, those kind of moments is all that's kept them in it so far. Seminole have been somewhat dominant here on Express. Rejects having to change it up. It's a push over towards the A side. Are Seminole going to be ready for it?
Well, again, it comes down to the first read. A nice new strategy here, but when it comes to Seminole, they do not want to lose that undefeated streak. And again, at match point, it's very comfortable. I love Reject's idea here again. A quick plant, but Bloods get drawn straight away.
1 apiece so far, 4 versus 4. Man's tagged up just a little bit, but it's the pinch that potentially could be coming through for Seminole. Oh, Rejects just caught in between a rock and a hard place. Band goes for the reload at the wrong time. Washi is going to have to hit something special with the sniper. It's not going to happen. 23 seconds, Tectonic has a slight amount of time to play with yet. But if you're Rejects, you're offering absolutely nothing. There's the sound cue. Rabala will be there to surely find a kill, and they find an answer.
Nice work.
Rejects with a round. Seminole not through this one yet.
I think the quick plant there definitely was the difference maker in that round, especially when we're talking about their push. I mean, yes, Bloods were drawn, but they had so much control there from the high-low setup, and even start wedging players in there just to give Seminole a hard time to get information across. But set days go away. Let's go again. Straight on to B. No commitment there from Seminole. They choose to actually just play passive and read it, but Rejects there get another free plant. We see it again, son. The same strat for the last one. How would they play it differently?
The difference is here for Rejects is you have Jez potentially on the flank. If he can find that first blood, that would be absolutely massive for him, but Tectonic just trying to survive, but he's got to play with him, which is not helping him out here. The rest of Seminole here to now come and hunt him down. Tectonic finds the kill anyway, and now it's a 5 versus 4 on the side, but they've got to start moving. Marshy with the shots in there, not quite as accurate as he wants them to be, but the R91s are. Solo will fall, it's a 5 versus 3. The push starting to come through, and if you Envy, you're left in a 1 versus 3 against the old squad. It ain't gonna happen. Seminole 2 to the good. A wonderful, wonderful search and destroy from them. Aggressive and passive where they needed to be at the perfect time. A wonderful performance from Seminole. 2 to the good in the series.
That right there was a clinical last round as well. I loved the idea just to play passive. I mean, at first you're questioning it, thinking, well, last round, obviously, before that, it was...
Happy to give them control every time, right?
Yeah, yeah, and because they know they're going to retake it. Because they know exactly, hey, we've got all our nades still. We could just throw it at them, and it's going to be the easiest trick of our lives. We were in a positioning. They love to get aggressive. They want to try and get first blood drawn, but we know that based on their power thing and their sound cues, they ain't going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, just a really, really good performance. I mean, you've seen it from the get-go, right? In terms of how Seminole were going to play it. It was passive. You sit back, you try and get something done from there, and then you can just try and... They felt very confident in either which way the rounds can go. When it comes down to Express, they can be very, very fast. They can be very, very headbutty. When it went that way, they're more than fine with it. If they want to sit back and maybe play a slower game, they are more than fine with that too. Seminole, fantastic, fantastic performance in the Search and Destroy against such a strong team in Rejects. They're making it look relatively easy right now, though. 2-0 in the series. I'm going to little look at the breakdown towards the end. Rabala was trying his best at 13-8, but Tectonic at 11-5. An absolute seismic performance from Tectonic. And they will continue to move on in this series. 2-0 now before we head over towards Crossroads Control. It's very difficult because we definitely expected maybe a little bit more from Rejects here, but it hasn't quite come to fruition just yet.
I think in terms of the actual tenure of today, winners finals, actually, another question to ask you, do you think they were scared by the undefeated streak in S&D? I mean, to me, it can play a little factor, but when you're in the game and you're in the moment and you are already down like 5-1, 5-2, there's no real possibility, okay, we're down 2 over here, we have to actually focus on for the control, sort of take it that step further. We know it's been a bad start. Let's make this as competitive as possible at least right now.
So, I mean, that can come into it, but I just think that Seminole played a very, very good game of S&D. I think realistically, if you look at what Rejects had, Solo with a miraculous 1 versus 2 made it maybe not quite as close as it was, but that map is done. We're into the control. What have Rejects got up their sleeve here when it comes down to Crossroads strike control? Seminole, what have they got to maybe close this out very, very quickly? It's not a 3-0 we would have expected. We've had 3-0s all day long here on the NA broadcast, but a push over towards the A side from Rejects. It's a nice start from them. And Seminole trying to get themselves back into the point here, though, Connor, and, well, I mean, they managed it. There you go, pushing them back in. Now, this is where things can get difficult for Rejects.
I know, already took on the board there, but still an even life count. I would definitely say when it comes to the nade users, they are shy. But now Seminole here in a weird spot. Again, when Solo gets time on B, it draws them away from the easy cross they can get from tank. They have to start, hitting it from cliffside, falling down, taking risky plays and risky gunfights. That is really going to be Seminole's sort of style here. Although when it comes to getting these streaks, that will be a huge factor in terms of them keeping control from the west side.
It's very much a momentum-based map, though, right? I mean, it can swing so quickly. The attacking team get themselves out in a bit of map pressure, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh yeah, very attack-minded this side of the map. But then other times, if defenders can push them back into the spawn, you find a flurry of kills, and all of a sudden the round is turned on its head. Toppy, Washi will find just a couple of his own, and now they can force their way forward. Big's now in and amongst it as the push over towards B. Gonna start coming on through. The lives in the favor of Seminole by 5 now. As Raballo was able to answer back there. Washi again finds a couple more. And time again, it's just a kill feed that lights up with his name multiple times. 14-7 on the live front now. It's a good start from Seminole.
30 seconds left. 2 ticks progression on A already. But still, a bit utility thrown here and there, finds the occasional kill, and it's just a headbutt.
So the lives are just not going to work out in their favor, you would like to think. No more respawns remaining for the side of Rejects. Now is Seminole. Yeah, okay, they lose A. But they haven't overcommitted. They know they don't have to. It's 9 versus 4 now as the kills starting to go towards Rejects so slightly. B-Stack starting to come in, so maybe you do have to worry about it now if you're Seminole. You've got to start making the push. Solo and Thug are there to change things around, though. 5 versus 2 becomes a little bit more difficult.
4v2 and a clear read, but now players are dropping down.
Hold on, 2v1. Oh, he gets it. Washi, it happened so fast between them. Everyone engaged towards it, and in the end, it is Washi to clean it up. From what was looking like a very comfortable round for Seminole, still goes towards them. But maybe a little bit more of a nervous moment towards the end than they would have expected.
Absolutely, spot on there. But when it comes to the set nades again off of point of contact on A, I mean, Marshall there straight up there with Toppy supporting with a Annihilator. A 2-1 split there in the feed. Still, when it comes to progression, again, a third already has gone through.
Oh, Washi starting to snap here. I mean, if he found the third there, that would have been absurd. Rejects starting to find a couple of kills all through the middle of the map, though, and they can start to put this pressure on themselves. Fan just got the gun up pretty much immediately off the spawn. They know they need to clear them out. They've lost a couple of kills in the middle of the map, so they will not be able to just waltz on through over towards A. I say that as Ban just jumps on towards the point. Raballo, Envy doing well, though. They haven't cleared them out enough to maybe jump onto this as quickly as they have done, as Solo will find a kill. Kill's starting to fly the way of Rejects. It's about a 3-kill difference in their favor right now.
A needs to be converted, but both players now meeting on the cross section here. Again, when it comes to tank and holding it, it makes B a lot easier for A. Still though, 50 seconds left here, a 5 life lead for Rejects. They're starting to really aggress now and try and get some spawn traps going. It's difficult though, especially when it comes to the pathing. You've got to clear 2 players in front of you, and it doesn't numerically add up.
Oh, shot the movement from Solo, my God. With the equalizer as well, just so difficult to deal with, and Rejects are making this look a lot easier than Seminole did on the defensive side of things. Solo just running the show time and time again. This is looking like a round that should definitely go over towards the side of Rejects to tie things up here with 20 seconds to go and no lives remaining. It's just not going to happen for Seminole. I mean, look, they found the first round, but for Rejects there, that was just so much more clean cut. Find the kills in the middle of the map, push forward, punish them and further.
I know, and look at it, I mean, listen, that 217 is not a normal stat line. It doesn't really...
It can happen though, right? I mean, like, you lose a couple of gunfights, you get forced in your spawn, and all of a sudden you're losing the lives with left, right, and center.
I know, it was a system really where almost blend would be the perfect term to use.
Oh, yeah.
They got 5, they got streaks instantly, and then, oh god, the caveat comes in. They can't break out a spawn. It's never going to be a fun game. But still though, 1-1 is Not too bad look thus far for both teams. I think that when it comes to the flip straight away, Utility's going to get thrown out, trophies too. Let's see how it starts.
Not much Seminole could do about that after the first initial couple of gunfights have been lost. How can they do a little bit better on this defensive side than they did on the previous Kim? Really down to some close moments, but look at this investment coming in from Rejects. A lot of damage being done over towards this A side, and Solo finding that gunfight. Not one that Washi should be able to find whatsoever. Marshy's probably going to have to try and do something quite special here. A going over very, very quickly. This investment from Rejects working out so far. Looking like A may well be in their back pocket already.
Oh, wow. That's a difficult read as well. And Rat plays too. Yeah, you can say goodbye to A. Now B is really going to be an issue. And it's really early on as well. The life counts are just absurd to be capping A at that time. So now when it comes to the B, the swing, 7-0, yeah, you got to try and clear it. But when it comes to the hold, I mean, Jez can just sit here, 2 trophies, and hold it by himself.
There you go. Predator missile coming on through. Rejects are running away with this game right now. It's feeling like Seminole are going to have to find an attack, and well, in the previous round, they lost it, what, 17-0 lives. Still not quite out of this yet. They managed to clear them off the point, and Marshy could do a finding this kill, but it's been those important ones in the middle of the map that they haven't quite been able to solidify. In 2 minutes now for Rejects to try and find a way through. Jez with an absolute beamer onto Tectonic, and now jumps inside the point. B's just been taken down. Rejects absolutely phenomenal attacking round. 2-1 lead now as they head back over towards the defensive side. Seminole have it all to do here under control.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Rejects need this if they want to survive. But in terms of Seminole, I mean, those last 2 rounds from Rejects literally were slaughters, 10 life differentials, an instant cap on A at the start. It really was not to be. But now Jez investing in the Sparrow early on just to get control of the top side and create some pressure, but not to be as that blood is drawn. It's going to create a situation. Rejects now again only lose 4 lives at the start. A already progressing.
And this is kind of a carbon copy of what we've seen in the previous round. The investment coming through from the operators and making it count every single time. A now taking up very, very quickly. Kills very much in the favor of Seminole now as they are starting to gain some map control. A may well be gone, and it is. So we said we needed a good attacking round out of them. We've started to get a very, very good one. Here we go. Predator MSL starting to roll on through. Seminole starting to make this push over towards the B side. Marshy will find 2, Tectonic another, and they have absolutely dominated this round. Marshy now in a position to start to clean up shop. The snap is there, and here we go from Seminole. Look at the life difference of 25-11. Have Rejects got an answer? 2 ticks already in. It's the triple nade to get them off it. Phenomenal from Envy, but is it too little too late?
Once they cross that corner, once they get past that box, it's difficult. Marshy here playing low ground just to try and get players dropping down from cliffs. But look at this pathing here coming in from Rejects. They're flying all over the point. Seminole are split across the map here with a main spawn coming in from the south side. But that one player flanking deep has the player's life. And even if he was to get eliminated now, Rejects know have 4 lives.
So difficult to do anything from here for Rejects. We're going to be heading in to a 5th and final round. Some of these clutch moments really have not went the way of Rejects over the course of the previous 2 maps.
Yeah, 13.
I mean, it's going to be so difficult to do anything here, but we head into a round number 5.
Get ready for the next round.
Now, in terms of this momentum shift here, I'm going to throw these sides out the window here. I think when it comes to the last 2 rounds, again, it was a very similar A to B with high life.
I think what you maybe have to concentrate on is the 3 operators for the side of Rejects, 2 for the side of Seminole. Who's going to make them count? That's really been the difference for both these 2 squads. Tectonic will make his count. The War Machine in, Washi is there to find 1, and now with the first couple of kills going Seminole's way, the pendulum starts to swing in one direction. That would have been a huge kill, but Solo's managed to find it. Band is there to clean things up, but all of a sudden, Rejects are forced back into their spawn, but Seminole have got to try and not be overly aggressive yet. Push over towards A starting to come through. Second tick may well be there as well. Rabala could do with winning that gunfight and somehow has done. Rejects have pushed them away from the A site. Washi is here now to get aggressive. Oh, he can't hit the shot. That could have been huge.
That would have been a difference maker right there. Full control of mid, easy team push. But now again, it's just Rejects. Once they get the kills, they can play all the aggressive wall-to-wall gunfights. Any sort of crossing ability now is eliminated from Seminole, unless maybe Ban can try and find some kills. Does in fact have a Sparrow as well to boot from the top side. Now, we have to make sure again, at 18-17, it can be converted.
Operator's popped. That's the Purifier out from Band. He's getting up close and personal, just gets gunned by Thugno. The shots are ridiculous. So an investment from Seminole results in absolutely nothing, but they will get a hold of A. But the problem is they could potentially just be put on the spawn. The equalizer out here from Solo is just going to be so dangerous. He finds a couple more, and they're starting to put the foot down on the pedal now. Solo pushing forward. It's going to be so difficult, but Tectonic will find the shots onto Jet. Solo has got to find a few more here as Vig will take him down. Thug there with the Annihilator. 12 versus 5. There is just no way they can get away from the Annihilator. Thug still pushing, but the game may be done. 3 versus 10. It's just the investment is now going to be started to use here from the other side of things. Vig now 2 lives remaining. It's maybe a little bit late for the equalizer, but if there's any particular one that's going to do it, it could have been that. But Jez will close this one out. Band on his own. Rejects find him out back.
And it was a close one, to be fair. I think when it came head-to-head, Rejects had the side, but you pointed it out. It was the 3 versus 2 in terms of operator abilities. They had just that little bit extra. So over the finish line, they got it done. Fair play.
Yeah, and I think all those rounds came down to who invested properly and who made those investments count. And in that situation, it was just time and time again, Rejects. They found those moments. They were able to make it count every single time that when they were finding those kills, they were always pushing up and just finding that little bit more from that. So it's not just what you do with it, it's the setup that you give yourselves on that map. And it's such a mixy one. Look, I mean, I think if we're into a raid or something like that, then it doesn't necessarily come down to things being as, well, mental as that can potentially be, like keeping up with what's happening on Crossroads. I don't know how my voice is going to get through some games tomorrow. It's just back and forth all over the place, and it's just absolutely crazy across the entire map. And it's just chaotic, right? So I think when you are able to find those couple of kills and actually find some control is when then you can start to put the power down, if you like. And really good performance coming in from Rejects. Seminole will be disappointed at that one, but when we looked at the maps and when we were presented with them at the beginning of the series, we said this is definitely one that Rejects can walk away with. They do so, but they still find themselves 2-1 down. Big players coming in from Solo. Again, this guy's an absolute beast. Have a look over towards the final leaderboard.
Straight away, I mean, listen, the kill count, 34 for Ibalo. And
huge game.
Yeah, I mean, listen, aside from the high kills, it really was down to the operator ability. I think there was instances where both sides started to register and understand, like, yeah, we know your path and we can just get a War Machine out or a Sparrow out and just get rid of 3 of you. And then you're going to be spawning here. I mean, at the end of round 5, we witnessed one of the classic spawn traps that does come from Crossroads. So I would say that, you know, when it comes to this station and the series, we go into the summit, that next hard point. We start looking towards how do Rejects, first of all, get through it? It's a mixy map, you mentioned it as well over there on the desk. And can they replicate the same pressure? Because yes, they actually out-pressured Seminole on a map where, you know, fundamentally they should be a bit better.
Yeah, it is a difficult one, Crossroads, right? It's all you guys at home will know when you're sitting there playing it. I mean, obviously I know Control not quite being as readily available as some would like, but at the same time, it's just one of those that it can really just swing on a few different kills here and there. And for Rejects, it swings in their favor. A very, very good map number 3. We'll be heading to map number 4 in just a second with Summit coming up. Do we see map number 5 or are we closing out here?
Well, either way, I think this series warrants whatever it is going to be. And at the end of the day, when it comes to this summit, I think that the fashion in which Seminoles have gone through today's series, I mean, to be honest with you, if they get this one, then you know what? Lower bracket tomorrow, that's where we see a reassessment from Rejects come in and get a dream matchup in Grand Finals. Yeah,
well, I think realistically, we're always expecting these two to be the Grand Final pairings, especially after what's happened already today as well. But I don't know. I think it's really hard to call when we are heading in towards a summit, which can be very, very mixy as well, as mentioned. But I just think with how Seminoles played that first map in particular, they just started to, you know, find that extra gear where they needed to. Are they going to be able to do that here on Summit as well? Can be so mixy, especially over towards P1, P2. You start to think a bit more about rotations at 3 and 4, of course, where you really start to lock in some good time. It's not the best start coming in from Seminole, with Washi just whacking a stone off the back of his teammate's head, and which way all the kills going to go, I'm not too sure, but Rejects need this map. Seminole would love to close it out in 4. They wouldn't like to head to a map number 5, but hey, they'll be feeling confident and relevant to what happens in this.
Still though, both teams now fighting for control in the middle of the map. Utility's just been bombarded here on the hard point, and it's lots of one-to-ones. No real routing outside now as Rejects do start to read the spawns a little bit. Seminole here just completely five players through the front, but Rejects want those spawns, want those pinches, and Envy and Riablo do add lots of pressure to that. Still though, only a 3-point game, and even some flashy plays to kick things off.
Marshy finding the 3 with a shotgun. Over on the outside towards P2, but Rejects momentarily. I'm going to start getting a little bit more control, but Marshy is absolutely frying here with the R9. 6 kills in a row from him, and that will be some more control over towards the side of Seminole. 10 seconds or so to go here over towards P1. It's going to be about the rotation over towards up top. You want to try and get that control so you can lock down some good times, some really good shots coming in from Marshy. All of a sudden, Jazz going to push up top. He gets dealt with pretty quickly. Looking good for Seminole over towards P2 here.
Stop Mr. gets shot down as well, and neither team is going to touch the initial here. It really comes down to Seminole, though. They do manage to get the outer rings. They manage to get, the pressure applied to get time, but it gets passed around left and right. Rejects here have got close spawns too. It's a real head-to-head headbutt here, and ew. I go over Envy, we go for Riablo. They're getting the pressure applied here. They're doing so well. But looking at the pathing, looking at the streaks, they might just get a bit more here.
Some good time on offer, but you can already see the rotations starting to come through. Keep an eye on what Band is doing. Trying to get some sort of flank coming on through for his team if he can. Rabala's been so good with the DRH and finds another. 3 kills go his way. Rejects starting to take a little bit of a lead now, but rotation going to be very important with 20 seconds to go here over towards P2. Seminole have choked this one up. And towards the back, but Envy is here and ready and waiting. Shots are not as crispy as you would have liked. Doug is there to find one. Rabalo's there to help him alongside of it. Envy can find one towards the back, but it's looking so far so good for Seminole. They find the important kills at the right time. Have spawned out those spawns towards the back here for Rejects, so if Tectonic can't find these kills, they're going to be in trouble.
I know as well. New Hill will pop, and Seminole fighting from the front side here. Nades get thrown right into Warehouse, but still only a few connections. They will touch it, they will get it. Now, Rejects got a full front assault here. We'll throw everything through the front door, but greeted by a shotgun makes it even more difficult. Now, when you're applying pressure here, if you're on Rejects' side, you need to make sure you get the wall-to-wall gunfight straight away, because either way, this hill could go to either side in a second or two because of how close they...
Rabalo absolutely frying through the front door. Phenomenal work from Rejects to get the spawns towards the back. They make the pressure count. 30 seconds to go here as well. Seminole had the rotation. They're not going to get the majority. Seminole now walking away over towards the next hill. Need a good hold here, which you can get, and now this time they have time to set up right. There's this moment where they can have that moment of respite. Operators very much available on their side as well. Anything but a full 60 for Seminole here would be taken as maybe a bit of an L, and the push is going to start coming on through. The kills have started to fly through. It's already the control here for Rejects. Seminole, are they happy to give it to them? Are they going to be here to answer it back? R9 out here from Mosh. Needs to make something happen as the pressure started to come through. Rejects finding a way through, but Washi just finding a way to find heads. Great shots coming on through with the Annihilator. Good hold so far from Seminole.
They have it locked down. This is very bunker-like. They're playing wall-to-wall. They're playing behind head glitches. Rejects can't really get a good look. First 15 down and playing close quarters with all the correct weaponry. Shotguns are out. Equalizers are out too. It becomes a real issue now, especially when Rejects are starting to find these correct kills. Now Seminole making sure again the hit comes from the front.
Came from the outside. Found the push through Ice, but Solo is going to be here, and he's just going to be cleaning up kills left, right, and center. Fantastic work from him. Equalizer out, just still absolutely frying. It's Marshy who eventually just shut him down. Continues to survive as well. Envy is there to answer back, but Seminole are finding themselves well and truly behind here. It's about a 50-point game. Marshy shots not quite counting. And again, the rotation does work out for Seminole. They get the majority of the time. But Rejects were there to answer back. I want to say it was maybe 30 or 40 seconds for the side of Seminole. So we're heading into another rotation of hills. It's going to be about a 30-point lead.
Clean nade though, again, just a couple now from Rejects in the new hill, and they are looking to progress forward 110 points. I think when it comes to the abilities now, again, set nades from the respawn and Seminole players will cause issues. They can run through, but they are actually populating the hill quite nicely. 3 players at least committed inside close quarters combats, no matter where Seminole flood through, drop down from, they're going to get traced and they're going to get killed. But it comes down to, again, now how do you play with the kills available? Well, at least one operator on either side makes it an even Stevens game this far, but a few flashy plays and a few fast gunfights will cross it. Rejects now at 135.
Marshy up top. Shotgun in hand. Rejects really starting to stretch away, find another gear that they, well, didn't show in the first 2 maps. And if you're Seminole, you need to start waking up, but there's a lot of hard points still to be played. Marshy nearly turning for the 3rd. It's been such a mixy game. Every single different POV that we go to, dead, 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 dead every single time. All these players really going at it. All 9 now for Solo. Both him and Marshy on either side of the coin have been really, really solid for their team so far. P2 control is there for Seminole, but it's very much in the balance right now as Rabalo will find a push around. And which way is this one going to go? It's going to go the way of Solo and Rejects. Every single second that they get here is an indicator that we're going to another map number 5. Rabalo investing. Envy there to help him out as well. Rejects wants to find a solid lead here. It's now going to be hitting 100 points.
I know, they can go to 200 here, Rejects off this hill. They can really make it a game for themselves, and even Seminole trying to path their way through. They're getting laned, they're getting crossfired. It's not a good look. Every single team push is isolated into kills that obliviously do not cross the path. 20 seconds left, they are going to be contested. Now as Rejects start to set up for the rotation, headbutting into Seminole's way, it's going to be 3 versus 3. Envy will look for Band, and again, the kills start to initiate.
Now for Seminole now. If you can find a rotation, if you can find a break, a full 60 somewhere will help out a lot. It's everybody through the front door. And you may well just be running to absolute terror. Tectonic will manage to get his war machine out. Marshy here now, trying to do something himself. Sparrow can find absolutely nothing. Envy just bouncing the claw off the wall and shuts down that initial push. 10 seconds gone. Envy holding it down, but the shots in from Vega, very, very solid. Washi's still here with the Annihilator. We'll find one. We'll try to push these way forward towards the spawns as well. Envy gets dealt with. And is that the break that Seminole needed? 35 seconds to play with, but the kill feed's not looking their way. The bounce back from Rejects, they get control again.
I know, look at the stack as well. Once they find the hill, they put 3 players in there. Becomes a problem. Trophies down. Almost a fortress where you have to run a shotgun to try and break it. Now, again, when it comes to the pathing too, we are seeing Jez just at least aggressing the back spawn, get some push initiated, make it awkward, but still, it needs to be one of which both teams split either side.
And I think when you look at it here as well, what Rejects did absolutely wonderfully there is let Seminole take those back spawns. Rejects spawn out. Rejects get the rotation for the next hill. You offer very little towards Seminole, and you get a lot more if you can make it count. Push starting to come through from the stairs side now for Seminole. They've got to find something here. It's going to be Marshy over the top of the shotgun, but there's one more player towards the back. Jez can find 2. Envy finds another of his own. Band is there to find one, but not able to answer back. And looking over towards the side of Seminole, what have you got to maybe try and find a break here? Well, you got Vague with the equalizer, and that was what found it for Solo. That was what found it for Rejects last time around, and here comes the equalizer inside the hard point. Vague will get taken down just almost immediately. The kill's going the way of Rejects, and that may well stem into a map number 5 between these two teams. 2:20, 30 seconds away from Rejects. They can't quite win it here, but it's looking like they're going to win the map anyway.
It's going to be a close quarters affair here. Seminole look to break through. The extra kills come on in. Now you look towards again the scrap time. Seminole will look it down, but still Rejects have got such a cushion here. Only 28 points. That's all they need. And then we're going to a map 5.
Vig and Band finding kills, and it was just crucial time over towards the side of Seminole. They absolutely needed that. It's a 70-point game. It's just so hard with P1 and P2 though. Rejects can chip away at this. As Jez will find 1, Jez will find 3 in the end actually. And the rest of Rejects are there to find the kills. Washi gets dealt with as well. Seminole cannot let Rejects just pick up this random time.
2:35, slowly creeping towards the end, but Seminole have one last good break attempt. They are going to be spawning out nowhere if Rejects keep these players alive. Fortunately, though, they are coming close. Rejects, again, lose the head-to-heads. Now got at least Edna here on the second.
Seminole need to be pretty much perfect. That's the problem. Rejects in control with 5 seconds to go. And is Solo going to be the one that carries them through? To it he is. Rejects 250. We head to a map number 5 between the 2 best teams in North America. What a series this has been so far in the hard points. So back and forth in the series. So back and forth. The reverse sweep is potentially on the cards for Rejects. And I mean, It was from the word go, right? It felt as if Rejects just had that little bit better read. It felt as if specifically when we headed over towards P4, the break that comes through with the equalizer from Solo, and that's where things started to get a little bit out of hand. Seminole never really recovered from that moment. Always felt like they were chasing their tail a little bit, which sometimes can be the case when it comes down to hard point. Fantastic work from Rejects, so they just never let up. As soon as they took that lead, they doubled down again and again and again. Seminole had no answer. They head into a map number 5 with 2 maps back-to-back for Rejects.
I think one of the more impressive things which Rejects actually pulled off, I think the path was flawless. You know, when it came to that P1 to P2 again, you like to fly in head first and just pray you get the kills. But when you look at these stats, 57 ton. We have not seen anything near a 60 today, but that from Envy, one of the players you highlighted, I mean, simply gorgeous. That is 200 impact as well.
57 and 22 from Envy. I was super concentrating on what Solo was doing, but Envy, I was thinking he had the claw out on multiple occasions, but look at the difference in score from everybody else. Envy running the lobby against his old teammates. Phenomenal, phenomenal performance from him. A 57 bomb to send us to a map number 5. It's not bad, like, fair enough. As we head,
yeah,
I mean,
keep it nice and light because it was a damaging, impressive performance from Envy. I mean, there's no real word to describe how frequently we see those score lines, and especially on the summit where you mentioned the particularity of how well off the thingies were. How what's the word? Even I can't think of it myself, Chan.
I don't know what word you're thinking of,
Yeah,
so I can't help you out.
I mean, Seminole, I'll keep it nice and easy. Seminole just weren't it. They were not there, and Envy was a problem for them.
So I think for me, with the style of maps that have actually just come through there, so you think about Crossroads Strike, you think about what we just said. It's getting late, early, which way you want to look at it. But Summit, the last 2 maps are very much that mixy type. They're very much about those hits over and over again. Tunisia couldn't be further away from that. Tunisia Search and Destroy is a very different beast. Rejects on the defensive side first, that will suit them. Can they find a good cushion and head on to the attack and try and find a couple of rounds? Look at this aggression coming through from Jez. Tectonic finds 2 with 1 bullet, and that's some way to open it up for Seminole once again. The S&D last time around on Express was absolutely wonderful. Can they find that sort of level again as Envy is able to answer the odds, but a 4 versus 3 in favor of Seminole.
Good pick.
Now Bomb slowly getting committed towards B. Only Envy has to read it. It does have a sniper rifle too, just to make sure pressure is red. But again, once you see those pixels appear on the screen, that's when the play call comes in for support.
Oh, Solo towards the back. Big gunfight going on here, but Washi doing such a good job. Gets rid of the player on the flank, and all of a sudden Envy having to back on down. There'll be some start for Seminole if they can find an attacking round to kick things off. Band is there to take down Thug, and all of a sudden Envy has to back on down 1 versus 4, just not plausible.
Retake is almost impossible here. Look at the setup. It's bunker-like. They're watching high-low. They've got cleared every angle. And Seminole do convert the first round in a convincing fashion, I'd say, especially when you mention this map in particular. You talk about how it's completely different. Seminole just already have not lost it at all, this game mode in particular. Let's see if they do it again.
Attacking round goes their way. It's a good start. Rejects just offering themselves up. Early doors there. It's a big defense push over towards the A side, and that's something we'll see very often. 1 player over towards the B side with the sniper, and you can see already that is Envy. Trusted to lock that side down all on his own. And now for Seminole. Where is the push going to come from? Where are you going to find this break? That's why it's so difficult in the attacking rounds here in Tunisia. It's very much a patient game. And Seminole with the first attacking round. It's a great way to start it for them.
Still 5v5, 75 seconds left for the round to conclude. I think right now we're starting to see the first instance of which site bomb's going to be committed. Rejects here heavily stacked towards A with 1 deep on B just for the rotation if it's needed. I really think that Seminole here want the mid presence early on. They want to make sure control is there so they can path to either site with a quick plant. That really would be a decent strategy of set nades.
It's hard though, isn't it? To find a break through these defensive walls that are set up. 45 seconds or so. You got to try and go for something if you're Seminole. You've sat back, you've waited. You can't wait anymore, but it's actually going to be Jez the first one to push out here. And which way are these gunfights going to go? Big is there to trade, 4 versus 4. And the rotation over towards B inevitably comes through from Seminole. Is Envy going to be in a position where he can shut this down? One player, though, still pushing over towards this A side, and Marshy, he's going to be there just creating chaos if he can. But has Envy spotted them over towards the B side? It was just a distraction tactic, and yes, he has. Finds one as Vague tries to find the push up towards him, and he is just going to have to back on down as that bomb does go down. Washi will find the shot, so now a 3 versus 3. Tectonic dealt with. Rabalo has been enigmatic for the team in this series, but gets taken down by Marshy. 2 versus 2. Next gunfight's huge. Solo will find Marshy. And now Washi left. 1 versus 1. It's a great shot. Can he find the close quarters one here onto Solo as well? The shot's on there, but the second one's the slide, the shot from Seminole and Washi. Top level. 2-0 to Seminole. It's 2 attacking rounds as well.
What a way, especially now we're heading into that round 3. The response from Rejects needs to be imminent, but off the set spawns, a very spread 2-1-2 split here. Seminole all committed towards A. The aggression pays off after that last round. First few trades are drawn.
Here we go, though. Rejects can find a couple of kills, make it 3 kills now. Answering to the one of Seminole, and they've just cleaned them up far too quickly. Seminole get confident after that last round, and Rejects shut them down almost instantaneously. Fantastic work from Seminole in the previous 2 rounds to play that slow pick, to play that game. But maybe just went a little bit hot-headed into that one. You just can't 5-man a sight like that on Tunisia against a really good team. Rejects answer back.
A similar sort of break off again here, but Seminole, instead of sort of funneling into A here, just meet the aggression head on. And also forgot bomb in the process too, still lurking in spawn. Maybe they don't want to commit it yet. I mean, hey, it's not a bad strategy. You want to get information and just sort of lure players off site here, create a fake opportunity. Now be the time. I think Seminole here could employ the strategy early on, and it would definitely cause confusion to Rejects, definitely reevaluate their own sort of strategies from the get-go, but still 5v5 from the start.
I think, yeah, for Rejects, though, yeah. I mean, they have no eyes on, right? So it's difficult to even ascertain the fact that Seminole don't have the bomb, but I'm sure Seminole will go and pick that one up. Right now, they are just looking to try and find a pick. Both these 2 teams very passive once again. Still, for Seminole here on the attacking side, 2 rounds their way already is a very, very nice start. See Solo getting aggressive over towards the B side, helping Envy out. He was happy to transition. Still the bomb not picked up though with 50 seconds to go here. Seminole will have to head back for that one. And Rejects aren't offering them even an inch yet. Tectonic now on his way back. Bomb to be picked up. Last time around when they were running out of time, B was the hit. This time it will be A. Seminole now need to try and find the push through here. But is the timing for Envy just going to work out in his favor? Yes, it is. Vague will be the first one to fall. And now does that just make Seminole rethink this push? Well, that might, as Marshy will fall as well over towards the top side. Envy locking this one down much better on the defensive round. Yeah, from the Rejects so far. Ban now left. And in 1 versus 5, he does have the entire flank on them, but I think he'd do very, very well to pick up more than 1 kill here. Another round over towards the Reject side, 2-2.
Yeah, a clean retake as well. I feel like the site, despite bomb having been committed, it felt like, you know, they were trying to defuse it in a way. It was a very aggressive 5-person hit. Even slow adjustments too, got the round converted, which, yeah, fair enough, we take that. But 2-2, last map. Again, different strategy this time around. Very aggressive onto B is Seminole.
Here we go. Nades, tacticals all out here, but look at the aggressive push starting to come through, but Marshy deals with Doug, and all of a sudden Seminole opened the bomb site up. Solo's waiting though, in the smoke, push coming through, and this could be incredibly damaging for Seminole. There's one. Second one doesn't follow, but the kill starting to fly on through, but Ban just turns and finds a second. All of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2, making it 2 versus 1. Jez now left, all on his own. The Bush play coming on through. And just trying to play this one patiently. Do Seminole have any eyes on? That grenade's definitely going to help him out though. Is the grenade going to tag? The push is going to have to start coming in from Jez. Find the first and second! Are you kidding me, Jez?
Get ready for the next round.
How on earth is that allowed to happen?
Whatever it may be, wherever it may be, they needed bomb. Jez had the angle. Yes. Play in the bush. It works. They're already weak. 3-2. As this chess match got a whole lot more aggressive. Those set names come through again, and first blood's drawn instantly. Lovely from Band.
That's huge. Anticipates the rush to come through from Solo, and now all of a sudden Envy is calling for his teammates to get over to B. Has to back on down. Nade out. Oh, tags Vig. Shots in from Envy as well, just looking to try and find a pop-up onto Marsh. He can find it. 4 versus 4. And now the thing is here for Seminole, you're thinking about maybe getting out of B. It's not looking like a favorable outcome this time around. You've got players on the flank as well. This was in a fast attack is now changed around as Washi will find the shots onto Envy, but Jez is there on the flank. Will find another kill. 3 versus 3. And still no idea which way this one goes. Washi looking to find another. It would be second of the round. It's phenomenal from Washi once more. And B control is now there. B bomb is down.
Oh, close read. Diablo can't get it though, and Jez has got to get rid of 3 players in such a short amount of time. You think for a second here, yes, the peaks are there, the damage is there, but can you push any further? Seminole opt to retreat back here, play the long game. It works, it's doable. But realistically, Jez has only got 25 seconds to make the play call, and Tectonic there already has, well, at least has the read. And still washed up with a rifle too, makes it even harder for a take.
Just no way that's going to happen. Washi finding 3.
Ready up.
With the sniper. And for Seminole, on the attacking side, 3-3 heading into your defensive side. Phenomenal. You take that all day long. You take that every single day.
We got the bomb.
And that is just now a prospect for rejects. You need to find at least 3 attacking rounds. Can you manage to do it? Tectonic's got to open up things over towards the B side here, onto Raballo, which is not the start you wanted to see if you're a rejects fan.
Jez can't get a good look.
They're finding everything here.
Shots are missed, and they're so key to hit right now as well, because the first blood is the first, at least first point of instance for either side here. But S-Fuck again, just down to 1v5. Bomb is nowhere near. Difficult round. I might probably have to chalk it up.
Not a great deal he can do here. As talented as anyone on either of these two teams are. It's one you do chalk up. But a 1v5, hey, I mean, look, it would be something to tell the grandkids about.
Something to take home to mum and dad too.
Yeah.
But realistically now, I think the most logical thing here is the French timeout. You know, if it's 1v5, you sort of discuss with your team what the round might be or what the next one's going to look like, where it went wrong. That is the only logical way you can evaluate that round itself. Even so, you can chalk it up and move on. But 3-4, still a close game, and still a lot to play for here.
A lot to play for, but Seminole definitely the ones in the driving seat here. Defense on Tunisia can be so strong. I think rejects are just going to try and hit something very, very hard and hope for the best, and that's looking like what's going to happen over towards the A side. They actually have managed to find a way through here. Solo and Envy combining. Oh, and if Washi can hit that, then maybe something's on the cards. Can't quite find the angle there, but Solo's going to challenge, get quick scoped, and still Washi gets out. So now, a 4v3 in favor of rejects with the bomb down. This may well be one of the attacking rounds that they absolutely need. Now 4 versus 2, you just see no way into this one for Seminole. This round is going to go to rejects. They're now going to tie things up. Seminole losing and leaking a defensive round.
Makes it so hard as well. See, 15 seconds left here. A few consolation kills maybe. But that right there is how we tie up 4-4 now. And I tell you what, it is, to me, to you, Chuckle Brothers level of passing the momentum around. But hey, listen, again, that defense talk about being strong from the start. Seminole again, need to play it at least textbook level. But rejects again, aggressive off the rip to A, committing bomb straight away.
Yeah, they're going to have to commit to it, but can the first blood go the way of Seminole this time? They haven't committed as heavily as they did, but out of Winery is going to be the player. Here we go, but it's just a perfect stun that comes on through. They can deal with not 1, but 2. Jez and Solo get shut down, and the aggressive attack for rejects this time around does not work whatsoever. Bomb down on A. Seminole here in numbers. You've got 2 players left. As choked as the last round was for Seminole, this one is equally as choked.
I mean, listen, when you're seeing that bomb floating around an A, I mean, I'm fairly sure Vegas spotted it anyway, so rejects here. Can't really do much. A long flank with 1:10 left on the board is actually the wisest spot, I think, so far. Needs to try and isolate kills. Yes, of course, Seminole will start to naturally aggress away from the site to hunt for those two. It really is sort of a tentative claim, though, in terms of the discipline for both these teams. And again, the read for Marshy here is only around the corner.
Easy kills coming in from Marshy. Makes that CX-9 just look like an absolute beamer. Backs on down. Envy will put the shots in, but not even a player of his caliber. 57 kills on the last map are not. EM winning this one. Seminole. 5-4 to the good now. On the defensive side. They want to close this one out. Overtime is not something that they'll want to see. Not in this position.
Defend the objective.
And what do they do now? What's their next move? Again, these set nades are key here. Look at all the pressure already onto A.
Oh, it's same story again.
And now we watch it play out.
Push starting to come on through. Where's the first build going to go solo? We'll find one onto Band after he finds one himself, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. Works out quite nicely now for Rejects. Washi's there with a sniper. The nade is phenomenal from Marshy. And that slows it down, and then Washi will find another. Jez now left in a 1 versus 3. They know exactly where the bomb is.
We got the bomb.
If Jez can get out here, though, head over towards B. I mean, maybe. Just maybe he catches them off guard. Have they got a read on Jez? I don't know if they do.
Jez has an idea. He hears the audio, but doesn't know the pressure yet. So trigger discipline's so key here, Chris.
They haven't got a clue where he is. But there, here we go. They will have a clue now. Finds the first shot, but not the second. 6-4. There was a potential for a minute for Jez, but in that situation, it's always going to be difficult. We go to series point, to Brazil point
Defend the objectives.
for Seminole.
Have the bomb.
Can they do it? Especially now, again, the same similar sort of break-off. Nades over to A.
It's a mid-hit.
Bomb's carried through mid. Exactly. The smoke 2 is going to block any view.
Solo making the push. Can he find something here on the Washi? Yes, he can, but Band has found 2. Can Band find a third? No, he can't. Him and Solo 2 apiece to make it a 3 versus 3.
Slow here as well. I mean, Vega's nowhere near, just on A. And Rejects here are committing bomb through mid. Maybe Marshy here might spot out Jez. It's all about, again, when you see the pixels, you've got to shoot them straight away. It really is at that point now. That is where the reaction times are at.
Push starting to come through. Jez with a little bit of control over towards the B side, but they haven't seen Marshy. He's going to potentially be on the flank, but Tectonic will fall. 3 versus 2 in the favor of Rejects. This bomb's going down, but they just didn't clear it out, did they? Marshy is there to find one. Envy's got to spin round, but Marshy dips out.
You and me.
Vega's well from the other side. Looks spot for a 1v1. I mean, now this is where it gets tense. Look at bomb. It's not committed. This is going to be the biggest game of cat and mouse. Again, you want Brazil? Well, to earn that, a 1v1.
Envy now in a difficult position. Still has to get the bomb down, but Vig playing this one. Quite scared, I want to say. Against the next teammate, he knows what he can do. He knows the sniper shot will be crispy. He knows he can't show it. But is he expecting the immediate flank to come in through? He heard him. Vig gonna go for the child, but the shot's in with the Deagle are solid here from Envy again! Big child comes through and Rejects survive. 6-5. They must find one more round on the attacking side to force overtime.
Seminole have that favor side on a plate now. Rejects again. They need to get something worked. It was a 3v3 last time off the rip. Now again, these set nades will come through. A more spread approach from Seminole. 2-1-2. Rejects heavy commitment towards B. They throw a few nades out already just to make sure pressure's alleviated and spots are cleared.
Marshy's going to be the big one here for Seminole. There's a player towards the back with a sniper who's going to be there, but Marshy can find one. Can he dip out unscathed? Can he find a second as well? It's huge. Players from Marshy. Finds himself out. And now here come the reinforcements as Seminole. They can taste Brazil as Marshy will find another. It's been an all-time round from Marshy. Make it 4. And the ace is on the cards. Doug is there, but Marshy surely wins this one. He gets gunned down. It's a 1 versus 4 now for Thug to continue this game. But Marshy with 4 kills in a ginormous round for Seminole. It's a game that's forced its way all the way to a map number 5, all the way down to one more round needed from Seminole, which they will secure. Brazil bound for Seminole. Rejects fall in what is a phenomenal series between these two teams. but Seminole walk away the victors. A 3-2 win. The Search and Destroy.
Didn't make it easy, though, did they, Chris? I mean, that game 5 was something. I mean, in terms for the first 8 rounds, it was very back and forth, right? It was defensive heavy. But, I mean, Envy in the 1v1 especially, I mean, you had your glimpses there of overtime, but I think when it came to the economy and the amount of rounds they had saved in the banks, and Seminole had it. I mean, they just about had it, but realistically speaking, so much to unpack there, especially in terms of what they're going to do now that this has just happened to them.
And just a crazy Search and Destroy. So many wild moments. So many... I mean, I can't even recall half of them at this stage. I'm delirious, if I'm honest with you.
Oh, me too.
But it's,
me too.
It was just one of those games where it was like, oh, this round's going this way. Bang, something would happen. Like, just absolutely crazy from both these two teams. Brody, I'm struggling to comprehend how my voice is going to hold out for tomorrow after that.
Yeah, this is a little taster, right, of what's going to happen tomorrow. These two teams could still play each other again. Seminole might well have guaranteed Brazil, but they haven't necessarily guaranteed the Season 4 championship just yet. And I think Rejects there prove that they are still very competitive with Seminole. Honestly, when they went 2-0 down, I was like, yeah, Seminole have really put the work in. This is going to be a 3-0. I regret saying anything about Rejects winning this one. They gave me a little faith as we got on the maps number 3 and 4, but I'm so glad it went the distance between those two teams because it was a phenomenal series, really close all the way throughout. But Seminole, they come out on top, they get it done in the end.
The 57 bomb, by the way.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
What, are you kidding me? To send it to them out wild.
I think we were saying, I think that's the highest number, at least from our initial view. I think this is the highest number we've seen from any single player in a game this season. Like, we'll have to get stats to check that one, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
That's a record, check that one.
We should ask how his back's feeling, too.
No, I was wondering what you're talking about. Why are we caring about it?
I thought you were talking about Connors.
Yeah, I was like, what?
I was like, well, what have I done? I mean, in reality, though, my reactions to that game were spectacular. I mean, the 57 bomb. I also don't think we've ever really seen 200 impact score thus far. I mean, a perfect 200 is like almost unheard of to a degree. But I mean, realistically, again, it was close. I mean, it was 2-0, and then Rejects had their moments. But again, that S&D, me and Chris were saying, it was so close for 8 to 9 rounds. And then eventually, Seminoles just started getting their lead.
I mean, we knew it was going to be a fantastic matchup, didn't necessarily know how it was going to play out, but a really wonderful way to close out day 1 of the Challenge Finals, which means, like you heard Ton exclaiming at the end of that last map, that Seminole will be the first team not only making their way through to the grand final tomorrow, but also punching the first of 2 tickets available to NA when it comes to Mobile Masters in Brazil. So Seminole has to be very thrilled with that performance so far. Before we say goodnight to everybody, though, we're going to do an interview. We're going to get an opportunity to talk to Hippo, who is standing by, ready to chat with us a bit. I mean, welcome back yet again. You guys have solidified your grand finals position. You've solidified Brazil. So how is the squad feeling right now?
Oh, the moment the series was done, you could just hear Tech going off saying, "We're going to Brazil." And, you know, it was all just good vibes. We were counting down the rounds as we were winning them. So everybody is so ecstatic right now, but we know the job isn't done yet. We're keeping our composure. We're waiting to secure the #1 seed from NA tomorrow. So we're really excited.
Yeah, for sure. Last time we spoke to you, Hippo, I think we had a conversation about what your guys' prep would look like versus the likes of Mayhem and Rejects. It certainly seems as if you guys put a lot of prep in. Kind of what was that prep looking like as you kind of went into this weekend's play?
I think for us, as a whole, there are a lot of things that we still have to refine as a team in order for us to be prepared for being able to compete at Brazil. But one of the overarching themes for us that we've been concerned about in particular was our search and destroy, which, you know, as you saw in the series against Truly, it wasn't necessarily our best showing, but I think we pulled through whenever we played the Express and also the Tunisia, which, you know, Tunisia may be a signature map of ours, but at the same token, for Rejects, Express is their signature map. So for us to be able to have that rerun and show that, hey, we can take you on your best map, I think, you know, just makes a statement right there. So I think the work, you know, the hard work paid off. We just need to, you know, finesse a couple things in our respawns, and I think we should be ready to go.
Sure.
Hippo, I think for me as well, like you look at maps number 3 and 4, what do you feel went wrong? Because it just felt like a very chaotic game, whereas it feels like when Seminole are playing at their best, it's slow and steady, it's very much calculated. Do you think it's just the map picks just not working in your favor for maps 3 and 4?
You know, what's interesting is that map 3 in particular is kind of known to be our map when it comes to control. I think everybody sees us as the one team that's been undefeated throughout the entirety of last year and for, you know, up until quite literally this Rejects game on that map. And so for us, you know, it was long coming in terms of how it's difficult to keep that up until this point. But in all due fairness, I have to give credit to Rejects because of the fact that they've really worked hard to be able to, you know, beat us on this map. And at the end of the day, they were able to play at their rhythm, at their pacing. And for us, we weren't able to, you know, execute our game plan. We got a little scared in terms of how we actually played. And I think that translated over, that momentum that Rejects had translated over towards that map 4, you know, which is a very strong map for them. They have excellent players on that map, such as Solo in particular. Shout outs to him with the R9, who just wreaks havoc. And, you know, all their players as a whole, as a team, does really well on that map. So for us, I think it's just a matter of, that's one of the few things that we really need to work on, is that particular map for one. But for another is just also just, you know, being able to kind of reel ourselves back in mentally, which I think we were able to do, you know, at map 5, but ideally let's do it a little bit earlier.
Well, Hippo, I wanted to ask you a question as well. I mean, as a coach myself, back in the day, I've been through it all in terms of ups and downs. But realistically, my question to you is quite simple. How did you feel in those maps 3 to 4? And when that map 5 ended, again, let's revisit that. How were you feeling?
I think, you know, as maps 3 and 4 were ending, map 3 for me, I felt like, okay, like it's all right. Like we can't win all of them. Honestly, I wasn't necessarily, as much as I am proud of my team and trust my team, I wasn't necessarily expecting that, oh, we're going to get an easy 3-0. Like, the momentum was swinging in our favor, but at the same time, like, oh, well, they got to play their game plan, and it's okay. And, you know, we just need to reset. That reset didn't quite happen, you know, in game 4 as, you know, well as we wanted. But then in game 5, you know, that's when I just sat down, I, you know, turned on the mic, and I just told them, look, let's just chill. Let's just reset. Just cool your minds. We got this. This is our home turf. No one's beaten us on this map, and there's a reason. It doesn't matter who it is. Just play at our pace. And that's exactly what they did. They executed and they won. So and I'm just really happy for them that they were able to get that done. But again, the job's not done and everybody's still locked in for tomorrow. So I think we're going to be ready to secure that #1 spot.
Yeah, you guys definitely put on a show for everybody here today. I don't want to keep you too long, give you an opportunity to kind of go chill and rest and recover with the squad before heading into grand finals for tomorrow. But before I let you go, are there any shout outs that you want to do?
For sure. First and foremost, to all 4 of you and everybody else that's behind production, because as always, you guys do a magnificent job, really. And at the same time, to, you know, our opponents at Rejects. It's always a show whenever we get to, you know, and also a privilege to be able to face them. And I'm expecting to see them again in grand finals tomorrow, but first they got to beat Mayhem or Truly, whichever one comes out of that bloodbath. And at the same time, to the rest of the SPS and EFG family, because you guys have been doing such a great job with, you know, running this tournament, managing it. It's been a pleasure working with you guys. And of course, last but not least, to my team, you know, you boys, I put them through the grinder and they come out, you know, getting better and better. I mean, we have our ups and downs, but I think right now we're finally starting to shape up a little bit as a team that's ready to take on the world.
I love it. Well, Hippo, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show chatting with us. Congratulations to you and the team yet again. We'll see you in Brazil, but for now we're focusing on seeing you tomorrow. It should be exciting competition.
Thanks so much, guys.
All right, it's always a pleasure to get to chat with Hippo. He gives such good answers. I'm excited to see what they do now with this 1-map lead heading into grand finals.
I mean, they're going to be feeling good, right? But, like, realistically, I think, you know, they'll have to revisit. I don't think we'll see Summit tomorrow, to be honest with you, after that either. It really wasn't a good performance. But their S&D just, it's so good. They've got so many different variables of how they want to play. They can play it slow, they can play it fast, doesn't really matter. Just works out so much well in their favor. And they've got that clutch ability as well. I mean, look, they are such a good search and destroy team.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Got
I
a
will
point to
say,
make you look like
I don't know if we see a Summit tomorrow because like they can only ban one hardpoint map. So it's either going to be Takeoff or Summit. We'll see one of them. So I think there's still a way in for Rejects tomorrow. But I really love seeing Seminole today. They've definitely made improvements. They look really good.
All right, well, to put a bow on the day, we'll take a look back at the bracket so you guys can visually see how all of this works. We did the upper bracket here today, obviously. Seminole first won against Truly in 3-0 fashion, so Truly are down in that lower bracket. Then we saw Rejects take on Team Mayhem. It was also a 3-0 fashion, but it was still a very close 3-0. Rejects making their way through, Team Mayhem going down to that lower bracket. And then to wrap things up, we did that upper bracket final with a very close back and forth 3-2 between our top two squads. Seminole securing that spot in grand finals tomorrow, which means here is our schedule now. You understand how all of this works. We'll be kicking things off first with Truly versus Team Mayhem. And then whoever wins that will move on to face Rejects, and then whoever wins that will move on, Connie. Suffice to say, it's going to be a very good day of matches.
Agreed, 100%. And when it comes to both regions as well, I mean, you're talking about the highest level of play possible and upsets across the board. It's been exciting so far. It really has been, you know, to a degree, definitely one of the most entertaining shifts I've ever worked in my life. Particularly as off a Ton. I mean, Ton lost his voice halfway through that last series. It was a particularly juicy one, but either way, it's what we live for, it's what we love, and realistically, again, a great game overall.
I mean, that's pretty much all you can say about today. It was a fantastic day of competition, and the teams have made their way through the upper bracket, with Seminole being the first team to claim that spot, making their way through to Brazil, but they still need somebody to compete against, which means we're back here tomorrow to figure out who that squad will be and who will be nabbing the second opportunity to battle it out at Mobile Masters in Brazil. Make sure you tune back in, obviously, to see how all of this plays out, because if today is any indication, tomorrow is going to be even more insane, and you're not going to want to miss a single second of any of that action. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for helping us make this whole thing possible. And of course, a huge thank you to all of you at home for hanging out with us and watching. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.